Cambridge Afghanistan series explores pathways to future governance in Afghanistan. And this year, the running subtitle of the event is Inclusivity, Representation, and the Future of the State in Afghanistan. Echoing my opening remarks in the previous conference in Cambridge held at Emmanuel College, this conference series was conceived in Kabul several years ago. The overall objective of the series is to analyze histories, cultures, politics, and systems of governance in Afghanistan. The idea for the conference series was born of dissatisfaction with the political status quo in Afghanistan, the failure of the 2004 constitution, and the system of governance that it created, and the deteriorating security condition in Afghanistan, which culminated in Taliban retaking power in August 2021. The conference series is named in honor of Ahmad Shah Massoud, who was murdered by the Taliban-backed Al-Qaeda agents on 9 September 2001, a prelude to the attacks that were to take place in the United States 48 hours later. Al-Qaeda rightly considered Ahmad Shah Massoud a threat. They knew that he would come to the assistance of the United States when they retaliated against Al-Qaeda's host, the Taliban. They feared that his anti-Taliban alliance would succeed and displace the Taliban as the ruling power in Afghanistan. Ahmad Shah Massoud believed in a multi-ethnic, multi-confessional, and representative government for Afghanistan, a relevant theme for this year's conference. Massoud envisioned a society that represented the diverse ethnic, linguistic, and religious composition of Afghanistan and worked hard all his life to implement this. He defined it as adolat-e-ijtimai, or social justice. He used the concept differently compared to the European context. He was the first major political leader who called for discussions on alternative political systems for Afghanistan. That is, alternative to the political system that had prevailed in Afghanistan from the late 19th century to the Marxist government supported by the Soviet Union. Massoud knew that any system of enduring and representative government must wholly embrace Afghanistan's multi-ethnic and multi-confessional society. For Massoud, there must be a system of law governance that treated every ethno-linguistic and religious community equitably. But unfortunately, from 2001 to 2021, the issue of diversity and pluralism remained an internal discourse and never made it into the public debate in the country. Two main layers of discussion emerged, one among the people in Persian, Pashto, and local languages, and another far away from them in foreign languages, mainly in English. Massoud wanted a just and equitable political representation in government for every ethno-linguistic community and envisioned a society where women and men enjoyed equal rights under the law. He put words into practice when he managed the Supervisory Council of the North. He did this, for example, by insisting on schooling for boys and girls. The system of justice that prevailed under the Supervisory Council was based on Shafi, Hanafi, Maliki jurisprudence, schools to deliver best outcomes. Later, the Islamic Republic under the leadership of President Rabbani adopted the laws prevailing during the Republic of Dawood Khan in the courts. His vision, his fight against the Soviet invader, his lonely struggle against the Taliban, and slew of terrorist groups allied with the Taliban earned him love and respect across Mosaic, Afghanistan. He was bestowed with the title of National Hero of Afghanistan, and the date of his death was declared a national holiday. This series seeks to honor his legacy, and we have previously mentioned, we would like to emphasize that once again, while this conference is in his name, it has no connection to the National Resistance Front, established under the leadership of Mr. Ahmad Massoud, Ahmad Shah Massoud's son. It is hoped the outcome of the conference will be of relevance to the resistance forces to the Taliban, if it is civil, armed, cultural, or any type of other resistance. The first conference in the series was held in September 2021 to commemorate the 20th anniversary of assassination of Ahmad Shah Massoud. It was held barely a month after the collapse of the Republic of Afghanistan. The second conference in 2022 enabled, with a generous funding granted by the good office of the Professor Stephen Toope, who was the 346th Vice Chancellor of the University of Cambridge from 2000 2017 to 2022. This year's conference, like the previous one, is planned in 2 days. Let me very quickly give you a layout of the conference for both days. This morning, after my opening remarks, we have a keynote speech by Sir Laurie Bristow, the UK's last ambassador to the former Republic of Afghanistan. Currently, he is the president of Hughes Hall College and our real host of the conference. We owe a lot to his service in Afghanistan, and over 15,000 souls evacuated during the last days of his mission in Afghanistan is testament to his commitment to the people of Afghanistan and to larger values of human rights, equality, freedom, and democracy. I would like to take a moment to thank Sir Laurie Bristow for his remarkable services, both to the people of Afghanistan and the UK. Subsequently, we have 4 panels today. After these panels, Dr. Gillian Ted, the Provost of King's College, University of Cambridge, will deliver her keynote speech. She's a scholar of Central Asia, and based on empirical and fieldwork in Tajikistan, she wrote her PhD in early 1990s at King's College. Our cultural evening from 7 to 10 p.m. tonight is hosted by Gillian. Throughout the 4 panels of the day 1, the overall discussion is about modern Afghanistan's structural and institutional issues and implications for the country. On day 2, we have keynote speeches by 2 world-renowned historians. The first will be delivered by Professor Alexander Morrison of the University of Oxford, and the second by Professor Tourej Daryai of University of California, Irvine. This will be followed by a closing remarks by Dr. Dagi Dagiov of Institute of Ismaili Studies in London on behalf of Mosaic Foundation and a member of the board of the Cambridge Afghanistan series. During day 2, we have 2 panels and a round table. The first panel is on the concept of inclusivity, representation, and democracy. The 6th panel focuses on the crisis that Afghanistan is facing today after the Taliban's reassumption of power on 15th of August 2021, chiefly human rights, terrorism, economic and humanitarian crisis. Finally, yet importantly, with an aim to connect intellectual, academic, and literary resistances to political and civil resistances, we have invited submissions of political roadmaps, visions of various movements, political movements, organizations, parties, for ending the Afghanistan crisis. We have received a slew of charters, manifestos, and our experts and academic board selected only 6 roadmaps, matching our criteria of selection for a critical assessment. One can ask here, what is the main objective of Mosaic Afghanistan behind this annual conference? The aim is not only to enlighten the world about the complex issues that face Afghanistan, but also create a forum for scholars, experts, and practitioners to discuss what is the right direction for addressing these issues according to the wishes of the majority of the people, and to think about an inclusive political system. It is to provide policy-related scholarly and empirical insight into Afghanistan's dire circumstance in both historical and prevailing terms, and to chart an alternative political and governance system that is publicly mandated, enjoying national legitimacy and international support. The goal of Mosaic Afghanistan is to function and develop as a center of excellence for research, engagement, connectivity, to aid formulation of appropriate policies to enhance the necessary conditions for a united, inclusive, sovereign, prosperous, and democratic Afghanistan. To deliver on this, we have invited 15 distinguished and established scholars, mostly from Afghanistan, to assist and advise Mosaic in this respect. Mosaic's activities are in line with supporting and not contradicting the current internal and external resistance to the Taliban's reign of terror in the name of Islam. In other words, our efforts and activities at Mosaic can be considered as part of intellectual, academic, and literary resistance against the dark period of the Taliban rule in Afghanistan, which is totally divorced from the people of Afghanistan. There is no other way but to support the internal and external resistance against the Taliban. Beside our efforts here at Cambridge, Mosaic is also engaged in 4 other equally crucial projects. Let me quickly go through them before ending my opening remarks. Firstly, as the girls in Afghanistan have no rights to education above grade 6, Mosaic is active in and committed to providing education to them through both underground schools with our partners in the country and online. With generous assistance from UNICEF and hard work of our partners and staff, we have been teaching hundreds of girls in Afghanistan over the past year. Given the mass radicalization strategy of the Taliban, through wholesale transformation of schools to madrasa system, it is not only the girls we would like to work with, but also boys. We have established a coalition of organizations which are active in providing education through online and underground schooling methods. Nevertheless, the overall long-term aim of Mosaic is to work towards an alternative national curriculum which celebrates diversity and pluralism and promotes human rights, including gender equality, science and technology, which is fit for the needs of 21st century. Secondly, since its inception, Mosaic has been part of an ongoing dialogue with the civil society of Afghanistan, with the aim of amplifying the authentic voices of the people of Afghanistan, where the de facto authorities have tried to silence and stifle them. We are committed to empowering the civil society to have a say about their future. To achieve these, we are of the opinion that civil society needs to mobilize and organize effectively. For this purpose, Mosaic has been at the forefront of thought leadership on these issues. To promote the idea, we have held in conjunction with Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, an event at the UK Parliament to engage with the country's lawmakers and political parties. We are planning to do the same in the US and the EU. In addition, together with tens of organizations and hundreds of civil society figures, Mosaic has established the new Afghanistan Democratic Forum, or NAD Forum. Currently, we are jointly drafting a strategy of an NAD Forum. Thirdly, Mosaic advocates and promotes human rights, including women's rights in Afghanistan. We assist women protesters inside and outside the country in their attempt to build consensus that the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan is tantamount to gender apartheid, and to amplify the demand for gender apartheid to be recognized in international law. Mosaic tries to build capacity of these women to enable them to have clear strategy, narrative, as well as connection with policymakers, lawmakers, think tanks, and academics, and etc. In the UK, we have connected women to the British Parliamentary Inquiry examining gender apartheid in Afghanistan and Iran. In the future, Mosaic plans to start publishing evidence-based reports on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan. Finally, at Mosaic, we also work towards women's economic empowerment in Afghanistan. We aim to identify women who used to be the sole breadwinner of their families, whether working in previous government or the private sector or the civil society. Since the Taliban retaking power, however, they have lost their means of livelihood. A number of these women have been employed in Mosaic's education for girls in Afghanistan. Along with our partners, Mosaic would like to support these women financially, while at the same time provide them with a tailored vocational training to enable them to produce handicrafts or other goods to sustain themselves. In addition, Mosaic would like to help these women to market their products and goods in the European markets. The main objective of this project is economic empowerment of women to make them self-reliant in the long term. Just before turning to our keynote speaker, I kindly ask you to assist Mosaic Foundation to deliver more effectively on its mission for equal, free, and democratic Afghanistan, flourishing in peace, but a unity through embracing diversity. Now I have the honor of asking Sir Laurie Bristow to deliver his keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, first things first, thank you Zalmai and his team, and congratulations for the formidable task of making this conference happen. I have some insight into the amount of work and late nights and anxiety that have gone into this. Just thank you for doing that. Thank you also for bringing the conference to Hughes Hall. I'll start with just a few sentences for those who don't know Cambridge particularly well. There are, I think for these purposes, two things that you need to know about this college. One, of course, is that it is the only Cambridge or Oxford college with a first-class cricket ground in the middle of it. I think for this audience, it may just be worth thinking about at what stage we use cricket as a form of cultural diplomacy in your endeavours. The second, rather more serious question, though, is there are three colleges in this university that were founded in the second half of the 19th century to change something about this amazing institution. That something was that until those three colleges, Hughes, Hall, Newnham and Girton, were founded, this was a university for men only. It needed to change, it had to change, it did change. And my point in making this observation here is that things can happen. If you make the case consistently and with conviction and with courage, and I'll come back to that a little bit later. So, to move on to the subject of today and tomorrow, as Zalmai, sorry John, can you hear at the back? Yeah. As Zalmai said, for those who don't know me, I was the last UK ambassador to Afghanistan. I was there through the fall of the Republic and the evacuation from Kabul airport. And with apologies for the rather dark note with which I start today, I thought I would start with my diary entry from the 27th of August 2021. That's the day after the Islamic State attack on the Abbey Gate in Kabul airport, which killed about 170 Afghan civilians and 13 United States servicemen and women. The whole 20-year campaign had taken on some awful symmetry, beginning and ending with innocent people's lives being taken away in acts of obscene violence. In that moment, outside the Abbey Gate, died any last hopes and illusions of the 20-year campaign to build a different kind of Afghanistan. It seemed that all that was left was fear, bigotry, violence, and chaos. We all felt the same anger and frustration and grief at the scale both of the personal tragedies, but also amid strategic and political failure, the failures of that 20-year campaign. 3 years on, this conference is about whether and how Afghanistan can ever move on beyond those terrible days and their consequences that are playing out right now, today, in Afghanistan, affecting people that I think most of us in this room know. None of us will have any difficulty in agreeing that the situation in Afghanistan is awful and it's getting worse. This conference is taking place in the context of a chronic humanitarian crisis in which at least half the population need humanitarian assistance. And in the context of escalating repression in Afghanistan, particularly but not only of women and girls, as a deliberate choice by Afghanistan's current rulers. And in the context of a defiant response by those rulers to efforts by the United Nations and the international community to persuade them to change their behavior if they want a path to international acceptance. So, we need ideas, we need fresh thinking about how to change things for the better. I speak as a practitioner and not as an Afghanistan specialist. I think everyone in this room knows more about Afghanistan society than I do. I think my added value here is as a former diplomat whose role is to identify viable goals and courses of action to deliver them in the world, in the geostrategic situation, in the politics of your external partners as it is, not as we would like them to be. So I'll focus mostly on the international dimensions of the question. What can foreign governments do? What should they not do if Afghanistan is to have a better future? If these discussions are to produce ideas and recommendations relevant to political leaders and decision makers, they need to do several things. There's a longer list, but I'll set out a few of them. First of all, we need a serious evaluation, which in my view, Western governments have avoided in the last 3 years, of how we got here. How it was that the expenditure of so many lives, so much political capital, so many resources over so many years led to such lamentable outcomes. So we need to address failures of policy and strategy, what they were, who made them, why people made the choices that they made, what should have been done that was not done. This applies to Afghan leaders as much as to their foreign supporters and allies and sponsors. We also need to think about how Afghan leaders worked with their foreign counterparts. I think there's a lot more to be said about that. But to do this properly, we also need to understand what were the competing and conflicting imperatives that led to the choices that were made, and which will shape future choices. People in my experience do not usually knowingly and willingly make bad choices. They do, but more often it's a question of having to choose between competing priorities and interests, almost always on the basis of imperfect information, quite often bad analysis, but also led astray by the difference between the facts as they are and the facts as we would like them to be. If there's one really fundamental lesson to take away from what happened, it's about that difference, not being led astray by the difference between what you want and what you've got. We need, of course, to take account of what else is going on that shapes and constrains decision makers. So to spell it out, Afghanistan is no longer at the top of the news cycle. Every year on the 15th of August, I stand ready to be asked to brief the UK and international media. First anniversary, there was a lot of demand. Second anniversary, less. This year, it was a specialist subject. That's telling us something. It doesn't mean that what happens in Afghanistan no longer matters to countries like the UK. It clearly does. But any policy recommendations for governments outside Afghanistan need to be informed by an understanding of how this fits into the wider context and wider interests and priorities. All this needs to happen to inform the development of realistic and deliverable options. What needs to change to improve the outlook for Afghanistan? Who has control over the levers? What are their interests, motivations, and wishes? How do those wishes align or conflict with ours? What to do? A good old-fashioned Leninist question. Finally, this is a really key point. This is not a static discussion. It's a dynamic environment. Events happen. Choices made or not made now will open up or close down alternative future paths. So a big question, how do we expect the passage of time and the course of events to affect the scope for positive outcomes? These things should all be obvious to practitioners, but too often, in my experience, we have behaved as if we're hearing these considerations for the first time. The calamity of the Iraq intervention was, in my view, very instructive for this. That decision back in the beginning in 2003, and its consequences, of course, produced a vast industry of inquiries and recommendations, rightly so. The most useful conclusions I always found and recommendations are the ones that essentially say, ask difficult questions and keep asking them, especially if the answers that you're given do not pass the smell test. So just a few preliminary thoughts from me on how to make these discussions timely and impactful. So if we want to offer policy advice to decision makers in the US, the UK, the West more widely, we need to take account of political cycles and trends that affect the political choices of those countries. First and foremost, obviously, the United States. So I hesitate even to describe the state of US politics in September 2024. You can do it as well as I can. But whoever wins that election in November, I think there are some fundamental facts that have to be faced in this discussion. So the Doha Agreement. The Doha Agreement was Trump's deal. He wanted it, he agreed it, he signed it. But it did not come out of a clear blue sky. Successive US presidents had been faced with the political imperative to end America's longest war, but none had found a path to the exit. In part as a consequence of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the United States was and is changing in how it understands its role in the world. This is, of course, a big driver for the Trump Make America Great, the MAGA phenomenon, and it can't be wished away. It involves a number of things. You'll have your own views on this. Mine would be a reluctance to get pulled into reshaping the world in the image of the US, but maybe more important, a much higher degree of transactionalism in dealing with friends and allies. We get this ourselves in the UK. But also a growing fixation on the genuine generational challenge, particularly from China. These are not solely partisan concerns. Trump's decision to sign the Doha deal was driven by, in my view, pretty low political calculations. He wanted to go into the 2020 election as the president who brought the boys and girls home. For Biden, determination to end the US military presence in Afghanistan was long-standing and with a more developed strategic rationale. And in my view, that rationale was not entirely wrong. US strategic priorities had changed. They needed to change. It was necessary to refocus attention and resources elsewhere. There was no reason, as Biden repeatedly set out in his speeches in 2021, to believe that carrying on doing the same things in Afghanistan would magically lead to different results. Behind both of these things, leaders in the US and also the UK were faced with the collapse in public support for the costs of the interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, not balanced by demonstrable benefits to the US or UK public. But of course, what was missing in all of this was a viable military exit strategy. In my view, that was not just the fatal flaw in the Doha Agreement, it was the fatal flaw in the Doha Agreement, but actually the fundamental strategic failure of the whole 20-year campaign. In all that time, we had not created the conditions that would allow a safe withdrawal of foreign military forces. The underlying problems demanded the presence of those foreign military forces, but they could not be solved by the presence of those forces. That in turn meant that those forces became part of the problem, whether they stayed or whether they were withdrawn. And the consequences of that will inevitably shape the views of any future United States administration. So on to the UK. The politics here, I think, are a bit more straightforward. We have a new government that I hope will be capable of joined-up thinking about our national security and the spectrum of capabilities at our disposal for addressing it. The problems for the UK for the foreseeable future, I think, are more to do with multiple competing demands for resources, money and political capital, that the new government will face throughout its term in office, however long that is, including but not only in foreign and defence policy. What this means in practice is that the case has to be made for why Afghanistan matters to people beyond Afghanistan. Other than the moral imperative to provide whatever humanitarian support can be delivered in the circumstances that we all know about. For me, an answer to this challenge lies in the threat that the situation in Afghanistan right now presents to our interests. The harms to us and our societies that come out of failed or failing states. None of this is new, we all know this story, but it's worth repeating it. Violent extremism. Why did we go into Afghanistan in the first place? Unwanted migrants. What was top of the news this morning? Narcotics. But also our helplessness and lack of agency in addressing things that really matter to the voters. And of course, the relative costs of preventing harms versus dealing with their consequences. The equation is almost always that prevention is a lot less costly and risky than cure. More broadly, if those outside Afghanistan, that's us, are to influence what happens in Afghanistan, we need to mobilize the wider international community. The United Nations, on the face of it, the voice of that international community, repeatedly and rightly call for the Taliban to adopt more inclusive approaches to governance. But who are the international community? What do they want? Do they want the same things? It's easier to talk about mobilizing the international community than to do it. I'm a Russianist, and I can see the sneer on Sergei Lavrov's face, I know him very well, when Western diplomats like me use words like the international community, or even better, the rules-based international order. He's told me to my face on more than one occasion that the rules-based international order doesn't exist. We made it up. Normative approaches will only take you so far in today's highly contested geopolitical environment. Much more often, this is likely to be a question of hard bargaining based on interests. So I'll offer a few predictions, I hope to sort of inform the discussions over the next couple of days about where I think this goes, at least in the short term. First, the limits to the influence of the United Nations and the international community, the influence that they currently have with the Taliban. pretty clearly, the views and the statements of the United Nations and the international community have very limited impact on what the Taliban actually do in the short term. Looking back a couple of years, the Taliban signed up to all sorts of things in the Doha Agreement. We've all read it. But they did hardly any of them. They didn't need to. And it was not obviously in their interests to do so. The United States and its allies didn't have any serious leverage that we were prepared to use. And the Taliban knew it. It was implied in the 2020 Doha Agreement. We have even less leverage now. Taliban behavior is unlikely to change unless the incentives to change are there. This needs to come, I would say, from within the Taliban movement as well as from outside. So the conclusion that leads me to is that quite a big part of this discussion may be that a primary question for now is how the balance of power and influence develops within the Taliban movement, and what, if anything, we can do to influence that positively. Second, we need to recognize explicitly that the international community is not the same as the West, and that the scope for a united and a coherent approach by the international community is itself limited. For some of the key players, a discussion framed in terms of persuading the Taliban to respect human rights and inclusive government is meaningless. That is not how authoritarian countries understand their interests. We should expect Russia and others to do deals with the Taliban in pursuit of their own interests as they see them. For Russia, if that delivers a degree of humiliation for the US and the West, so much the better. China's approach I find intriguing, and it may be more nuanced. Again, we were having a quick discussion with Reza before this. You might want to pick this one up, Reza. It's an open question for me as to whether China's economic and security interests in Afghanistan and the region offer some scope for alignment of interests in nudging the Taliban in a more pragmatic direction. I just don't know, but we need to explore that question. Pakistan will, I think, remain an absolutely fundamental actor, but we should expect little from Pakistan. Pakistan is now dealing with the consequences of its own policies towards Afghanistan, and particular ISI support for the Taliban. Others in this conference are far greater experts on Pakistan than me, but I don't see that Pakistan is capable of resolving the dilemmas it's created for itself now, any more than it could before the Taliban seized control in Afghanistan. So the other intriguing neighbor, Iran. Do we know enough about what Iran wants and about how much leverage it has or could have? I don't. Are there partial alignments of interest that we could work with? We need to bear in mind two first-order factors, though. One is domestic developments in Iran itself. The other is the degree of confrontation between Iran and the West, particularly the United States, over the nuclear program and Iran's use of armed proxies in the Middle East, the broader Middle East. Needless to say, the outcome of the US election and the policy direction of the next US administration are key factors in all of that. So I'll make 2 points very briefly to finish on. First is a question, a difficult one, but a real one to our Afghan friends and colleagues. It's a question always faced by democratic oppositions in exile. How to make yourselves and the ideas and values you stand for relevant and impactful in Afghanistan when you are not there and cannot be there. I don't know the answer to that question, but it's likely to depend on a number of things. One is the importance of avoiding factionalism, disunity, and infighting. The other is absolute clarity of vision and the moral courage required to sustain that through some very dark days when the prospects of success are remote. My final point is one for all of us, and it's something that Foreign Minister Hanif Atmar said to me in mid-2021, 1 month before the end of the Republic. It's this: repeating past mistakes will simply lead to the same results. We failed in Afghanistan, all of us. We need to understand that fact. We need to understand why we failed. We need to avoid repeating previous errors, and we need to offer better ideas informed by what happened in August 21. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the speakers this morning. That was incredibly informative and set a great beginning for today. So we're moving on to our first panel now, which is on the critical historiographies from elite-centric history to people's history. This is going to be chaired by Dr. Arezou Azad, who's joining us online. And then contributing to the panel discussion, we have Dr. Javid Awar, Dr. Said Reza Huseini, Dr. Mejgan Massoumi, who once again is joining us online, and Mr. Nabi Saqee. So just... And if you'd like to start.
Am I introducing the speaker?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Arezou. You may continue.
Wonderful. So, am I introducing the first speaker? Am I talking now? Yes.
Yes,
Can
please.
you all see me and hear me? Because I can't
We-
see the room, so I have no idea.
We can see and hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much to the organizers for putting together an engaging program on an important topic and for inviting me to chair this session. Apologies. My name is Arezou Azad, and I am the inaugural chair at INALCO in Paris, which is launched last year and is in fact the first dedicated chair to Afghanistan, I think, in the entire Anglophone and Francophone worlds. I just wanted to add a personal note. It gives me real pleasure to be here today, if I'm only online, for which I apologize, but today's the first day of school and I had to be with my daughter to send her off. But as someone who spent the second half of the 90s and first half of the noughts as a UN civilian peacekeeper, working in many post-conflict environments, and who now works on medieval history of Afghanistan, I must salute the organizers for managing to put together this longue-durée focus on Afghanistan. Story for these, which goes back from antiquity across the medieval period into the modern period. And I think both the past and the present must inform each other. We all have to talk to each other, and not least because historical narratives often fuel conflict and violence and need to be encountered with knowledge, if misleading, and confidence. But without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Said Reza Huseini, a dear colleague of mine. He's a research fellow at King's College at the University of Cambridge. He specializes in Indo-Iranian and Islamic history in the connected regions of Khurasan and North India over the longue durée, from late antiquity to the early modern era. His research is based on an incredible range of sources in many languages, some current, such as Persian and Arabic, some extinct, like Middle Persian, Bactrian, and Sogdian. He graduated from Nehru University in Delhi, and he continued his research at Leiden University, completing his PhD on the Arab-Muslim conquests of Bactria. At King's College, he's working as part of the Silk Roads Project, writing a monograph entitled The Mongols of Mughal History, Imagining World Empire in 16th Century India. He's published various articles on the socio-political situation in late antique Bactria, war and diplomacy, and the fiscal system in pre-Mongol Khurasan, and co-authored several articles on the Mongol and Neoplatonic background of the Mughals' political ideology. So that gives me great pleasure to introduce my dear colleague and pass him the floor, and maybe just a point of procedure that we will try to stick to 20 minutes, please, so that everybody gets a chance. And I might give a little wave or a little reminder if it starts to get very close to the 20 minutes, and then again at 20 minutes. So Reza Can, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Arezou, for your introduction. Oh, yes, exactly. So, definitely. And then can we show the... Thank you very much, Arezou, for your generous introduction. I'm really happy to be with you today and talk a little bit about, Khurasan, the region historically we all know about it. And also, we know that modern Afghanistan is very much, basically comprising, or you can say, containing this large part of historical Khurasan. So I talk about the political structure because nowadays is a quite hot debate among, intellectuals inside and outside Afghanistan as well, that what kind of, system basically were there, what kind of system, worked, and what kind of system we can suggest, because nowadays we hear a lot about people talk about federalism, decentralized rule, centralized rule, and so and so. So basically my presentation deals with this issue of political structures, forms of political structures in this region, but not, in contemporary context, but more back. So it's more historical. So it's quite important to learn a little bit more about the history of this region, which we call Khurasan, historically called Khurasan. Today's modern Afghanistan built on it. So we see that what kind of political structure basically were there, and what kind of sources we have to understand that kind of political structure, and what we can basically learn from that historically. That if we want to talk about future kind of alternative political structure for this region, at least we know a little bit back, what happened in history, how it worked, what it worked, if it worked properly or not, then we can think about today's basically issues. So basically I work and I explain the political structures in Khurasan. Before that, I should say, when I say Khurasan, where is Khurasan basically? So Khurasan, before the 7th century Arab Muslim conquest, Khurasan was a vast region stretching from Qumis in modern Iran to the Amudarya. The Arab Muslims unified it with Bactria and Sogdiana and created the province of Khurasan, Umayyad Khurasan basically, or Wilayat Khurasan. However, Sogdiana and Khurasan became two separate provinces during the Abbasid period. Khurasan contained all lands from Qumis to Badakhshan and to the Amudarya, all the way to Ghazna. So basically, it's a large part of, you can say, this region, mostly part of Afghanistan. I will consider this second geographical space of Khurasan for this presentation. So, and we can see here, so basically these two Mawara Nahr on the other side and Khurasan here. So I will talk more about this region. Based on an analysis of documentary and literary sources, I will show that local autonomy and overlordship were the main forms of political structure in Khurasan. They existed before the Arab conquest and continued into the Islamic period. The political structure comprised several layers of political powers functioning in this region. The first layer consisted of local elite members and households that played an essential role in the local administration, tax collection, and justice system. The position of these households was based on their members' wealth, social status, and role in the administration and also law. They executed the orders of the local rulers, who made the second layer of this political system. The local rulers belonged to elite families and retained autonomy in their areas. Third, a local overlord resided in Khurasan. In the fourth layer, there was a far-off political power that can be called an ultimate overlord, whose suzerainty was recognized by the local overlord and local rulers in Khurasan. In this system, the local and ultimate overlords did not impose direct rule in Khurasan. Thus, the local rulers retained their autonomy in their internal affairs. I discuss some examples to show that how this basically system worked on the ground. So just to recapitulate, so the system I talk about is basically made of 4 layers. So you have the local elites in the region, their areas, they're managing their work. You have a local overlord who's a bigger king basically managing this region, and you have the ultimate overlord who's basically much bigger power as an imperial system. So basically this kind of layers of power working together. But before that, I talk a little bit maybe about the sources I'm consulting. The earliest preserved detailed information about this political structure is reflected in Bactrian documents. These documents were found from 2 regions in modern Afghanistan. The first group, dating to the early 4th and late 8th century CE, comes from Bactria, an area stretching from the Marwa route to Badakhshan. The second group, dating to the late 4th century, comes probably from Khost in southeast Afghanistan. We know that Khost and Kunar, those areas. They reflect the popularity of Bactrian, a Middle Iranian language written in Greek script, as the administrative language on both sides of the Hindu Kush. The chronology of these documents show that they were produced during the Sasanian, Khidrites, Heftalites, Western Turks, and the Umayyad and Abbasid period. Thus, they reflect the socio-political situation on the ground before and after the Arab conquest. Apart from these, the Arabic and New Persian documents produced between the late 8th and early 13th century in Ghur, Rob, and Bamiyan as well as numismatic data, archaeological reports, provide further information on the political structure in Khurasan. But due to time limits, that is quite short presentation, I will focus only on Bactria and a little bit more about the regions, and then leave the rest basically for the panel discussion. Before the Arab conquest, Bactria was controlled by, and this is basically the map. You can see where the Bactrian documents and the Arabic documents basically come from. So it's very much northern part of the Hindu Kush, central part, and also a little bit in Khost, as I said, on bordering with Pakistan today. Before the Arab conquest, Bactria was controlled by various local principalities. These principalities were in Badghis, Gharchistan, Guzgan, Balkh, Rob, Karagistan, Chaghanian, Akhrun, Shuman, Tirmiz, Avadian, and Khotab. So there were many basically local principalities in this region. I discuss Rob, Guzgan, and Karagistan in more details because most Bactrian documents were produced in these regions, and we can basically get more information about the political structure. Historically, the areas, and as you see basically here, the screen doesn't show exactly those lines, but these little, say, principalities were there. And I will talk more about this, basically the Kingdom of Rob and Karagistan and Guzgan here. Historically, the areas between Bamiyan and Kholm, that many people are familiar with these two names, formed the Kingdom of Rob. Though it was a mountainous region with limited agricultural land, it was an overland trade route between India and Sogdiana. Our documents show that a local family called Shaburan held the position of the Khar of Rob on and off from circa 462 to 747. It's basically a long time for a family to rule this area. The Bactrian term Khar is derived from the Old Persian Khashithriya, meaning king. That's why I call it the kingdom. The Khar controlled his kingdom through a system of administrative divisions made of 6 main areas: the city or Shar, district and Odag, the citadel or fortress called Liz in Bactrian, and Bro and Dag and village or Viag. All these areas were managed by members of local elite families called Khuv in our documents, and that means lord. The Khar was the lord or the ruler, or you can say the leader of a group of Khuv who managed administrative issues in their areas. The Khar had the authority to judge them in case of dispute among them, and also rewarded people for their good services, and sometimes punished them as well. Local elites of each area often filled the administrative positions. The Stivars or Framalar was in charge of the civil administration in the city and districts. Below the rank of the Framalar was the position of Andagbet, or the head of the bro. The village was managed by a Sarlar, who collected taxes and delivered them to the Framalar of his area. I think the slides are gone, right?
Yes.
Shall I continue or just wait?
You can continue.
The Hustik was another administrative position, probably worked in the district and dealt with the properties, such land, like farming land, and also when the lands were basically given to different peoples. The Lesbed, meaning commander of the fortress, played the role of the local police. The Lesbed had the authority to arrest, investigate, and punish the culprits. Oh, sorry, this is not really showing administration here. So there's something wrong, I guess, with the system. Anyway. The scribe or labir facilitated administrative work and kept the records of official correspondence. They used the post network or free tick for communication. Not the last one. No, it's not showing it here.
Oh, you don't have it on the page.
Okay, it's there, but then it's not showing it here. Yeah, anyway. So the local administrative were considered the performance of law and justice in their areas. People visited them if they had some petitions. People could also go directly to the Khar of Rob and complain if they would have some problems with the administrators in their areas. The Bactrian documents produced in Guzgan, another basically area, as you can see in that area, and I'm sorry I cannot show it on the screen with this indicator. The Bactrian documents produced in Guzgan between 659 to 722 reflect a similar situation. Guzgan was a kingdom that stretched from the Marw route to Balkh, from Murghab all the way to Balkh. The king of Guzgan was called Guzgan Khuda in Persian and Maliki Juzjan in Arabic sources. The term Khuda, meaning lord, ruler, resembles the Middle Persian Khawadai and the Bactrian Khudi. A local family called Guzgan ruled over this region. At least we know name of 4 of them: Kanak Guzgan, Skag Guzgan, Besud, Julad Guzgan, and Yan Guzgan, who controlled this region from 659 to 722. That still again says that one family rules in this region for a long time. That these names are all known from the Bactrian documents. like the Khan of Rob, the king of Guzgan managed his region with the help of a group of local elites called Khuf. Again, Khuf means lord. The documents produced in Guzgan showed that the Karval and Kardar managed the civil and fiscal administration in the city and the districts. They communicated through letters circulated by post service. Apart from Rob and Guzgan, Kyrgyzstan was another principality known from the Bakhtian documents. So basically, you can see Kyrgyzstan and that side and that big, eastern part of Khurasan. Sorry, my slides are not really, working in this system, so I cannot really show you what's happening on the map. However, the areas, the exact location of Kyrgyzstan is not known. But the areas mentioned in this document, the documents produced in Kyrgyzstan, make an impression that it was in the east of Baghlan. So probably Baghlan, and considering a little bit all to the Khostan, Fereng, in that area. The Karagbed, meaning the lord of the household, was the ruler of Kyrgyzstan. He was also called the Karavan Shah, or the king of Karak. So basically, you have a ruler that's always called king in this region, even if it's small. The Karagbed controlled his region through an administration filled with the members of local elites, also called Khuf. So you have in Rob, you have in Guzgan, or local elites, you can say, always called Khuf. That is the title. These elites fill the administrative position of different, can say there are different names, like Nabar Bet means quartermaster, Kabon and Darsberg means counselor of elderly, Serdar means record keeper, Hamargar means treasurer, Sharler means city governor, Kardar means village foreman. All these basically people work with the Karagbed to control or to manage the administration in Kyrgyzstan. Like Rob and Guzgan, the post-service facilitated communication between the administrative units in Kyrgyzstan. But also it's important to know that all these little principalities in Guzgan, Rob, Kyrgyzstan, and the rest of Bactria, they had their local forces. So they had their own armies basically paid by the taxes coming from these areas. The situation was similar in other areas of Bactria. Badghis, Kharchistan, Marvorud, and Balkh had their own local administration. Information about the local structure in these areas come from Persian, Arabic, and Chinese sources. In the early 7th century, Badghis was controlled by the rulers known as the Nizak Tarkhan. The Nizaks were the Haftalites, Hunnish people, probably speaking of Iranian languages, whose main political centers were in eastern Bactria, but also controlled Badghis. The Nizak of Badghis were formidable foes to the Sasanians and the Arab Muslim conquerors. They participated in a plot against the Sasanian king and actually killed the king, say, Yazgir III in Marv in 651. And then also the famous Nizak Tarkhan revolted against the Umayyads in 710, and we know a lot about it through the historical narratives, particularly the reports of At-Tabari. Apart from this area, Marvorud and Kharchistan had their own local, rulers. Kharchistan, an area to the east of Badghis, had a local rulers called Ashar. In Arabic, they call it Gharj Ashar, or King's Mountain. The Arabic Gharj Ashar could have been the translation of the Bactrian Garik Shah, mentioned in some Bactrian coins and documents produced in Guzgan. The Muslim geographers Al-Muqaddasi mentioned that Kyrgyzstan had a sophisticated local legal system, and its population followed basically different sects of Islam. The areas of Marvorud controlled by a Marzban, means border guardian. The Marzban was under the authority of Spahbad, the Sasanian governor of Khurasan, who served the Sasanian king of king or Shahanshah. Balkh did not have a local king, but the Barmakid family, or the Barmak, comes from the Sanskrit Paramokha, means chief. This Barmak family, whose members managed the financial issues of the Nawbahar Buddhist monastery, controlled Balkh. Apart from the Barmak family, there was a Spahbad, a title referring to a military commander who worked also in Balkh. The relation between these two is really not known. We don't know, what kind of relation they had. Chaghanian, Akhrun, Shuman, Qavardian, and Khotal had their local kings and managed their areas with the help of local elites. The western part of Khurasan had a little bit different situation. It followed the Sasanian administration, and this is basically the western part of Khurasan when I talk. So these areas and Marvorud basically always is the border between the two. So it's basically is a huge area that I conventionally put them in two parts to understand them better. The western part of Khurasan, as I said, had a different political structure. It followed the Sasanian administration. After a series of war against the nomadic states of the Hunites in the 4th century and the Haftalites in the 5th century, the Sasanians reorganized their empire into 4 military zones. The Sasanian king of king, or Shahanshah, appointed the Spahbad, army commander in each quarter, or called Kust. to make it manageable, the Huseinian basically even divided that coast, or you can say the province, into 4 smaller units. And then they put a Marzban on each of this. So the Marzban basically worked together, and then they all responded to the Spapet, and Spapet responded to the Shahanshah. So this was basically, say, the situation. And all these Marzbans were from the local elite families. And in a way, the Marzbans creating this, can say, political structure in western part of Khurasan, they were also, say, represented a provincial administration. And that provincial administration implemented the regulations basically decided by the Huseinian central administration, mostly in the western part of today's Iran. In the 7th century, all these local rulers were autonomous in their internal affairs. However, none of them attempted to dominate Khurasan alone. There are many reasons that we can talk about it basically in the panel discussions. Instead, they recognized the overlordship of a bigger political power. Before the Arab conquest, and as you can see in this chart, before the Arab conquest, Bactrian local kings recognized the authority of the Kushan Shah, the Yapo of the Haftalites, the Yapo of the Turks. The Kushan Shah recognized the overlordship of the Huseinian Shah and Shah. The Yapo of Turks recognized the suzerainty of the Khaqan of the Turks, who resided outside of Bactria. So again, so you have local, rulers, you have the king, you have the overlord, usually, stays outside of Bactria, but then has influence inside this region. Bactrian documents show that these overlords bestowed titles to Bactrian kings to incorporate them into their own imperial system. For instance, the Khar of Rob was entitled Tabaqliq el-Tabir, means respected chief. The Khaqan dispatched a Tudun, or fiscal system, or fiscal officer, for managing fiscal system, and a Tarkhan, or military commander, to receive tributes from Bactrian kings. With all this, depending on the political situation, Bactrian local kings shifted their loyalty between the bigger powers. And that was basically mainly because of keeping their own political autonomy. And then we also have documents and say reports that the local kings here in this area, particularly the king of Chaghanian and also the Yapo in Takharistan, they contacted the Chinese emperor. So they also used to send letters to China. So basically, in a way, they were managing their political autonomy by keeping themselves between these bigger powers. And this is quite important because it's quite important for today's Afghanistan, that they are exactly as Laurie said, is between the big powers. So in the past we see that they used to do it. So it's not quite a strange thing for us. When the Arab Muslim arrives in Khurasan, most local rulers joined them and become part of the Umayyad empires. The king of Guzgan, Rob, Chaghanian, Shuman, Akhrun, and Khutal recognized the authority of the Amir of Khurasan, who stayed in Marv. The Amir represented the Umayyad Khalifa, who resided in Syria. So again, see the layers of power, which is very different here. Joining the Umayyad was a way to protect their local autonomy. During the Abbasid revolution, the Khurasanis shifted sides and supported the Abbasids. So see, when something happens, they know how to play on the ground. During the Abbasids, as I said, they supported the Abbasids, and that had economic and political benefits to them. For instance, the progenies of the Barmak of Balkh reached the position of the wazir in the early Abbasid political structure, and later they become the kingmakers. So you really see how they embark on a bigger system and become part of it, they become big player. The grandsons of Saman Khuda, for example, joined the Abbasids, and then later they established the Samanid Empire in this region. So though the Khurasani elites formed the main backbone of the early Abbasid Empire, they also contributed to the decline of this empire. In the 11th and 12th century, the Khurasani Turco-Persian sultans took over the region and expanded all the way to North India. They turned the Abbasid Empire from an actual political institution into a ritual institution. The Abbasid Khalifa was no longer a political power, but a nominal overlord who legitimized the Samanid Amir or the Ghaznavite Sultan, the Seljuk, the Ghurid sultans that we all know about them. In this situation, the Khurasani local rulers operated under the Sultan's authority and maintained a degree of autonomy in their internal affairs. The case of Guzgan, which is basically the last thing I'm going to talk about, is the best example that we can see how this pre-Islamic structure, moves, survives, go through in the Islamic period. Information about the local administration in Guzgan comes from, and this is basically the Samanid period, and that is Guzgan I'm going to talk about, comes from the Hudud al-Alam, or Boundaries of the World, written by a native of Guzgan in the 10th century. The Hudud al-Alam mentions that Muhammad ibn Ahmad from the Farigunid family ruled over Guzgan. He was Maliki Juzjan, or Maliki Guzgan. He was superior to all other local rulers in his neighboring regions, called Muluki Atraf. His kingdom had various administrative areas, or nahiyat, such as Rif Sharan, Daramshan, Tamran, Tamazan, Sarwan, Atalaqan and Bir and Faryab and other regions like Guzgan. And Gorzivan. All these areas were managed by the local elites called Mehtaran in the book. The king sent his agents, Kardar, we also saw it in the background documents, to these areas to collect taxes and also bring them to the center in Guzgan. The king of Guzgan, yes, like
1 minute warning.
yes,
Sorry.
great, yeah. So I'm just concluding it. So the king of Guzgan recognized the overlordship of the Samanid king, who actually resided in Bukhara. Other areas in Khurasan had similar situation. According to, and this is actually, you can see it clearly that how the king of Guzgan had local elites under his command, and then he was under the command of the Samanid Amir, and the Samanid Amir responding to the Abbasid Khalifa, nominally, not actually in that sense practically. So other areas of Khurasan had similar situation. According to Hudud al-Alam, the local elites of each area followed their local rulers and their Farmani Amiri Nahiyat Khishan. And local rulers obeyed the Samanid king. The Samanid king recognized the suzerainty of the Abbasid Khalifa as the ultimate overlord. The recognition was declared by minting coins in the Khalifa's name, reciting the name of the Khalifa in the prayer, or the khutbah, and also sending gifts. In return, the Khalifa bestowed an honorary title such as protector, supporter, and client of the Khalifa to the Samanid kings. Recognition of the Khalifa as the ultimate overlord continued by the Khurasani Turco-Persian sultans until the Mongol invasion. To protect their position, some of the Khurasani local rulers shifted sides, cooperated with the Mongols, and acknowledged the overlordship of the Mongol Il-Khan, who recognized the suzerainty of the Mongol Qa'an. The case of the Kurd dynasty of Herat is the best example of the continuation of local political autonomy and overlordship in this region. After all, and then you can basically see how the coins even show this kind of political structure was in place in this region all the way to the Mongol period, and even after the Mongol period basically continued all the way to the reign of Ahmad Shah Durrani. So after all, the documentary and literary sources discussed here show that local political autonomy and overlordship were the main forms of political structure in Khurasan. In this system, members of local elites managed their areas and followed the orders of local king, who was from a noble background. The local king acknowledged the overlordship of a local overlord who resided in Khurasan. The local overlord recognized the suzerainty of an ultimate overlord who stayed outside of Khurasan. The overlord did not interfere in local rulers' internal affairs in this structure. In other words, it was not a top-down political model, but it was basically a bottom-up political model, which is super important for today's Afghanistan when we talk about the political structures. The fact that Khurasan was a shatter zone geographically and a frontier region between bigger political powers, it was in the past and even today required such a system, and that basically explains why this system was quite stable in this region for a long time. That is the valuable lesson for us when we think about modern Afghanistan, which covers most part of historical Khurasan. So that is basically my presentation. I'm sorry about these slides, because this system a little bit different, so it did not show what exactly I wanted to show you, but I hope you could at least get the instance of what I'm talking about. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Reza,
maybe.
for this very rich and inspiring talk, and for showing us that in this 8th to 10th century period already governance was well developed, stratified bureaucracy, not only at sultanate level, but down to the provincial level, diplomatic relations with big states, and Afghanistan, part of this larger Khurasan region. So a lot to compare with today as well. Thank you. And I will now introduce our second speaker, who is Dr. Mejgan Massoumi. In 2021, her dissertation is coming out in a forthcoming book that is called The Sounds of Kabul, Radio and the Politics of Popular Culture in Afghanistan. I apologize for the background noise. I hope it's not too terrible. 1960 to 79. And she was awarded the World History Association's 2023-24 Best Dissertation Prize. And having earned previous degrees in architecture and city planning from UC Berkeley, the foundation of her scholarship is built upon a cross-cultural and interdisciplinary perspective. And the title of her paper today is Listening to a People's History, Resistance Music in Modern Afghanistan. Dr. Massoumi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Dr. Azad. Just give me a second to share my screen, please. Oh, sharing Azizi and Mosaic Afghanistan, especially Dr. Zalmai, Nishat, and May Azizi, for all of their tireless work to get us together in the same room, whether in person or virtually. I also want to acknowledge the other panelists of this conference. I'm honored to be sharing space with all of you today. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share the early stages of a joint research project in this conference. In August of 2021, following the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, Manaza Ibtikar, my intellectual collaborator, and I came across music recordings on various social media platforms that conveyed messages of resistance and cultural preservation amid the political upheaval resulting from the end to what was deemed America's longest war and the return of the Taliban. So we started by informally collecting these digitized recordings of music in our personal archives and soon realized they held significant insights. In fact, what we found was an entire genre of resistance music being generated online and reaching people not just around the world, but on the battlefield as well. Many of the songs we came across were inspired or sung specifically for soldiers on the ground resisting Taliban encroachment. As cities and provinces began to rapidly fall to the Taliban in the summer of 2021, more resistance music was being published on digital media platforms. In fact, the scope and extent of this intangible material is what sparked our own intellectual curiosity and our reasons for wanting to archive it, even if informally at that moment. In 2022, with the initial support from the American Institute of Afghanistan Studies, we began our research to not just collect music, but also critically understand the longer history of resistance, song, memory, and performative activism in the country. Most recently, in May of this year, is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. Please carry on.
Okay. Most recently in May of this year, with the collaboration of Professor Robert Cruz at Stanford University, we were awarded a humanities seed grant to create a digital archive of this resistance music. Today, I will share with you some of the outcomes of our efforts thus far, as well as our ongoing reflections and continued research to not only understand the important role music has played in social movements, but how it serves as evidence of the subversive ways people bolster courage, inspire participation, and foster a sense of community during times of political and social upheaval. To that end, this panel asks us to critically think about Afghanistan's historiography through a discussion of the modern nation state, and perhaps to help us arrive to what we consider to be a people's history. In my over a decade-long pursuit of history from below, focusing on the often overlooked perspectives of ordinary individuals, I have found the voices of musicians and artists and cultural producers to be among the most compelling and committed custodians of what we might consider as a people's history of Afghanistan. This is because the arts are made by and for people, living in real worlds involving conflicts large and small. As such, the arts are also invariably embodiments of people's political and ideological beliefs, understanding and values, both personal and collective. Indeed, the arts are rich human actions, replete with human significance, and by extension, ethical responsibilities. If we view the arts, such as music, as fundamentally social practices, we can examine them as forms of citizenship that significantly impact personal, cultural, political, therapeutic, ideological, and spiritual aspects of people's lives. History shows that music, in particular, has been a powerful force for social change, as seen in movements like the US Civil Rights Movement, the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa, the Arab Spring, and efforts to end genocide in Gaza, Consequently, artists in this field are dedicated to creating work that reflects their critical views on their own communities and environments. Today, I'm on a panel with esteemed historians of the region's medieval past. And while most of the papers presented in this conference come from colleagues well trained in the languages of political science, public policy, and international development, as somewhat of an outlier amongst you, I hope that our discussion of sound and music today will provoke thought about who has been included or excluded from the state, echoing the broader theme of our conference, and who we should listen to as we envision a future for Afghanistan. This research also aims to highlight the critical role of music in an environment where it faces severe threats. Among the bizarre and brutal rules the Taliban have imposed on women, the latest has been banning women from singing in public or letting their voices be heard outside of the house. Just last month, the Taliban's Ministry for the Propagation of Virtue and the Prevention of Vice reported the destruction of 21,328 musical instruments across Afghanistan in the past year. The precision of this number, unlike the often vague estimates of human casualties, underscores this regime's priorities. This is particularly disheartening given the significant revival of diverse musical forms from 2001 to 2021. Unfortunately, since August of 2021, the Taliban have reinstituted censorship of music and musicians, much as they had done between 1996 and 2001. This outlook, however, is disconnected from the country's cultural heritage that encompasses a deep and rich intellectual tradition in poetry and music and art. Let me begin by briefly explaining how Munazza and I have come to understand what resistance music actually is. Resistance music and poetry in Afghanistan represents a unique form of artistic expression born out of the country's tumultuous history of war and occupation. Known as Musiqiye Muqamat in Farsi, this genre emerged during the Soviet invasion, through the civil wars, and Taliban rule, and encompasses themes of patriotism, resistance, and cultural preservation. Influenced by Ferdowsi's Shahnama, resistance poetry merges classical forms with modern language, often using epic and allegorical elements to address contemporary issues. Primarily created by Farsi-speaking communities both within Afghanistan and in exile, this body of work serves multiple purposes: documenting historical events, inspiring resistance, and maintaining cultural ties among the diaspora. Prominent literary contributors include Khalilullah Khalili, Haydari Wujudi, Wasif Bukhtari, and Kahar Asi, among many others. As Afghanistan's political landscape evolves, so does its resistance poetry, reflecting ongoing struggles and shifting dynamics. Persian literature in particular is being used to create a cultural space distinct from Taliban ideology and ethno-linguistic hegemony. This engagement is not merely nostalgic, but aims to inspire new contributions to literature and language. To illustrate these points, I will present two examples from popular mainstream musicians from Afghanistan who happen to be brothers and have cultivated sizable fan bases throughout the diaspora. Take this viral video released in September 2021 as an example. I'll play the clip. Shabab sings the chorus, "Death to Enemies" and "Long Live Afghanistan." Wearing military clothing, the video starts with him taking the flag of the fallen republic and draping it over a stand. Titled "The Valley of Lions," Darrai Shairan, Tahir Shabab uses this ballad to connect the people, the resistors, and the nation to the main characters of Fardowsi's Shahnameh, Rustam and Sohrab, who are rooted in the land and described as free, Azad, and alive, Zinda, with the enemies referring to the Taliban as foreign, Begana wa Ajnabi. Another recent example comes from Siddiq Shabab's song, Begana. Let's take a listen to it, but before I distill some comments on the song itself, I'll note here that the poetry of the song is penned by Qahar Asi, considered the most popular modern poet of 20th century Afghanistan, and who was tragically killed when a rocket hit his home in the 1990s. Of the song is Khabardar, Khabardar, Begana, Begana ast. Beware, beware, a stranger is a stranger after all. And he goes on to sing, Haman san ke dar raye tur o talab, na Punjabi az ma shawad, ne Arab. Just like Moses, who was alone on the path to Mount Sinai to speak to God, neither a Punjabi or an Arab will be ours to help us reach salvation on earth or in the hereafter. Zebegana dar pay zawlana hast, Khabardar, begana, begana hast. It is the stranger that wants to chain us or restrain us. Beware, a stranger is a stranger after all. This song, leaning on poetry written in the 1990s, when the presence of foreigners was also imminent in Afghanistan and the Taliban had originally taken shape, is resurrected decades later only to capture the same sense of unfamiliarity or strangeness abound in the country's political imaginary. Here, resistance comes in the form of a clarion call to beware, to realize the aberration of what is foreign to the people, and to be weary of that encroachment. Transitioning from an exploration of these evocative songs and their roles in representing resistance, I pivot to a poignant episode from the spring of 2023 when the Taliban killed the young commandant, Akmal Amiri, a former commander of the Republic's Special Forces. In response, the prolific Hirati poet Shiba Raimi, who routinely disseminates her poetry on social media, shared a poem with her large Facebook audience. Accompanied by images of Commandant Amiri engaged in combat, Raimi's words encapsulated the sentiments of thousands of social media users who expressed grief over his death. In this poetic composition, Raimi pays tribute to Commandant Amiri's resolute commitment on behalf of the people, venerating his unwavering loyalty to the homeland, even in his demise through combat. Analogous to other forms of resistance, music, and poetry, this literary expression situates the individual within a framework of communal mourning and collective struggle aimed at ending the dominion of the adversary and promoting self-determination. Raimi's characterization of Amiri as embodying the glory of martyrdom in battle signifies a sacrifice encompassing multiple facets, such as devotion to a divine cause, the pursuit of honor, and the defense of one's homeland. Unlike the martyrdom proclaimed by the Taliban with immediate compulsion with death or dying through suicide bombing, martyrdom here puts more emphasis on struggling to seek victory and doing everything to avoid death. For these communities, martyrdom is deeply connected to mystical poetry and Sufism in achieving self-annihilation to gain unity with the beloved. Part commemorative, part rallying call, such poetry expresses the will of the collective to survive and reiterate its values. And finally, I'd like to introduce you to an example from among the cadre of emerging young artists that are actively engaged in the creation of resistance music. These artists contribute to the musical landscape by composing and distributing their music through popular social media platforms such as YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. This contemporary media environment represents a transformative paradigm as it has introduced innovative means for both the production and consumption of music. Notably, platforms like YouTube have dismantled traditional constraints of time and space, affording unprecedented opportunities for songs to achieve instantaneous global dissemination upon their release. One of the most popular voices of this emerging genre of post-2021 resistance music is Sufi Shuaib, a 30-year-old from Panjshir province who has lived in exile since 2021. Sufi Shuaib tells us that he adopted Sufi as part of his name from Sufi Majid Panjshiri, the popular local artist of the anti-Soviet resistance in northern Afghanistan. He recalls listening to his music as a child when the Taliban had taken power in the mid-1990s, and his home province was under the control of the internationally recognized government at the time. Sufi Majid's songs were resurrected from the time of the Soviet-Afghan War to encourage the resistance against the Taliban in the 1990s. When we asked him during an interview about the themes of his songs and on why he sings resistance music, Sufi Shuaib spoke of love, and especially love for God and those who are lovers of freedom as his main motivations. During an event to commemorate the life and death of the late resistance commander Ahmad Shah Massoud and other martyrs of Afghanistan, in September of 2022, Sufi Shuaib performed an a cappella song with the chorus that sings, "May the soldiers of the resistance be victorious and hold their heads high." Here's a clip of this performance. Sufi Shuaib discussed his audience and tells us that most of the songs he composes are for the soldiers and commanders on the ground and affiliated with the Jabhe Muqamat to motivate and encourage them through their struggles and to reinforce their purpose for justice and freedom from oppression. Here, we attempt to examine the way war-informed folk music in the northern regions of Afghanistan, transforming it into a medium beyond mere entertainment. The poetry and resistance music that Sufi Shuaib and other musicians create also works to preserve a collective cultural identity and are a great source of historical knowledge as well. Despite significant cultural production, Afghan resistance and folk music, particularly in remote regions, remains largely neglected in scholarly work. Most research dates back to the 1960s and 70s, with notable contributions from Lorraine Sakata, John Bailey, Veronica Doubleday, and Mark Slobin, whose 1976 book, Music in the Culture of Northern Afghanistan, documented folk music in the north. The onset of the 1979 war led to a decline in studies on local music, especially that related to conflict and violence. While these early studies are valuable, they are outdated, lacking insights into how war has influenced cultural expressions today. In conclusion,
Oh, perfect. Thank
yeah,
you.
in conclusion, while exploring music as resistance, I found some inspiration in scholarship in adjacent fields, and the writings of James Baldwin particularly illuminating. Baldwin's reflections on jazz music in his 1979 essay on the Sorrow Songs highlights how jazz confronted and reanimates the legacy of slavery in sound. And because jazz originated from the struggles and resilience of African Americans, it reflects their complex history and cultural depth. He argued, music is our witness and our ally. The beat is the confession which recognizes, changes, and conquers time. With that said, as a form of communication, musiqi muqamat also transcends mere notes and rhythms, embodying the pain, hope, and triumph of a people. This music is a vital, living expression of the liberation struggle in Afghanistan, deeply rooted in a community's history and culture. As Monaza John and I continue our efforts, we hope we can be in community with all of you here and ask you to join us to help build this archive of resistance music and preserve a people's history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mejgan. That was illuminating, fascinating, beautiful footage and sounds. Thank you for sharing, and I think it fits very much within this panel, given that we're talking about all kinds of voices, as you rightly said, including local voices, but also female voices and voices from all kinds of demographic communities. So I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much. Obviously all these points will be picked up in the panel discussion, which will be led by my colleague. But now gives me great pleasure to introduce the next speaker at the panel, who is my colleague Nabi Saqee. Saqee completed his BA and MA degrees in Persian language and literature and social science from the American University of Afghanistan. He taught Persian language and literature, teaching methods and history of Afghanistan after the arrival of Islam for 12 years. Saqee worked also as a human rights activist and civil society activist in Ghur province, and as a researcher in the Central Office of the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission. He published 10 books and several articles in Afghan local and national newspapers and magazines in the fields of history, politics, Islamic studies, literature, human rights, and ethnicities of Afghanistan. His academic publications include papers on the history of pre-Islamic Ghur, Persian manuscripts, literature, and folklore. And he authored the book Barghoyi az yak fasl, which are focused on the Firuzkoh papers, which we will be hearing about very shortly, and numerous other pieces. Saqee joined the Invisible East program at the University of Oxford, which I direct in Oxford, and enjoys funding by the European Research Council and the British Arts and Humanities Research Council. And he came here after the Taliban took over power in August, a year later, in August 2022, thanks to the Bodleian Library's Afghan Fellows program, we were able to bring him to Oxford, where he is working with the Invisible East program on pre-Mongol written documents and their social-cultural context. And without further ado, let me just tell you the title of Saqee's presentation, which is Administrative Documents in the Firuzkoh Papers. Saqee, the floor is yours.
Thank you everybody. Hello to everybody, and thank you for Mr. Nishat and also Dr. Nishat and also Mosaic Foundation, and also thank you for Dr. Azad for introduction, and also I want to thank you for all the people helped to this conference and Cambridge University and others. So I want to talk today about administrative documents and Firuzku papers. And I want to talk about two issues. At first, I want to introduce a little the Firuzku papers. And then I want to focus a little about administrative documents. Yeah. So the Firuzku, what are the Firuzku papers? About 101 Persian documents datable 12th and 13th centuries before Mongol, pre-Mongol, from the Ghurid or Shansabaniya period. So this is the Firuzku paper is 101 document from 12th and 13th century. In 1991, they were found in a cave in Shahri Khurun of Ghelmin district in Afghanistan. The Ghelmin is located 40 kilometers north of Firuzku, center of Ghur province. The documents were given to Afghanistan National Archive in 2020. The documents were kept by Mirza Khaja Muhammad Khan in Ghur about 30 years, from 1991 to 2020. So here we see the Afghanistan, and then we see the Ghur in the center of Afghanistan, central Afghanistan. And here in the map, we see the Ghelmin in the box. So this two blue line, one is Hari Road and another is Morghab River. And in the middle, this yellow line is Firuzku or Sefidku. And actually this mountain separate the Hari Road and Morghab from each other. And it has very important role to this river, because it's a lot of mountain and snow. And these two rivers have some connection with this Koi Baba and Firuzku and Sefidku. And the distance between these two rivers is about 40 kilometers from Hari Road to Morghab. And this is the map of Ghurid Empire that include some part of today's Iran and some part of Central Asia, and also Pakistan and India in 12th and 13th century. And also here is the show the map, the Bamiyan document, or some people call Afghan Geniza, and also the Firuzku document in Ghur. And this points show the places or the villages and the towns that mentioned in the document, and right now they are in Ghur province today. So in this picture, we see the Shari Khurun area, the mountain, and the rocks or and the cave. This box, the red box, show the caves that the Firuzku papers found from that caves. Yeah. And here also we see the caves in the mountain, and also a view of Sharistay, a village in Ghelmin, 1 kilometer east of Shari Khurun. It is another village that this Sharistay also mentioned in the Firuzku document. And here at the bottom we see some remains of ancient monument that maybe this today Shari Khurun at the medieval time maybe was some town and some or city, I don't know. So, and these three gentlemen are the people. They went inside the cave on that day. They found the document. The local people, Dr. John Muhammad, Hoji Adam Khan, and Abdul Razzaq. And this photo taken in 2023 from them. But on that time they were 30 years ago, young people. Yeah. So the contents or the typology of Firusku paper, administrative documents, and taxes, order for payments, receipts, and list. And also we have legal documents, and also istifta, or legal question from the qazi or from the mufti. And also we have some letters, private and official letters. And also we have fragment of Quran and religious poetry and other religious fragment in this 101 document. The date and the time of this document, so we have the oldest date is 7th of Rabiul Awwali 571 Hijri calendar and 1175 Gregorian calendar. The latest date is Safari 618 or 1221. Yeah, we can see in the box, the red box, the date of the documents. When we talk about the weight and units and currency, so the important weight units are man and kharwar, and also the measurement units, gas and joft and dar and darban for home, and qit'a or piece for land, and sar for the animals, and tir for a share or one part of something, and dinar for the money, currency. And we have two kinds of dinar in this documents. One is general dinar, and two other Firuzkuhi dinar and Firuzkuhi old dinar. And the important taxable item and osher item, that means osher religious tax. So we have wheat, we have barley, we have apple, and other grain and fodder. They are the taxable thing that government take tax from this thing from the people. So publication about the Firuzku paper, the publication of Barghai az yak fasl in 2009 in Persian in Afghanistan by me and Mirza Khaj Muhammad, the owner of the document at that time, and also Dr. Reza Huseini here had a paper about the rule of muqaddams or the village hitman in the Firuzku paper. And also BBC Persian or maybe the other BBC, other language in BBC had some news report about this document, and when they come to President Ashraf Ghani and to National Archive. And important work about the Firuzku document done by Invisible East program in Oxford University that Dr. Arezou Azad manage and mention about this. We are together with other scholar work in this, but we are not just working in Firuzku paper, with a lot of paper, Bamiyan and Sogdian and Bactrian and other. So the Invisible East doing translation and analysis, and also preparing a monograph, and also digitizing all these papers, and also publish 3 volumes in administrative, legal, and other parts of Firuzku documents, and preparing a gazetteer of place name, and also a documentary about the Firuzku paper. And here you see the Afghanistan National Archive building in Kabul that Firuzku paper right now kept there. So administrative document. So we have 41 documents. They are about administrative section from this 100. So this administrative documents are taxes and osher, and also administrative orders and debt recovery order and payment order, or hawala. Hawala that sometimes government say to people to give this thing to the government. And the Firuzku paper administrative system is in this in this level. At first we have al-Diwan. in Firuzko's paper, we have ad-diwan al-ikhtiyari. And the second level is mu'tamid. The person was between the diwan and the people. And the third level was muqaddaman and khajagan. They were the headmen of the villages. And at the end, people. And also from the other side, people gave to this muqaddam, the ushr and other thing, and then muqaddam to mu'tamid and mu'tamid to diwan. And it was the system of work between people and the government. Yeah. So we have here diwan, mu'tamids, and muqaddams. In the Firuzko's paper, we have diwan and issued this document from this diwan. We saw the diwan al-ikhtiyari in the backs, like tawqi or the name of diwan al-ikhtiyari in the boxes. And also, we don't know more about what was belong this ikhtiyari or ikhtiyar-ad-din, but we think maybe this ikhtiyar-ad-din was some local sarhang or local general or local ruler of the area. And also we have in the other documents some other diwan like diwan al-hijabri, diwan al-muizzi, or other diwan belong to the people, for the person. And also we have mu'tamid or Khaja Ali Abdul Rashid. He was the mu'tamid or warehouse manager. And in 18 document, we have the name of this person, Khaja Ali Abdul Rashid, and 2 documents about Ali Salahdar and Muhammad ibn Mahmud. And we have the name of Khajagan and Muqaddaman in 8 documents. So the diwan lending to the people from warehouse, it is important. The document 39 show the government give loan to the people, the grain, wheat and barley, and then collect from the people to the warehouse. And it's very important that the government always don't take from the people, but sometimes the government give to people things. And this say ad-diwan al-ikhtiyari Bismillah ar-Rahman, Bismillah, مقدمان این موازی بدانند که غله‌ای که به وجه قرض از انبار برداشتن از عهده برون آیند. bring back. و به علی عبدالرشید باز رسانند دامم 600 من، نله 500 من، آبدر 1000 من، توخندی ارتوفندی 700 من، خای 400 من. این جمله بدانن، اعتماد نمایند، تقصیر نکنن. فی سنه 17 و 600. الدیوان الاختیاری بسم الله, the muqaddams of this place shall take note that the grain which they took as a loan from the storehouse, they shall become relieved of their obligation and pay back the loan of grain to Ali bin Abdul Rashid. Damam 600 man, Nala 500 man, Abdar 1000 man, and to Fundi 500 man, and Khai 400 man. They shall take note all of this. They shall put their trust in the sign. They shall note. They shall not delay. It has been written in the year 615 Hijri. And this is another administrative document, some orders. مقدمانی بند ایلیج, it is a place. خاص و عام مقاطعه عشر بدهند به جهت فیروزکو, تقصیر نکنن فی السنه something. And also we have receipt like this. رسید از دست خواجه حاجی ابن الحسین از بهای 1 سر مل به حکم برات خداوند رشید الدین اخرنگ به من که علی محمد حسینم گندم 200 من و این خط حجت داده شد تا حساب بود به تاریخ جمادی الاول سنه 700. The following amount has been handed over by Khaja Hajib ibn al-Hussein at the equivalent value of 1 deer in accordance with the order of payment issued by the Lord Rashid al-Din Akhrang to me, Ali ibn Muhammad ibn Hussein, with 200 men. This document was given to serve to serve as evidence. It shall be accounted for. It has been written in Jamadiul Awwal, the year 605. And the list, and also we have another type of administrative documents. They are listed. For example, Muhammad bin Ali, Abdul Karim, Barley, 66 man, Uthmani Sildi with 29 men, and other. And so in conclusion, the Firuzko papers show that there was a regular administrative system in this place at that time. The government did not always take from the people and did not always collect. Sometimes it also gave a loan to the people and other. The Firuzko paper have not been sufficiently known as studied yet. Invisible East research on Firuzko paper is very useful, but not enough. I think it is necessary for us to continue these researches and studies, and other institutions and scholars also can help to work on these documents and reach more and answer and result. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Good evening. Good morning. This the cloudy weather is like hinting that I'm coming from Kazakhstan. Though the sky is always bright there. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Azad, for the introduction and fantastic presentations. I really enjoyed listening to all of them and taking notes of the particular remarks and mentions by the incredible presenters. Since the theme of since the theme of this panel is a critical assessment of elitist historiographies, it's always interesting that the Invisible East and Dr. Huseini and Mr. Saqee and also Dr. Massoumi is doing, and the work which is related to critical assessment of nationalist historiographies, and for that, of course, we need, documented history in order to be critically, to be able to critically assess what has been, presented as nationalist history or taught in the schools in Afghanistan and elsewhere. But since I'm very much, as you know, interested in connected history of the region, I would like to begin with a couple of remarks and maybe pose at the end a general question for the panelists. Beginning with Dr. Huseini, I'm very much interested in looking how we can, as historians, think of moments of rupture and continuity between the Bactrian age and Islamic era, and also the medieval history and nationalist history. And since the theme of this conference is also reimagining Afghanistan, the future of Afghanistan, to what extent, for example, we can borrow from these different political cultures and the transformation of political cultures throughout the history of the region in order to develop something more inclusive, something that is grounded on effective management or effective governance of in the region, and to what extent we can, because in the nationalist historiographies, the Bactrian age is used as a tool to separate the Iranian studies from Afghanistan studies in most circumstances. To what extent we can read Bactrian era and Khushanid era, and then the Persianate and integrate it into the Persianate studies and see what is produced in Iran and Pakistan and India and Central Asia, and read history as it were more like shared rather than divided between nations and ethnic groups in the past. And since your presentation was entirely hinting and leading towards a particular conclusion that the political culture in the Eastern Khurasani region was highly decentralized, and there were different households and political elites which were emerging in that period of time, with different terminologies popping up in different even cities in the country, which was very enriching, because that's something we need to learn, that when we talk about the past, it's highly heterogeneous. It's not about one group ruling over the entire country, or one interpretation, or one dynasty, or and that's probably hinting also towards a good grasp on why we have this regionalism culture, or regional identities in Afghanistan. For example, we have these localities within a province. We have different identities that people are sticking to their own, a district or city, rather than trying to cast a larger identity. Or I didn't find any remark on the Khurasani identity in your presentation. Probably that's also understandable, because your presentation was somehow hinting that local identities somehow to a large extent overshadowed this larger identity. Maybe it existed more in a symbolic level, to connect the localities with the vast Umayyad Empire, but to what extent we can learn from this experience of highly decentralized form of political culture, and to what extent we can embed this element into the future projects of reimagining Afghanistan, and to tap on this element. And with regard to the second presentation coming from Dr. Massoumi, it was really interesting, because the resistant literature is not really unique to the context of Afghanistan. We have this element, shared in Central Asia, in Afghanistan, in Iran. We had, recently we have articles and books published on, the role of Persian films and Persian series in criticizing the current regime. Especially, I've been personally a big fan of this Mehran Mudiri's work and how he tries to use media and films to criticize the current regime and show, demystify the image of the current Iranian regime in the eyes of Iranian audience. So there is a potential that we can study films and literature and poetry in order to look at the society and the past from a different perspective. There are a lot of writings about Bob Marley and his contribution to, black culture or African American culture, and to what extent he inspired so many African intellectuals to think differently about the African values. And we had also similar. Have this singer in Tajikistan called Afzal Shah Shadiyev, who is constantly singing for the separation, grieving for the separation of Bukhara and Samarkand from the rest of Tajik people. And he has a very popular song called, Ay dilo janam Samarkand, Ay dilo janam Bukhara, Tajikistanam Samarkand, Tajikistanam Bukhara, which is also very legitimate way of criticizing what has happened, especially at the age of transformation, when new nations emerged, and of course people's imaginations were hurt, and people were divided into different principalities and countries. My question would be, to what extent we can, first of all, use this what Ranajit Guha would call it, like this new medium of history writing, that we need, especially for marginal groups, because we don't have a very strong written culture to talk about different ethnic groups and their past, for example, about Hazaras and Uzbeks and Tajiks, and to what extent we can use this medium of like folkloric songs and musicology and papyrology in order to compensate and fill the gap of knowledge which we have about the different ethnic groups and different not just diversity within among ethnic groups, but within ethnic groups as well. So somehow we get this impression that when we talk about Uzbek and Tajik Turkmen identities, they are somehow homogenized from within, which is not the case. And often, as you could see from Dr. Huseini's presentation, they are very much diverse, and you see different principalities which existed. The differences between Khatlan and Guzgan and different parts of the northern Afghanistan as well. So to what extent we can use this medium to compensate for the gap of knowledge which exists at the moment, and to what extent we can connect this Afghanistan-centric literature with the wider, regional literature, because somehow I see that that's happening a lot to my countrymen and intellectuals from Afghanistan, that they are very much, basing their work on context rather than engaging with the further discourses in the Persian studies realm, in the regional realm, or Middle Eastern history. Things like Rashid Khalidi would say, we need to study differences, but at the same time we need to study shared history and shared points and connecting points. And we are not unique in so many ways. We had different points of connection. For example, when we talk about the Bactrian age, this also integrated as surprisingly as a strong element of Tajik identity in Tajikistan as well. So the national government is promoting the they even renaming one of the cities as Bakhtar in Tajikistan. So to what extent we can somehow embed all these shared past in order to not just reimagine the future, but also think of point of connectivity for the future, which we needed a lot, because as a country which was isolated for such a long time from the regional bonds and connections, maybe we need to tap on something academically and it's also academically justifiable, because the past was not really nationalized. The past was heterogeneous, and it was connecting us with Central Asia, with India, with the rest of Middle Eastern world. So the only question which popped up in my mind while reading the paper from Dr. Massoumi was, okay, we were talking about resistant literature, but resistance against whom? Do we need a sense of clarity in the language that we're talking? So is it the resistance against the political culture in Afghanistan, as resistance against the Pashtun-centric nationalism? Is it resistance against a form of resistance from the margin against the center? Because the northern part of the country was economically disadvantaged, historically disadvantaged. Even one of the founding reasons for the anti-Amanullah revolts in 1929 was the economic disadvantage of northern belt of Afghanistan. So is it resistance of the north against the south, or is it the resistance of Persian speakers or Persian societies against the more like Persian-centric form of governance? So I really wanted to see if we could also look at it from the impact of political developments on the resistance poetry, and to what extent I see some of them are really clearly speaking in a very clear language against the current nationalism, which is in power, especially after the return of the Taliban to power. So. With regard to the last paper, I found it very interesting. I think we do need a lot of work which is based on studying correspondences from the past, legal documents, because we do not have a very accurate image of the past in the nationalist historiographies. We always assume and theorize about the past in a sense which is not documented, and it is giving rise to different contradictory imaginations that everyone is trying to hold some sort of control on depicting the past in a particular way. But maybe that's the way, to read documents and correspondences, which I hope that the number of these discoveries will increase by every passing year and decade. So, one of the surprising elements which I found, and I think I can connect it with the Central Asian literature, which I was pretty much involved in the last couple of years, is the term Khwaja. In this work is connected with the lordship rather than the Sayyids. You know, in Central Asian, the Russian Orientalists have always depicted Khajas as Sayyids, and I've always been, like a vocal critic of this type of interpretation, that somehow these new terms are redefined by Orientalist, scholars, that they are connecting the Khajas with Sayyids and Arabs, and while this was particularly a title given to a political, a class which existed across the greater Khurasan region. So to what extent we can look and redefine these classifications and these namings based on the documents which exist and the documents that we hopefully discover in the future. And I really enjoyed the discourse of Dr. Azad as well on the and Mr. Saqee on the mention that the Mongol invasion did not really lead to the absolute annihilation of the resources which exist on history, and that's that's the myth that when the Mongols arrived, they smashed everything and erased everything. But maybe that's also a hint for us to look for more information and see maybe we can find more documents which tell us. And the question which I had for Mr. Saqee is that since the language used in these documents are still understandable and comprehensible for us, and to what extent we can borrow from these sources in order to come up with some sort of, maybe also that's a question related to your work as well, to come up with a sense of more historically grounded political terminology that we need in order to develop a kind of unique political culture in the geography. And at the same time, since this is a kind of evidence that the Persian language existed in this region, to what extent this Persian language was different from the Persian languages developed in different regions of the greater Khurasan region. And since Ali Kozad is also mentioned in the paper, to what extent we can use this new way of looking at these documented history in order to contribute in critical assessment of the nationalist historiographies in Afghanistan, something which we really, I think, need to do, particularly at this time, that we are somehow, facing a deadlock that, the past is kind of fixated, and we need to look at the past as something that flows, beyond, the geographies and boundaries of Afghanistan. Thank you, everyone.
Do you want to start or shall I start? Okay. Well, Mejgan, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Start or shall I, talk a little bit about these issues
Yeah.
of historiography, if I'm allowed? I guess you have three.
Sorry, can we get the microphone?
Oh, yes, okay. So, I guess, shall I put it here? It's okay?
No.
Okay. No?
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I guess when we talk about, history of this region, I quote my friend, Professor Hanifi. He says that Afghanistan is victim of many things, including victim of too much information, too much, written in our history. And also I quote, another friend of mine, Professor Yatsen at Leiden University, you already, know about him. He's a great scholar and collected lots of Arabic books. When I told him about Khurasan and the early Islamic Empire and this and that, and I said, oh, lots of articles are written, this and that. I said to me, how many sources do you know? The actual sources coming from that time or close to that time they can read, and how can you read it, right? So, two issues are here. So one is that when you have a region, there are lots of, historical issues are there, written about them and rewritten about them, and we really need to rewrite them each and every, you can say time. So probably I can say that you have three layers here. So one is that internationally, among many people, they think that today's Afghanistan is an ungovernable area. So you cannot govern it. And this is, when you, talk to Thomas Barfield, the professor always, tell you about it, right? That it was basically wrong. So this notion of Afghanistan is not governable is wrong. Because, the administrative documents from Ghor, Firuzkoh, Bactria, all these things, they show it. Even from the city all the way to the village in the mountain, it was manageable. It was basically governable. But it depends how you how you understand it. So the second thing is that internationally, lots of books are written about it, and we all know about it. Lots of fictions also. That Afghanistan is the graveyard of empires. So this is basically like whoever goes there, they die, right? I mean, Russians go there, English go there, I mean, whoever. But then we should understand the Sassanians were there, the Turks were there, the Haftalites were there, the Arabs went there, I mean, say the Mughals of India, basically before the British in 1648, they were there. They actually conquered this area. They were there, completely fine. Nothing happened. So why this is the graveyard of empire? Because it is our misunderstanding of this region. So A is very governable, very manageable. 2 is not a graveyard of empire. It depends. If we, make it, basically, if we mess with it, it is the graveyard of empire. We mess with it, as, say, Laurie said about that, and then now we are in the situation. So why? Because we don't understand it, right? And then 3 layers can be read here. So 1 is the nationalistic history in Afghanistan that is basically formed around the nation-state building after, Mahmoud Tarzi, Amanullah Khan, all this history about it. Habibi, Qobar, all these people came and write about the history of this region. But what they do is they try to say that this today's country, Afghanistan, was historically existed 5,000 years ago. I mean, it was Afghanistan. It was the name of Afghanistan, like this and that, lots of elements. So what they do, they highlight the Afghanness in it, right? So you all are familiar with that because most of you read already Ghubar, Habibi, and other works. But then this is one problem because, it's, as you said, nation-state issue, and then cut it completely from its historical context. Cut it from Iran, cut it from Central Asia, cut it from South Asia, cut it, from all those historical roots. So 1. The second thing is that you have a regional, the second layer is a regional historiography, which nowadays you have, for example, when you go to Iran, they say, oh, Shahnameh is ours. Who dare you? You Afghans talk about Shahnameh, or you people from talk about, for example, Maulana or Rumi. The Turks, they claim him, or, so many other things. So this regional historiography is also problematic. Why they do? Because they brought basically the entire region into one small piece of that, historical region. So like today you have it in Uzbekistan, for example, you have the same problem. In Kazakhstan, you have the same problem. In Tajikistan, you have the same problem. In Pakistan, you have the same problem. And in Iran, of course, very big, problem. Because what they do at the end of the day, say, oh, this was Iran. So it means you are part of us. But then, at the end of the, say, discourse. So that's also, a big problem. And also within this, nationalistic regional historiography, which we also have that unfortunate, problem in Afghanistan, say today, historiography in Afghanistan. So what they do, they element, external affair. It's the external enemy. Like the Arabs are our enemy, destroyed our things. Mongols came and destroyed our things. None of this happened. And as I showed, basically the local, these people here, they understood who actually come there. They knew how to deal with them, and they actually, as I showed, they continued. The system continued all the way to the time of Ahmad Shah Durrani, all the time to the time of basically Dost Muhammad Khan. So the same system I took to you, this, political structure, was all the time continued to the time of Dost Muhammad Khan. And actually, who destroyed it is Abdurrahman. And then, of course, nationalistic things. And then why it was quite stable, this is also important, to learn about it, is that why this system, from at least from the 4th century, that we know it clearly because we have the documentations. We know that this decentralized political structure, that I call it local political autonomy and overlordship, which actually created a kind of confederation, political confederation in this region. It was stable, it was a political, say structure worked, we know from the 4th century because we have the documentation, and it basically noticed by the Chinese in the 7th century. It noticed, by the Arabs in the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th centuries, by the Persian, documentaries we have, all the way, to the time of Ahmad Shah Durrani. And then the question is that why this system lasts for a long time? How these, political, like say, little families, they stayed for hundreds of years. How could they manage it? So they basically, what I want to say it, and then unfortunately even scholarly work nowadays, when we think about this region, we do not think about, because we historians forgot about geography. So we historians forgot about the society. So we abstracted too much. We brought, the information from the context. We made it into a small abstract, just play with that without understanding that text has a huge, context. And then that text, as, Quentin Skinner and John Donne and other colleagues, talk about it, that text should be read basically in its own context. And the context here is that this region today, you have Afghanistan, is basically built on that, or say confines to that region, is geographically a shattered zone region. this is the most important issue we have to understand, is a shatter zone region. What is shatter zone? Shatter zone, all people, who read geology. So geologically means, an area, there are lots of, elements are there. Mountains are there, desert are there, inland delta is there, river is there, all these things are there. So one. So this shatter zone. The second thing is this region is a frontier region. It was always been a frontier region. Is today is a frontier region, will ever remain as a frontier region, because you cannot change the geography. You cannot change the Hindu Kush mountain between India and the steppe. You cannot replace them with something else, right? So they were there for thousands of years. So, so basically 2 elements are there. One is that this geography is a shatter zone. 2 is a frontier region. So basically in this, and it's also between India, Central Asia, Iran, and China. So people moved all the time from these regions, came here. The ethnicity, as you said, there are different people. Languages were all different. If you look at Buddhas of Bamiyan here and there are lots of different religions were there. So the first element of a shatter zone is that you have a kind of mosaic in terms of ethnicity. No, I don't call it ethnicity, in terms of people, like group of people. So the first element. So that you have, different people with different languages, different religions, different things. And then the second thing is when it's a frontier region, you cannot dominate it politically. You cannot dominate it politically directly. So if you want to impose, for example, a direct rule, like what we have in America, for example, later comes to in Kabul, that was wrong from the beginning. And that's why, it's one of the reasons that basically we historians think it went wrong to the end. So, that is one issue that wrong, with the Afghan state building right from the beginning. So what they do is they think that in this shatter zone, in this frontier region, that is everything is very complicated, you bring a political model from Africa, from Switzerland, from this, from that, you put it there, directly control it. You cannot do that. Why? Because the geography of shatter zone, the situation in the frontier region doesn't allow you to do that, right? So that's why, for centuries, these local lords, they were all from that region. For example, Rob in Samangan. You people, went to Samangan. What is there? It's little, city of Aibak, a little bit, to the south is mountain. Or Bamiyan, what Bamiyan had? Like a valley, that much agriculture? No. But why so rich to build, the Buddhas of Bamiyan? Huh? So lots of questions like this, you have to think about that region. So when you put them all together, it means that this region, because it's a shatter zone geographically, because it's between the 2 climates, India and Central Asia, because it's between the 2 worlds of sedentary and nomadic, in historically, and it's part of the Iranian, and cultural milieu at the same time. So this, you cannot centralize it, because these elements does not allow you. These elements do not allow you, all of them. And then people tried it from 1919, from Amanullah Khan till now. How many years? Of all this. If you do it now, Taliban will do, whoever they do, they fail. They fail. Because, unless and until you do not, actually address this issue, you cannot govern that area. And then, so that is, I think, the most important, lesson that we can learn from it. And also, coming back to your issue of historical, connectivity with the region. For example, when you go to India, you study, history of India, they tell you nothing about Central Asia, right? You go to Iran, they tell you nothing about India, apart from Safavids, and a little bit of Nader Shah. Or you go to Central Asia, they don't hear nothing about, South Asia. But then we also have to understand that this region was part of one common economic zone, right? One common economic zone. And then one of the way, I say it very publicly, one of the way probably for the policymakers, even, when you think about it, one of the way if you want to stabilize this region is to bring it back to one shared economic zone. So that is basically allows a stabilization. So this is what the lesson we can, learn from it. Yep.
Thank you, Reza. Yeah, I wanted to give the other speakers an opportunity to respond as well. So, Dr. Massoumi, would you like to respond to the comments that were made about your paper? I think we need to try to keep it brief so that the participants can go to their tea and coffee, and after that I will give the word to Nabi also. Dr.
Thank you so much, Professor Azad. I'll definitely keep it brief, and I'll try to be as coherent as I possibly can at 3:33 in the morning here in California. Dr. Ahwar, thank you so much for your engagement with all of our papers and your very interesting questions. Again, I'll try to be as coherent as I can, but I do have lots of thoughts to share, and I'll try to be concise. So your first question was, to what extent can we use this new medium of history, meaning what's captured in sound and song, and particularly for the knowledge we have of different ethnic groups. You know, what made me arrive at cultural history more broadly, my larger body of work is on the history of radio, and I'm really interested in performative art, is precisely because its accessibility to understand people on the ground. So you can, you know, in some of the songs that I shared with you, you can even learn local dialects of Farsi or Persian from these songs. Oftentimes, Munazza and I, even though we are native speakers of our language and we have studied it for the purposes of our studies, we often have to consult with our elders to help us understand some of the local nuances in dialects that come from the northern regions or southern regions or eastern regions or what have you, right? And so that's another way to tap into understanding the local languages of these different regions and different ethnic groups. And if you're up for the challenge, it's such a beautiful exercise because of what you gain in an insider view into that local knowledge being expressed through music. But I would also say that beyond just the ethnic dimension, right, we also have to take into account too that this also tells us something about the ways in which different gender groups also interpret music, particularly women. Since the Taliban's recent ban of women's voices in public, right? Social media is now replete with women going online and recording themselves singing songs, right? And so there's a gendered aspect there too that I think is worth exploring in addition to the ethnic one. Your other question was about how we can connect this literature to wider literature. And I think that you mentioned this in your comments to me, but you know, if you look at the corpus of literature and poetry that resistance music is often based upon, it is in the realm of, it is borrowing and interpreting, sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically, from the Persian world's great poets. And I think that, of course, connects this music to a larger geographical region, but more so beyond that, when we think of figures like Bob Marley or the Beatles or other great musicians of the world singing songs of resistance, or what we can label that, right? Global historical forces like colonialism and imperialism have inflicted our world, and people respond to that through art, particularly because art, and in the form of song, is a much safer space to allow for sentiments to be expressed at much lower risk than explicit speech, particularly when your freedom of speech is being infringed upon. An artist can take a performative artist can take to a poem and express these sentiments. And I think that's another way of expanding this literature. And finally, your last point about resistance against whom, sometimes it's very explicit in these songs who the resistance is against. We're looking mostly at songs produced after 2021, and so the Taliban are often mentioned in them. And sometimes there's this anonymity, right? Because they are oftentimes these songs are drawing on this Persianate literature that was written centuries ago, and that anonymity is actually something that I think makes a song timeless, that you can adapt it and make it have meaning during the time that you're living in, right? And hence a song becomes timeless.
I think
Yes, I'm going to stop. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you so much. Thank you. And I know the organizers are keen to wrap this up, and sorry hasn't had a chance to respond to the many questions posed to him, especially about linguistic features. I wonder whether you might want to discuss that over coffee, if that's all right with you.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. We will take a 15-minute break. I do understand we're a little bit late.
Hello, I'm Peter. I'm one of the two student volunteers here. And after a very lovely morning thus far that's made me feel very much still like a schoolboy, we'll be moving on to the internal causes of political instability in Afghanistan. We will be looking at those avoid and institutional structural issues of modern Afghanistan and the relations of institutional and structural issues with the current internal problems in Afghanistan. Dr. Zainab Sanga will be chairing this panel, and Dr. Beza and Dr. Sharani will be joining us in person. Dr. Seda and Professor Saikal will be joining us online as they're not able to be present in person. Thank you very much.
So, hello everybody. I'd like to welcome you once again to the second panel. So following the previous panel on critical historiographies, we will now be passing on to examine the institutional causes of instability in Afghanistan, ranging from the state as an institution to the social structure, to religion and its impact, and finally to education and its impact on and its role in shaping the society in the long run. So I'll be chairing this distinguished panel, and I feel very lucky and honored to be chairing such a panel with so many distinguished researchers and scholars working on Afghanistan. I'm sure you all know them very well. But actually they don't need to be introduced, but let me still do my job and start with briefly introducing our first speaker, who is Professor Amin Saikal, and he will be joining us online today. So Professor Amin Saikal is an emeritus professor of Middle Eastern and Central Asian Studies at the Australian National University, adjunct professor of social sciences at the University of Western Australia, and adjunct senior fellow at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. He is a recipient of many awards, including the Order of Australia, and he is also an elected fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia. Among the numerous books he has authored, the most recent one is How to Lose the War, the Story of America's Intervention in Afghanistan, and Spectre of Afghanistan, the Security of Central Asia, which he co-authored. So, today, Professor Saikal will be giving us a talk titled The Factors Shaping Afghanistan's Destiny. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning and greetings to all. I'm very thankful to Dr. Zainab Sanga for her introduction, and I'm very pleased to meet her and all of you, though to Zoom due to tyranny of distance and a slight leg injury that I've sustained from a bike accident. Let me also warmly congratulate Zalmai and Nishat for convening this conference, along with his co-workers, especially Ms. May Azizi, at a time when Afghanistan is going through a calamitous phase in its modern history and is badly in need of proposal and a roadmap to help its people free themselves from the rule of an ultra-extremist tribal group. The Taliban 2.0's reign of terror has proved to be far more brutal, discriminatory, and misogynist than when they were in power before. Given Afghanistan's appalling conditions, I think the time has come to put aside theorizing or conceptualizing about what should be done, but rather look at certain realities that have markedly shaped Afghanistan's past and which stand to influence its future direction. any alternative governing pathways that could enable Afghanistan's population to act collectively to build lasting institutional foundation of stability, security, and prosperity will need to be framed with a very close eye on these realities. In an interplay that has made Afghanistan vulnerable to internal strife and external intervention during most of its modern history, 4 of these realities, which are well known to the scholars of Afghanistan studies, are worth emphasizing here. They are the geographic location of the country, Mosaic population of the country, authoritarian rule and power rivalries, and outside reactive and assertive interventionism. These are the features within the framework of which the Taliban have worked as an erstwhile terrorist group to regain power and have been advantaged by outside actors' rivalries in and over Afghanistan. Let me elaborate very briefly on each of these variables and their consequences. First is the location of the country. Afghanistan's situation as a landlocked state or country at crossroads between Central, South, and West Asia and the Far East has been both an asset and a curse for the country. Depending on national and external vagaries and a given historical period, it has placed the country in a zone of conducive to connection and cooperation. But it has been largely an arena of regional and international rivalry and highway of conquest for most of its existence. It has made Afghanistan dependent on the goodwill of its neighbors and by the same token, vulnerable to the interventionist behavior of both those neighbors and global actors in pursuit of rival interests. The second is the mosaic makeup of Afghanistan. Adding to their geographical vulnerability is Afghanistan's national diversity. The country is a tapestry of micro-societies divided along ethno-tribal, cultural, and linguistic, and of course sectarian lines, with none of them really holding a majority. This mosaic composition, along with the prevalence of religious and social-cultural traditionalism, has made the task of generating national unity and state building extremely laborious under any circumstances. Every attempt at reform since the early part of the 19th century, in this respect, has ended in internal upheaval of one form or another. Neither Islam nor any process of change and development has proved effective in uniting a cross-section of the country's inhabitants behind a model of a stable and enduring political and social order. Complicating the task further has been the micro-society's extensive cross-border ethnic and cultural ties with Afghanistan's neighbors. Whatever transpires in Afghanistan can impact its neighbors and vice versa. As a result, it has mostly, in other words, Afghanistan has mostly survived as nothing more than a weak, primordial state with strong societies. The third feature of the country, or reality, is authoritarianism and power struggle, which have dominated its history. By the same token, Afghanistan has never had a national consensus over the form and function of a government capable of monopolizing force and exercising power on a legitimate basis. The country's destiny has been charted by powerful individuals or a strongman, families and tribal and ethnic groups from different points of the political and social spectrum, often in association with a foreign power. Personalization and ethnicization, rather than institutionalization of politics, scorning authoritarian rule, power struggles, and violent transition of power and regime change have generally been the order of the day. As such, Afghanistan has never enjoyed a rough balance of power between the rulers and their subjects, between decision makers and decision takers. Nor has the country had many visionary leaders to put the national interest of the country before their power interests. In the absence of sufficient internal resources, the country has remained a rentier, or some would argue, rented state, that is largely dependent on foreign aid. Its longest period of relative stability and security was between 1933 and 1973. But this was based on a fragile, triangular relationship between the monarchy, local power holders or strongmen, and the religious establishment. During these years, which marked the height of the Cold War, Afghanistan benefited from the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, enabling it as a neutral country to exercise a notable degree of autonomy in the conduct of its domestic and foreign affairs. The fourth feature or reality of the country is foreign interventionism. The lack of solid, stable domestic structures has frequently left Afghanistan vulnerable to foreign interference and intervention for conflicting geopolitical and ideological objectives. Russo-British rivalry in the 19th century, the Soviet invasion and occupation, and America's proxy response to them in the 1980s, as well as Pakistan's creeping interference, were of this nature, or have been of this nature. The United States intervention was also of a similar character, given Washington's original emphasis on the war on terror and democracy promotion. Pakistan's relentless support of the Taliban has been rooted in regional geopolitical ambitions against the backdrop of a number of variables. They have mainly included Indo-Pakistan hostility, the Sino-Pakistani strategic partnership, Indo-Chinese differences, Saudi-Pakistani strategic ties, Iran-Saudi rivalry, Iran-Pakistan distrust, and Sino-American and Russo-American competition. These issues have all played out in Afghanistan during the turbulence of recent decades, and that continues to be the case today. The Taliban, these features have played a critical role in undermining the US-led intervention and facilitating the Taliban's de-empowerment. Despite massive investment in blood and capital, the United States, backed by NATO and non-NATO allies, could not hammer the bases of the Taliban and their affiliates in Pakistan, nor could it secure the treacherous Afghan-Pakistan border, nor could it forge an effective and reliable partner on the ground. Hamid Karzai's administration and that of Ashraf Ghani, including the National Unity Government, proved dysfunctional and kleptocratic, riddled with internal power rivalry and multiple sources of authority and legitimacy. The field was left wide open to Pakistan to exploit Afghanistan's geographical and demographic vulnerability by supporting its proxies to final victory. The Taliban's success did not necessarily stem from its strength in the battlefield, rather it was helped by the weakness of governments in Kabul and America's poor understanding of the very factors that had historically hampered state building in Afghanistan. The Taliban's challenge is today bigger than ever before. Taliban 2.0 are in a stronger position militarily, given their inheritance of a more infrastructurally developed Afghanistan, along with $7.2 billion worth of arms, including a relatively small but usable air force. This is indeed the first time in history that a violent extremist group has come to possess an extraordinary amount of light and heavy weapons and other battlefield paraphernalia. Under the circumstances, the Taliban have been able not only to be more extremist in their dogmatic and governing dispositions than previously, but also to ignore the historical realities of Afghanistan, where mono-tribal and mono-ideological rule, whether secular, semi-secular, or religious, has not worked in the past. The group's medievalist rules and systematic reversal of the political, social, and cultural changes of the youth interventionist era are abysmal. Meanwhile, they have turned the country once more into a nest for international terrorism. Many United Nations people have basically confirmed this. The Taliban have rationalized their ideological positions and policy actions in the pretext of bringing Islamic stability and security to Afghanistan. They have done so regardless of the fact that their terrorism during the United States intervention and their prevailing totalitarian practices have been instrumental in Afghanistan's misfortune. This brings us to the difficult question of what viable political and governing system can work and generate a widely based, stable, and institutionalized political order in Afghanistan in view of the mitigating historical and prevailing realities that have irrevocably influenced the country's internal and external systems. As a political science, history, and international relations specialist, I have personally struggled for years to think that what is the most suitable system of governance for Afghanistan. Different kinds of authoritarian rule, ranging from secular to religious or in between, have been tried but have failed to generate firm basis for national unity, stability, and security, let alone prosperity in the country. The top-heavy centralized power structure with some pro-liberalist and pro-democratic strategies that characterized the governing system under U.S. tutelage failed as well. In a highly socially divided country, the system that can potentially work is one that has the support of a cross-section of the population through direct and indirect participation on the one hand, and provide confidence to the neighboring states and global actors that the country will not be a threat to them on the other. This demands a popularly mandated, centralized, decentralized parliamentary system of governance within a federative structure. Such a system needs to evolve robustly and interactively around two imperatives at multiple levels. One is a resilient central authority with sufficient distributive, dispensary, and defensive power to act as a focus, promoter, and protector of national unity and as the embodiment of national sovereignty, with responsibility for the conduct of foreign relations within the framework of a policy of neutrality in world politics. The other imperative is to enable the multi-societies to manage their local affairs within the bounds of their needs and capabilities in connection with and support from the central authority. To energize the system for the common good, a special mode of social and economic change and development is required to reinforce linkages between local and national projects and therefore between the multi-societies and central government that can connect the peripheries to one another and to the central authority. On this issue of an appropriate system with the purview of national realities, of course I defer to Professor Nazik Shahrani, who is going to discuss our topic at this session. Nazif Shahrani has extensively spoken of and published what kind of governance could prove to be more viable and enduring in Afghanistan. I also take solace from the fact that there are many other distinguished speakers at the conference who are in a position to make valuable contributions in this respect. Let me conclude by saying the very factors of national vulnerability and external intervention that have traditionally hampered Afghanistan's evolution into a viable state are still at work, influencing the re-emergence of the Taliban and the regional and international reaction to it. The Taliban leaders' negligence of these factors does not augur well for a highly socially divided Afghanistan. It may ensure the survival of their regime for now, but will not transform Afghanistan into a viable, functioning state in the medium to long run. Internal resistance in the shape of groups such as the National Resistance Front and the Afghanistan Freedom Front are already gaining pace. Neither these armed forces nor civil society action, especially by the women of Afghanistan, have yet reached the stage where they could dislodge the Taliban or prompt them to form a legitimate, inclusive government, whatever that may be, with respect to human rights and particularly the rights of women. But the grounds for a bloody struggle for the soul of Afghanistan are being laid. Whereas internal discontent with the Taliban rule has gained momentum, these armed resistance groups have increased their hit-and-run operations against the Taliban targets. Should the Taliban, who also suffer from growing internal divisions, especially between the rival Kandahari groups from the south and the Haqqani network from the east of Afghanistan, stay on their current course of behavior, the situation stands to become more dire. Since the overthrow of the monarchical rule in 1973, Afghanistan has experienced 5 regime changes, a record by any standard. The Taliban rule may be very well proved to be just another phase in the turbulent history of Afghanistan. What is now needed is for the global community, more importantly the West, to back the opposition forces to the Taliban, and for this conference to produce a political and governing roadmap that's actionable and can eventually lead to the reconstruction of a viable and progressive Afghanistan state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Saikal, for this great talk. I don't want to take the time of the audience any longer, and so I'd like to pass on quickly to the second speaker, who is Dr. Omar Sadr, and he will also be joining us online today. And Dr. Omar Sadr is a senior research scholar at Center for Governance and Markets at the University of Pittsburgh in the US. Previously, he held positions at the American University of Afghanistan, Afghanistan Institute for Strategic Studies, and other institutions. His book, Negotiating Cultural Diversity in Afghanistan, won a book prize for the best book in social sciences from the Central Eurasian Studies Society in 2022. Dr. Sadr researches into governance, democracy, and cultural diversity. The title of his speech today is Polycentrism, Pluralism, and Islam in Afghanistan. So over to you, Dr. Sadr.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I cannot share the screen. Is it possible if the admin allow me?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, they're doing it. Just a second.
Thank you. Let me start by sharing how honored I am to have the opportunity to speak with you in this conference, and also congratulate Mosaic Afghanistan for convening this meeting. while I deeply regret not being able to join you in person, I hope this virtual format won't diminish the quality of our discussion and exchange of ideas that I'm looking forward to. The research that I will present to you today, let me go on and share the screen first. As part of my ongoing research that I try to bring two bodies of knowledge in conversation with each other, and that is political theory of pluralism and political theory of institutional and diversity. Do you have my screen now?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So today's presentation is organized in a way that I will first briefly talk about a few conceptual clarifications on polycentrism, and then I move on to talk about Islamic minorities on polycentrism in terms of institutional diversity. And later I will present a critique of this theory and argue that how they may not be functional in contexts like Afghanistan or any other religious and diverse society. And finally, I will delve into my case, which is polycentricity of religious affairs, and particularly the ulama council in Afghanistan. As you know, establishing political order in a society with contentious political claims and powerful Islamist groups required well-crafted institutional design. Diversity presents a profound challenge to fragile Muslim societies. The tension between secular and Islamist forces also present the political order, puts the political order at bay. Polycentrism favors accommodation of religion and public affairs, yet it has remained unaddressed how polycentric order shall craft, protect, and implement a pluralistic policy with respect to Islamism. I suggest a polycentric order will perpetuate an objectified practice of Islam and neglect the danger of Islamist predatory threat to the system if it does not adhere to pluralism. By highlighting the conceptual flaws of polycentrism, this paper suggests that a polycentric approach best suits a religious Muslim society if it embraces pluralism. It ultimately suggests that a pluralistic interpretation of Islam combined with a regulatory framework that protects pluralism could provide a favorable moral foundation for a pluralistic order in Muslim societies. This paper investigates the triadic relationship between polycentrism, pluralism, and Islam in Afghanistan with respect to political order, reflecting on several semi-structured interviews with ulama and government officials in the religious sector. It contends that Afghanistan's failure to political order is inherent in its inability to carve out a suitable, pluralistic, polycentric model to administer the rule of religion in polity and society. So in terms of concepts, Michael Mejgan, who has been a member of polycentrism or Eleanor Ostrom workshop of political theory at Indiana University, defines a polycentric order as an order when there exist many overlapping arenas of authority and responsibility. These arenas exist at all scales, from the local community groups to national government and informal arrangements of government at the global level. So basically what you see is that polycentrism is a very nuanced and much more advanced form of federal system. But the difference is that each polycentric system could be a federal system, but each federal system is not a polycentric system. And the key difference is that a polycentric system, unlike federalism, contains a kind of cross-cutting jurisdictional division between different layers of government on one hand, but also it involves voluntary associations, private sector, and many more. There are three key elements for a polycentric order, and that is a constitution or regulatory framework combining out a bargaining process between constant elements outlining the rule of entry and exit and regulation of competition between unions. Second, multiple decision centers. Third, emerging evolutionary competition between centers over citizen and capital. In other words, while decision-making bodies are independent and may enter into competition with each other, they have to arrange mutual relationship based on contractual mechanism, which also outlines a conflict resolution mechanism. Now, Scholars have tried to implement this theory in context of Muslim societies, and they argue that what makes polycentric order appealing to a religious-based society is its ability to achieve a second-order task, as well as the fact that it is a spontaneous order. While polycentrism neither endorses secularism, either in its active or passive form, nor any religious doctrine, a polycentric order can accommodate the religious institutions as a decision-making center. For instance, Anas Malik, who is a student of Professor Nazif Shahrani, suggests that monolithic notion of Islam has prevented the possibility of religious normative foundation for a polycentric order. According to him, beyond Islamism, there are civic normative traditions in Islam that can present cultural endowment for a polycentric order and self-governance. The moral resources include the covenant tradition in Islam, importance of the idea of equality in Islam, self-governed association forms, the Ottoman millet system, the independent charitable trust or waqf. He proposes monarchist Islam, a polycentric model of governance in Muslim world as an alternative to political Islam that we have now. Malik's monarchism includes a minimalist state whose jurisdictional boundaries are limited and is specified by the will of its agents. One can also consider how autonomous religious institutions such as mosques, madrasas, and waqf took part in the production of public goods in a polycentric manner in the pre-modern time. While autonomy has been the core identity of these institutions, in modern times, the state and ulama have encountered each other over the extent of control and autonomy of them. For instance, you can take a look at Timur Quran's book, Freedom Delayed, and extensive work that he has done in the last 20 years over waqf, and how he argues that waqf has been a polycentric, a decentralized model of production and dissemination and provision of public goods. Now, I think it's a good theory, but it has certain flaws that I will highlight here. A pluralistic reading of Islam to provide favorable moral resources to a pluralistic and polycentric order consolidates the normative foundation of polycentrism. However, to convert this into a practical framework for a pluralistic political order, monarchist polycentrism should address at least 4 challenges, I suppose. First is incompatibility of Sharia with modernity. And I draw here from Walal Halak's work to argue how Sharia and modernity are incompatible. The contradiction is rooted in modernity's moral predicament, which renders the modern Islamic state inherently self-contradictory. Halak juxtaposed Sharia with enlightenment, not as an epoch, but as a metaphysics. For Halak, Sharia is an order based on morality, whereas modernity is detached from the moral imperatives. Historically, Sharia was a system of moral codes and norms produced and applied in a decentralized manner through certain institutions of civil society. Since Halak's incompatibility of modern state with Islamic governance is not simply rooted in institutional arrangement of centralized state, a polycentric order alone cannot resolve, I suppose, the incompatibility. This incompatibility is deeply rooted in a metaphysics of 2 paradigms, one which is moral-based and the other one is which is rational-based. Second one is the fall of quote-unquote caliphal sultanistic jurisprudential sovereignty model of Islam that I explain in a minute what it is. The classic separation of power between caliph as an executive and independent jurist as a lawmaker explained by Halak is compatible with a polycentric order. However, it is important to note that the mentioned framework was undermined by the Mongol invasion of the West and Central Asia. Isis Erkul, who is based in Britain, has a path-breaking book called Before the West, Rise and Fall of Eastern World Order, where she elaborates on how the patterns of political order in Muslim world transformed after Mongols. She argues that the political history of the Muslim world since 9th century does not conform to the traditional wisdom that Muslim rulers of the medieval era enjoyed unchecked authority. Historical evidence shows that absolute rule by the Umayyad dynasty in 8th century procreated a counter-authoritarian resistance from the autonomous class of Islamic jurists. The mobile cosmopolitan jurists countered the Amir, Caliph, or Sultan, whoever it was, authority in the realm of legislation. That meant a practical separation of power between the king as an executive authority and the jurists, fuqaha, as lawmakers, which Azad are calls Caliphate, Islam, and sultanistic jurisprudential sovereignty model, in contrast to the alternative sovereignty model that emerged from the post-Mughal world order in 13th century, which provided exclusive centralized lawmaking authority to the ruler, sultan. In other words, with the fall of Abbasid Caliphate by Mongols, the pre-modern polycentric order in the Muslim world collapsed. The fusion of Mughal centralized rule with the Persian notion of kingship from the 16th century onward generated a sovereignty norm that rested in the unification of religious and political authority. So whatever we see now in terms of political Islam or Islamist movement, it is rooted in Islam, but it also borrows from all these other historical norms that gradually formed. Third factor that I suppose is important is ulama as a political force or politicization of the ulama class. Unlike ulama of early Islamic era, contemporary ulama class is extremely influenced by Islamists' politicized and statist orientation. That means they consider the state as the only institutional mechanism to implement Islamization project. The best example is, of course, Iran and Afghanistan. A polycentric order should not reinforce, I think, the power of social class, the ulama, that has been the cause of underdevelopment in the Muslim world. For example, please, you can take a look at Amin literature on this. He argues that from 11th century onwards, religious class managed to dominate politics by overcoming their dependence on the merchants and expanding their influence on lawmaking, judiciary, and politics. And what at the end we had in Islamic world is what Guru calls a culture of faith. The fourth and last challenge, according to me, is objectification of religion. While polycentrism claims to challenge the simplistic dichotomy between the sacred and the secular, and that's a welcome call. But I think it does not, that polycentrism does not remain loyal to this claim. For instance, Anas Mallat argues that if overall goal of a political order is to enhance devotion to an Islamic ideal, then polycentric order may serve this purpose very well. So indirectly, he pushes the society or polity towards much more religization. Similarly, Professor Nazif Shahrani, that I respect his scholarship, he was also affiliated with the Austrian Workshop. He suggests that incorporation of ulama into subnational governance through a polycentric order would be suitable. But, for example, he also quotes, polycentrism can contribute to the politicization of Islam by encouraging and formalizing active involvement of ulama and mullahs in provincial districts and village level governance to address local public issues. But I think that he does not elaborate how formalizing rule of clergies and expanding their jurisdiction to secular issues achieves depoliticization. In this case, polycentrism turns to an institution that supports religious ideas and shapes common values and national culture towards religion. In other words, polycentrism opens the space for further objectification of Islam. While classic Sharia has been a pluralist moral code produced by private independent jurists, an objectified notion of Sharia reduces it to a state law. The objectified Islam, according to Brandon Kenthammer, is narrowing Islam to a complete code of life, I'm quoting, with comprehensive principles and rules regulating, governing every aspect of behavior of man. In this sense, polycentrism, I suppose, becomes self-contradictory. Polycentrism can underscore a pluralistic nature of Sharia, and instead it should subscribe to a reformist notion of Islam rooted in pluralism. Now, to simply see the consequences of a kind of decentralized mechanisms which would lead to Islamization of multiple societies, I just quote you three examples. The first one is what Wallah call local grassroots Islamist communities emerging in Egypt, in Jordan, and Palestine, including Gaza, where Islamist movement has at the local community level established hospitals, schools, madrasas, and many other public provision of public goods. Second one is decentralization in Indonesia has led to widespread Islamization at the local level. Around 442 Islamic courts were established, and many of these courts apply provisions contradictory to universal values of human rights. And the third one is case of Nigeria, where federalism, where they adopted a document called Federal Character Principles, not only created negative competition between Christians and Muslims, but also rendered society's social cohesion, in a fragile situation. So all of these examples shows how objectification of Islam and the federal system ends and politicization of religion and communal conflict eventually render pluralistic existence unattainable. So therefore, the goal of polycentric order should not be enhancing devotion of religious orientation, I suggest, nor should a polycentric order formalize ulama's authority at the sub-national state level. This will turn sub-national state institutions into tools of implementing Sharia. Now, moving on to the case of Afghanistan, multiple institutions have evolved to govern religious affairs in the country. And as you see there, apart from government departments, various ministries which try to administer and regulate religious institutions, including mosques, waqf, Dar al-Ifta, or madrasa, Dar al-Hifaz, Dar al-Ulum, faculties of Sharia at the public universities. But the very powerful institution so far has been the Ulama Council, which they're one state-sponsored endorsed all Ulama Council in Afghanistan, which had its own local branches at the provincial level, but there were also a variety of other non-governmental and informal Ulama Councils. And then, of course, you have courts, and my point is that these institutions were independent of each other, and there was no well-defined formal norms and mechanisms for cooperation and conflict resolution between them. Institutional anarchy and religious affairs prevented efficient performance of governance, and eventually it led to collapse of a very, very fragile democracy in the country. The multiplicity of religious institutions and religious affairs with no clear and distinguished authority and responsibility rendered a failure of political system. So, for example, the Ulama Council was not a constitutional institution, and it was established only by verbal order of President Karzai. But there were also neither the government as a coordinating body or the Ulama Council itself as an agent. They did not come up. They came up with a set of rules to regulate its affairs with other institutions.
Sorry, if I may, Omar, you have 2 minutes to go.
Sorry, my time is short, you mean?
Yeah.
I cannot hear you. 2 minutes. Okay, I will talk about this will be the last slide. So,
okay.
A couple of cases and examples where I show that how Ulama Council had been, despite the fact that it was not constitutional and didn't have any legal mandate, but they were quite powerful in terms of shaping public policy. The very first example is monitoring media and civic institute organizations to ensure conformity of Islamic principles. In the very early years of the Republic, around 2002, the head of this Ulama Council was also the Supreme Court Judge, Fazal Hadi Shinwari, and with respect to one of the popular music programs in Telo TV, say that it will corrupt our society, culture, and most importantly, it will take our people away from Islam and destroy our country. This will make our people accept other culture and make our country a laughing sight around the world. Continuously, you have several other incidents coming into the subsequent year where Ulama Council exert a kind of influence to Ministry of Information and Culture to censor and ban certain form of cultural programs. At certain other incidents, not only Ulama Council at the central level, but also local institutions of Ulama has tried to ban music festivals or cultural festivals like Nowruz. In Herat, in Daikundi, in Bamiyan, in Balkh, it has happened frequently. The second one is Ulama Council as a law drafting institution. Despite the fact that it didn't have any authority to craft or draft a law, But there were various cases which shows that they have involved in this kind of affair. Also, particularly the case of Shia Personal Law Code, which was drafted by the Council of Shia Clergy, led by Ayatollah Mohseni, and eventually it became controversial, which included certain provisions violating women's rights. The last one is, of course, the case that I have read in the paper in details is providing a consultative opinion or fatwa for the courts. Two examples is in 2007 when a student of journalism in Balkh University, Pervez Kambakhsh, was accused of apostasy, and the court referred to Ulama Council in Balkh to ask for their religious ruling, which eventually he was accused of irtidat in Islam. And second one is the case where a group of people identified someone, a shopkeeper who was slaughtering stray dogs and selling them as a mutton or lamb. And in this case also the court referred to Herat's Ulama Council and asked for their ruling. In most of these, even the rulings, the court violated the constitution and certain provisions of human rights. But the fact is that since Ulama Council didn't have the clear provision outlining its relationship with the rest of the institutions in government, such kind of ambiguities exist. Finally, I will end with this. I argue that polycentrism should consider the risk that Islamists may pose in terms of social coexistence in a pluralistic society. But only way out, I suppose, is a kind of accommodation of a pluralist notion of secularism along with polycentrism. So I do not reject a polycentric or decentralized system inherently, but in order to enable it to administer such a complex an Islamic society with a strong ulama factions, a pluralist secularism which accommodates religion and civil society but does not allow it to control public policy will be a way out. I will stop here, but would be happy to take suggestions, comments, and questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sadr, once again for this talk. So, as we are running out of time, without further ado, I'm passing on to our third and final speaker who is with us today, Dr. Yahya Beyza. Let me introduce him briefly. He is a senior research associate at the Aga Khan Center, the Institute of Ismaili Studies in London. He specializes in education, Islamic, Central Asian, and Afghanistan studies, as well as refugee and diaspora studies. As Bloomsbury Education and Childhood Studies Regional Editor for Afghanistan, he develops and publishes digital resources on education in Afghanistan. As an international educational consultant, he has contributed to many projects from curriculum and textbook development to education policy, planning, and community-based education programs. The title of Dr. Yahya Beyza's speech today is Religion, Education, and the Future of the State in Afghanistan. The floor is yours.
Many years ago, and at that time I was at Oxford University. I was coming to visit her here. Sometimes she was coming visiting me in Oxford. One day her college fellow asked her, "Hey guys, where do you meet?" He's in Oxford and you are here in Cambridge. I said, "Well, we meet at Open University in Milton Keynes." That's the halfway between the two. But anyway, great pleasure to be here. The title of my presentation, as Zainab said, is Religion, Education, and the Future of State in Afghanistan. The relationship between religion, education, and state has always been a very complex and evolving one throughout history. Afghanistan presents a very unique and yet complex case study of the intricate interplay between religion, education, and state building. In this presentation today, I'll try to show how this intricate relationship has been central to Afghanistan's history and how it's going to affect its trajectory in the future. The country's rich tapestry of ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity, a potential of strength and resilience, however, unfortunately, has been always manipulated for political division and conflict. Successive governments in Afghanistan cynically have exploited these differences for political gain, to consolidate power and for maintaining control. In doing so, these actors have created a deeply divided society where trust and cooperation, unfortunately, is scarce commodities. Coupled with conflict and with decades of war and migration and displacement, this complex interplay has significantly hindered the country's progress and is going to do so in the future. Education system has been a serious casualty and yet a catalyst of this political manipulation in Afghanistan, designed to serve the interests of particular ethnic or political or religious groups. It has often failed to provide quality education to learners and to promote pluralism. Political manipulation and politicization of curriculum, textbooks cause the education system to remain fragmented and ineffective. This has had a tremendous impact on the country's human resources, on the nature of the state, and economic and social development. The consequences of this destructive interplay between religion, politics, and education are far-reaching. A divided society is more susceptible to manipulation by extremist groups, hindering meaningful participation in democratic processes. And as a result, the ground is open for weak governance and for corruption. Moreover, the lack of a shared national identity makes it difficult to build a sustainable state with equal citizenship rights and vibrant economy. Having said this introduction, my thesis is that the intricate and ambivalent relationship between religion and state in Afghanistan has been characterized by mutual dependency and strategic manipulation, whereby both entities, religion and state, are trying to use education as a soft political tool to limit each other's influence, and thereby shaping the country's socio-political landscape. And in this mutual reliance and strategic maneuvering, the state seeks religious organizations' support for the legitimacy of its political power, and yet religious organizations are in need of the state support to universalize their interpretation of religion and implementation of their understanding of what is called religious law. So you see that on the one hand, state is in need of religious organizations to gain religious legitimacy. On the other hand, religious organizations need state support. Education has become a key battleground in this power struggle and in this strategic manipulation. The state aims to, often in Afghanistan, aim to impose or superimpose a particular national identity or particular identity as a national identity and gain loyalty of the subject or of the citizens through designing curriculum and textbooks in a way that would gain loyalty towards them. However, religious organizations try to make their manipulation, try to create their curriculum or try to influence the education system, whether official curriculum or through their own religious madrasas, in a way that can limit the sphere of the central state's influence. This tug of war over education reflects broader efforts to limit each other's influence, highlighting the ambivalent relationship and the ambivalent nature of the state. And this relationship where conflict and cooperation coexist side by side. Throughout the 20th century, as well as in the early 21st century, in which we are still witnessing the situation in Afghanistan, the relationship between religion and the state has been marked by this mutual dependency and conflict. Now, to give a bit of practical examples, if you look at the early 20th century, when the Amir Habibullah, son of Amir Abdurrahman, tried to free himself from the influence of the Deobandi ulama, who were coming from Deoband's Darul Ulum, he agreed with the establishment of the first modern education, modern school called Habibiyya, named after himself, a prototype of the Aligarh Muslim College in India, established by Sir Said Ahmad Khan. Now, religious establishments, understanding that this education, this modern education, will limit their influence and will attract students toward itself, and it will be a mainstream education for the state. While they agreed on the establishment of the Habibiyya school, they put a restriction on the Amir to make it available, accessible only to boys, not to girls. In addition to that, the ulama forced Amir Habibullah to establish one madrasa in each of the 12 provinces of Afghanistan of the time. So the Amir agreed on that, and that's how this cooperation and as well as competition coexisted side by side. 20 years later, we have the case of Amir Amanullah. He wanted to modernize Afghanistan. So what he did at the beginning, with the declaration of independence, he gained the conservative ulamas and the rest of the country's support for independence of Afghanistan from Britain in foreign affairs. And yet he also promised after the independence that he will take back Bukhara and Khiva from Russia, and at the same time tried to strengthen cooperation with Russia to pose some influence on the British India, and as well as he tried to mobilize the tribal people for a jihad against British India. So all this what created an atmosphere that he gained the support of religious conservatives who gave him the title of Ghazi, or a hero warrior. However, his national constitution in 1924, the expansion of modern education of Habibiyya school in different parts of Kabul and outside of Kabul, and as well as later the first girls' school, Masturat, has alienated him, or rather the religious conservatives have sought and thought that this is not going to help their cause in the future. So what they did, as a classical case or as the most famous examples, you know about Mullah Lang and Mullah Abdul Rashid. They went to the southern tribes, Sulaiman Khail, Zazi, Jaji, and those Ahmad Zaid, those tribes. He went and provoked them, and he took on the one hand, as Siddiq Farhang says, he took on the one hand Quran, on the other hand the law of the Amanullah's law, a penalty law, and as well as the national constitution, and asked people, would you like to have the Quran or the law? And law is the abrogation of religion in the Quran. So simple people, again, as I said, when there is a divided society, when the people are uneducated, they are susceptible to manipulation. So obviously people took the side of the Quran and took the side of the mullahs, and as well as with the taxation that Amanullah posed and economic difficulties that coupled around his political institutions, then people rebelled against him and put him out of the power. To move fast forward, we have a similar case of this intricate relationship between religion and the state in Afghanistan at the time of the 1978, whether you call it revolution, whether you call it military coup, it's up to you. The time that the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, supported by the former Soviet Union, took power in Afghanistan to smoothen the relationship between Afghanistan and the former Soviet Union and Central Asian republics. The government tried to again to change the curriculum, again to change manipulate curriculum and the education system in a way that will create a better relationship and a smoother cooperation. So this was, again, a case that the government wanted to gain the loyalty of the people of a new generation through the manipulation of curriculum. And at the same time, we have the jihadi parties in Iran, and we have jihadi parties, especially in Pakistan. So there we have another case of how they are going to manipulate the education system. So what they do, they declare the state schools as centers of un-Islamic education and as a center of un-Islamic activities, so which makes the schools a legitimate target for them, for the physical destruction as well as for targeting students and teachers attending these schools. And yet we have a case that maybe less has been discussed in the literature, but I have often that referred to it in my publications as well. We have the US aid provides $50 million to the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and the education department of the university comes to Peshawar, come to Pakistan with the support of the Pakistan government, ISI, as well as the Gulf state. They developed what has come to be termed as the jihad education. So this jihad education is teaching children, refugee children from the early childhood through violence, through bullets, through killing. This is the part of the curriculum. So here we have a very interesting case that if you look at the Sirajuddin Haqqani himself, he is born in December 1979 when Russia, the former Soviet Union, invades Afghanistan. In 1984-85, this jihad education is in full force, 1985-1986. So if a child in the refugee camps at the age of 6 and 7 enters these madrasas, in 1996, when the Taliban enters Kabul, each of them are 17, 18 years old. So now they became the soldiers of the Taliban army. So do you see here again that how, on the one hand, the state manipulates the education for its own political gain, on the other hand, the religious groups are doing the same thing. Well, at that time, this madrasa to jihad education or madrasa to jihad pipeline was never objected by the UNESCO, by UNICEF, by United Nations, because that was because there was a need for supplying a new generation of jihadi fighters to fight back the Soviet Union, to defeat and possibly roll back from the gate of South Asia. But then we have the case of first Islamic State in Afghanistan, then we have the Taliban, that how when they come to power, how their understanding of state, their understanding of religion, and their understanding of education limits what is called modern education, and especially girls' education. Then in 2002, we have the first post-Taliban period, where the government of Afghanistan and the international community massively invest in education, and we have a huge and rapid quantitative increase in the number of students and teachers. However, these quantitative expansion of schools and students up to 9 million, and in some cases 11 million, given these ghost teachers, ghost schools also to be counted, the idea of this expansion was not to provide quality education to learners. The idea was that enroll every child wherever possible into these schools, because otherwise they will be recruited by the extremist forces. So that was the policy behind this expansion. It was not that to provide a quality education for the learners. So that's why we had a massive problem with supply of textbooks, supply of teachers, and supply of conducive learning environment. So we have in August 2021, we have a political shift, and we all know what happened since then. So we see again a very classic case that in the early 20th century, the conservative religious groups are against out-of-home girls' education. So we see the same thing now as well. So nothing has changed. There is a little bit of change in terms of actors, but the idea itself, the ideology has remained. So we still see that there is a restriction on out-of-home girls' education beyond primary level. We still see resistance towards modern education. So this is the classic kind of struggle and fight between the conservative and the modernism, if you like. Well, to conclude, the relationship between religion, education, and the state in Afghanistan is a testament to the intricate balance of power and influence. Through the strategic use of education, both entities strive to assert their influence on each other and yet to insert their influence in society. While religion undeniably shapes both state mechanism and educational paradigms within Afghanistan context, this paradigm also present challenges that must be navigated carefully if progress sought towards a more equitable future for all citizens of Afghanistan, regardless of gender and socio-economic status. The delicate balance between honoring religious teaching and honoring religious heritage while embracing modernity will be crucial as Afghanistan continues its journey into the future amidst decades of turmoil. To conclude, building a sustainable modern state and a prosperous and stable Afghanistan requires a concerted effort, not just by educationists, not just by the people campaigning for education, not just for the human rights, not just for the women's rights, but a concerted effort from all sides to promote unity, reconciliation, and social cohesion, while looking forward to the time, to a suitable time that country is open for intellectual inclusivity, and the relationship between religion, education, and state necessitates a comprehensive rethinking, possibly a radical rethinking, in a way that education, the state, and religion, they all have to become inclusive. They cannot be and cannot remain exclusive. They all have to become inclusive, and inclusivity and pluralism must be at the heart of the future relationship between state, religion, and education. Otherwise, the country will never come out of this cycle of violence and as this cycle of blaming which entity is first cause of destruction and which entity is the catalyst of the situation in which we all are finding ourselves today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yahya, for this great talk. So with the final talk over, we may now pass on to the discussion part. My suggestion is to keep it to like 15 minutes and finish it at 1:30, because I know that everybody is tired and waiting for the lunch time. So before your speech, let me briefly introduce you. Sir, no?
Don't.
Okay.
Just leave that out. I think we may need to private.
Very important issue that they discussed from many different perspectives. And of course, the key issue is the failure of modern state in Afghanistan. And the attempt was really to look at the internal problems that may have hindered the possibility of building a modern nation state. I think the question that I would like to pose to all three of them at the very beginning is this darn thing, modern nation state, necessary? I mean, we heard this morning that the Muslim societies had empires of faith for almost 1,200 years, where Islam was not a problem. But Islam became a problem when modern nation states were imposed, and guess what? They nationalized religion. They tribalized religion. When religion is instrumentalized and turned into something for whipping people, it becomes a serious problem. Our religion is no longer a way of life. It's not a set of values by which we should be living. It has become literally a weapon at the hands of politicians to compete with one another over who is more Muslim or less Muslim,
and also a tool for abuse, literally. We need to reclaim religion of Islam is a set of values that must be employed and adhered to live by. Show us in the last 100 and something years which ruler in Afghanistan has adhered to fundamental values of honesty. Just simply and nothing else, honesty. And if you don't, what happens? People obviously see that you are not trustworthy. Deficit of trust is one of the serious problems in our society. Democracy requires essentially trust. All democratic societies have the highest level of trust. The autocratic, non-democratic societies have the least. One of the issues, I know our Professor Saikal gave us an excellent description of what some of the internal problems are. The geostrategic, geomorphology of Afghanistan is a problem. Everybody mentions that. I haven't seen a book and article where that is not becoming part of the problem. The mosaic of population, they add also the violence. It's a violent society. It's a tribal society with violence. And of course, one could go into the history of how many of our rulers were killed while they were in office. How many of them have been killed after they moved out of office? I mean, the statistics is absolutely ghastly. From 16 rulers, 14 of them have been killed, either in office or out of office. Only 2 lived by their own ajal, as it were. So this tells us something about society, but other than that, the authoritarian rule, of course, it is a fact. But it's earlier, even if somebody claimed to be authoritarian, couldn't do it. Dr. Reza Hashemi's paper presented us. You know, it was a series of empires of faith that ruled the area. They wanted to centralize, but they couldn't because the political economy of that form of state cannot allow that sort of thing. So what happens? Modern nation state comes and outsiders come and fund it and gives it weapons and put them in place and then tell them you rule for us. No legitimacy. Part of the reason why Afghanistan has never had legitimate government is because those who were in power didn't need legitimacy. Their legitimacy was guaranteed by the money and weapons that were given to them to impose themselves on the society. If you have it all, why do you need to turn to people for anything? I mean, that's a fact. But we're not going to, issue. The other one is, of course, the rivalries, of course, comes with all of that, and then outside intervention, which is very important thing. But there is another dimension to it. And that's David Edwards' book, Heroes of the Age. I don't know how many of you have read. Well, I'm not surprised, Michael. He says the main reason for not having coherent society and politics in Afghanistan is conflict of values, contradictions in values within the society. One is individualism. You worked with Pashtuns. You have to, again, Pashtunwali and all the rest. Individuals claim they are free. Nobody's going to have much to do with them. They're going to insist on their freedom, no matter what. And then you have the notion of sultanate, which is sovereignty. Anybody who comes to rule, whether it is by someone else's money and weapons or by so-called elections, they claim they have the absolute power to do anything they want. So what do you get? Conflict between individualism and authoritarian, autocratic rule. And the third element within the Afghan political system, political culture that has been talked about so much is Islam. What is the core value of Islam? Equality before God. Everybody is equal. So you have individualist values, authoritarian values, and equalitarian values. How can these 3 things, live together? How could it manage, within one society? So this is another dimension that I would really appreciate the authors of papers to think about. You know, how, whether this has any merit. I did a review of David Edwards' book a long time ago. I don't agree with cultural determinism. It's a bit of a deterministic way of approaching culture defines and culture does, and culture doesn't do anything. We do things. Power of agency is with Muslims, not with a religion. Muslims do things in the name of Islam. Islam doesn't do anything to Muslims unless it's embodied as a way of thinking, as a way of living. Then you live it. And that, of course, manifests itself in whatever way you happen to conceive it. So I really appreciate the authors to think about this. It's another factor affecting in how it would change their argument. I don't want to take too much time. The second point that I would like to stress is Islam is so critical in the discussions, particularly in education, you know, state and society, as well as Dr. Sadr's polycentricity in Islam and so on and so forth. One has to look at the fate of Islamic education in the history of Muslim societies. Islam can be conceptualized as a common, as a religious common, just like we're in the land of tragedy of commons. Those of you who have read Harding's paper on the tragedy of commons, it was about England. How were these forests and lands were managed in this country? It was collectively managed, which we also do in our villages. We manage the pastures, the water, the forests, everything collectively. As long as in United Kingdom, these commons were managed collectively by communities, things were just fine. What happened? Government wanted to collect taxes. So they privatized, they parceled, they gave everybody a title. And then the tragedy of commons hit the United Kingdom. And that's what Ostrom's workshop is all about. That we need to, if we approach things from the commons perspective, religion is as a set of values. Quran is for humanity. So how do humanity manages that Quran's values is the critical issue. Have we managed it well? Until the modern nation state came to being, how was religious education managed in the Muslim societies? By awqaf, totally decentralized, community-based education. Madrasas were run by people who donated waqf. And somebody was from their community was made responsible to manage those awqaf money and support the madrasas, support the ulama, support everybody. What happened? When modern nation state came, they centralized the whole darn thing. And the worst part of it is right now with Taliban, building madrasas on foreign money. Do read a book called The Fourth World War, if you come across. It was published in 1992 by, I think, de Monarchet is the head of the Secret Service of France, with David Handelman. They wrote the book. In the first chapter, don't read the rest of it, just the first. How they gave advice to Reagan about building madrasas and translating Bible in, Russian. And it was all funded by CIA and managed by Secret Service of France. And the references that were made about the project that the United States supported in Peshawar in writing and publishing textbooks was part of the whole scheme. That they also did not only fund that, they also funded the 40,000 madrasas that are now supposedly in Pakistan. Deobandi madrasas. And maybe the rest, the 2,000 that's being built or already built in Afghanistan, are also from the same fund. They come from there. So when you centralized, and that's what I think the argument that for polycentrism that Dr. Sadr is mentioning is just about that you have to and his arguments are subtle, and there are a lot of other things, and I could essentially just say one thing, since he mentioned my name in reference to part of his argument, and that is, how do you allow for polycentrism within Afghanistan, that is, manage religious matters locally without formalizing that? That's how Dr. Hashemi's paper was all about. In the imperial age, before modern nation state, yes, the center had its own very small set of clerics who justified their legitimacy for the people. Other than that, they had nothing to do with it. People, ulama in the local level, essentially managed all religious affairs. There is a book also by Cantwell Smith, some of you may have read, on Islam in Modern Age or something, where he argues actually Muslim societies don't need central government. With their religion, they can manage, they managed for a very long time all of their affairs at local level through Sharia, as it was understood in their own context. Nobody told them what Sharia is. They learned the best they could, they appropriated, and they made use of it to manage their own local affairs. And that's what polycentrism is all about. And the Bloomington School, sometimes it's called, really advocates for community self-governance. Polycentrism is based on community self-governance. And these societies that are democratic are based also on that principle. This country, it's a kingdom, but its management is community-based governance. And a lot of kingdoms in Europe are, well, they're kingdom, but their management, you don't need to be federalist to manage by community self-governance. So federalists, we're stressing too much on the forms, on the structure of governance, rather than principles of governance. We need to focus on principles of governance, and when we do that, we will find that polycentric kinds of governance, allowing for community self-governance, will do a great deal more for, even for these modern nation states. If modern nation states insist on micromanagement, you know, one of the, tomorrow we'll talk more about this, but one of the worst things that has happened in centralized modern nation states is that they make the law, they implement the law, and they oversee the law. How can you do that? One entity managing three things? To make the law, implement the law, and have oversight with it. Impossible. You can make the law, but local communities have to manage them, implement them, but center can oversee them. And then you will have some sense of governance that is, again, polycentric, and it's based on set of values. And we have to be more value-oriented, not, again, person-centered and all the rest. I'll talk more about this tomorrow when my turn comes. But again, thank you so very much, but I'd like to hear from the authors on some of the issues that I raised with them. Okay.
Okay, let's have let's hear what the authors will be responding very briefly, if possible. Dr. Saikal, let's start with you.
I thank John very much for his comments on the papers, on the talks that were given, and of course I'm very much in agreement with him that there is a lot that needs to be said about the situation in Afghanistan, and of course about whether Islam is compatible with modernity, or actually it's the concept of nation state which is brought about the crisis within the Muslim world. I think one of the things that we have to really remember that the crisis of the Muslim world started well before the advent of the nation states, which became dominant in Europe and then spread to the rest of the world. I mean, I don't agree with Bernard Lewis' thesis that ultimately Islam is not really cope with modernity, and that's what brought about the crisis of Islam. But the point is that I think we have to acknowledge that the crisis within the Muslim world is not just start with the nation state. And why do we really want a modern state? Look, we are very much driven to find technology. I mean, technology is playing a very big role. And therefore, the Muslim world, the Muslim countries have got no choice but to be able to compete in a world which has become incredibly competitive in every respect. I mean, it's not just a question of a question of having religion that will form the basis of the society. It's a question of to what extent the religion either agrees or impedes the technological advances which are coming our way and basically raining on us. That we have to either adapt or cope or reject. If you are rejecting that, then you are going to face enormous difficulties in this world. I think this issue of I think that it is important to focus on the role of Islam. But Islam has not been able to bridge the social cleavages in Afghanistan over a long period of time. The religion has always been manipulated by authority, by individuals, by elites, and I agree with you on that point, that I think it is the manipulation of the religion, rather than the religion actually really prevailing. I mean, look at in the case of Pakistan, it came into existence as an Islamic state, but eventually it is ended up in the hands of the military. It is only the military which is keeping the four desperate national groups in Pakistan together, plus the Muhajirs and so on. I mean, there is an important point about the role that Islam can play, but at the same time, there is a great deal of incompatibility between the modern needs of the societies and some of them dictates from Islam. That's not to say that we are not really embracing Islam as an individual. And of course, Islam is a religion of community and the ways of that community, all that. But at the same time, I think to bring in no religion into a political arena, whether it's in Afghanistan or any other Muslim countries, I think we are basically throwing a big stone in a turmoil, which I think which is dominated the Muslim world. I mean, the only country where perhaps Islam, in a way, has played a bigger role in the Muslim domain is Morocco. But then again, it is very much manipulated by the authorities there, and of course, it's the way of promoting moderate Islam and this and that and so on. So I'm not really sure. I would love to be there and have a long discussion with you, but I hope we will have an opportunity to have a discussion. And of course, it's getting very late for me here, and you are all very hungry.
Go to bed.
Go on and on. If I had the time an hour, perhaps I would have gone into detail with some points that I made. Some of the points that I made were quite obvious, but then again, it was the details which I didn't have the opportunity to present simply because I wanted to stick at 20 minutes time limit. But for me, good night, and I wish you all a very good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Amin John.
We'll pass on to Dr. Reza.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Shahrani, for some thought-provoking comment and questions. Well, it's not the question about whether Islam is compatible with modernity or the modern world. It's rather the question is whether a particular or that particular interpretation of Islam is compatible or not. So I think that's very important, and I don't want to dwell into that because there are a lot of discussion onto that as well. And do we need modern state? Yes, absolutely. We do need modern state. One thing, please remember, we should not romanticize the past. We should not romanticize the past. The past, whether it is Islamic Caliphate, whether Ottoman Caliphate, whether Abbasid Caliphate, please, if you want to zoom into that, it is one of history of bloodshed. Yes, there have been golden times, there have been things, but there have been the killing of scholars right in Ghazni, Afghanistan. Right, scholars have been killed because they belong to a different interpretation of religion. And I can tell you, at least from the perspective of the Ismaili studies, that a lot of Ismaili scholars, why they have been killed? Because they were Ismailis. They contributed the major important scholars, if you name from, now we sing the song of Abdullah Rudaki, Joy Mulyan Ayat Khoshi. Who killed him? They killed him, the people of the time. They killed him, they burned his diwan. Why? Because he was an Ismaili. Who killed Abu Yaqub al-Sijistani, the most brilliant philosopher of the time? Because he was an Ismaili. Who forced Nasser Khosraw to go and take refuge in Mejgan? Because he was an Ismaili. He was the one who said that if your tree of knowledge bears the fruit of if your tree bears the fruit of knowledge, you shall dominate the blue sky. So we have a lot of examples of this type. So we should not romanticize the past. The past is not very beautiful as we think. Yes, there were golden times. Let me tell you one example of the context of education. How many of you are aware that anyone who studied in madrasa in Afghanistan from at least 1920s onwards is a Deobandi? How many of you know it? I don't think that many of you know. Anybody who entered madrasa from 1910 onwards is actually a Deobandi, regardless whether you adhere to Sunni Hanafi, to Sunni Hanbali, or whatever, you are a Deobandi. So the entire religious education in Afghanistan has been Deobandi. Do you know that Zahir Shah, his father, King Muhammad Nahir, they were the disciples of Muhammad Qasim Nantawi? Do you know it? I don't think that you know it. So when Tayyib Qasim, the great-grandson of Muhammad Qasim Nantawi, came to Afghanistan in July 1938, the royal family embraced him so warmly, and they were taking him from place to place. And it is recorded in history that Shah Mahmud and Zahir Shah and the rest were saying that actually the fact that we are here in Kabul ruling, a Deobandi family is ruling here and a Deobandi family is ruling in Deoband, is because of the blessing of Muhammad Qasim Nantawi. So the family had a hat of Muhammad Qasim Nantawi. They were keeping it in a box, and once a year they were taking out of the box and putting on the head of each family member, including Zahir Shah, Nadir Shah, and all their brothers. And that time, the Deobandis have given the full access to all madrasas of Afghanistan to become the Deobandi curriculum to be implemented. How many of you know? So let me tell you why the reason I'm telling you. Whatever decision you make, you pay for that. Whatever decision and choices you make, that will create your path into your future. I'm not surprised that the Deobandis are so much influential in Afghanistan. And these Deobandis of India is not here in Afghanistan fully. It is the Deobandi, Pakistani Deobandi branch that has been militarized during the 3 wars of Pakistan against India and further politicized. And I'm sorry to say you that even the ideas of all these negative things that you can imagine that what the Taliban doing are actually channeled into your education system, into your madrasas through that channel. Why nobody resists this? Why nobody resisted it? Now we all are complaining. We are complaining about it. But when it happens, because we think at the time that it champions our cause, it champions our religious sentiment, so we support it. No, you have to be really aware of what's happening in Afghanistan. I'm not surprised that so many Talibans are today, even in Panjshir, even in Parion, that raised the flag while there was still resistance against the Taliban. Because these madrasas have been built under the nose of the political leaders of the country for the past 20 years at least. But why nobody resisted? Even intellectuals, no politician, no military, nobody has ever asked a question. And now you see the fruit of that. The same is true with the others, from Badakhshan to Zabul to Helmand to Farah. So when I say, I'm finishing, When I say that when a divided society is susceptible to manipulation, when I say that an uneducated society is manipulable by extremist group, is that the reason? If you want to stop, today you can't, but you can change the course of the future. And you have to do it in an intellectual manner, and you have to take the support of other groups who at least are not drowned into this quagmire. It's a crisis, and it's a serious crisis, and we have to deal with it collectively. We have to deal with it collectively. Pashtuns cannot come out of this situation by themselves. The Tajiks cannot come out of this by themselves. The Hazaras cannot come by themselves alone. They all are in crisis. So you have to make sure that you take the help from a place where it don't take you out from one crisis and put you in another crisis. This is what happened in the past 20 years. The government scammed the international community, take Afghanistan out of the crisis of Taliban and entered us into another crisis of the Taliban. So you have to be very careful what choices today you make, and that will going to shape the future of the country.
Let me finally ask Omar if he wants to respond.
Well, thank you so much. I don't have anything to ask or add. In the interest of time, I think I will only state that my argument throughout the paper and presentation has been clear, and what I have been arguing is that polycentrism is the best system in the current, as an alternative to the nation state, but that should not lead to the romanticization of a Sharia-based order based on medieval examples. We can be innovative and recraft existing political models in a way which should accommodate religion, but should also not neglect secularism. It's a very, very complex theoretical debate, but I wish I was there to discuss this over tea or coffee with you, with scholars. But anyway, I will stop here. Thank you so much, and have a great conference.
Thank you very much. Please join me.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope that you've all had an enjoyable lunch break and are feeling refreshed on what has turned out to be quite a hot day. We're moving on now to our third panel of the day, which is on the external causes of political instability in Afghanistan. We'll be exploring how internal issues of Afghanistan make possible external interference and influence by the regional and international powers, with special attention paid to the role of Islamism in the instability of the country. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Marissa Key as our chair today, alongside Mr. Ahmad Rashid Salim and James Joseph, who are here in person, and joining us on Zoom, Mr. Mohammed Mohek and Dr. Mirwais Balki. Thank you.
I'm Marissa Kui. I'm convener of the Afghanistan desk at the Center for the Study of Global Human Movement. I'm really grateful to have been invited today, and I think Reza and Zalmai have done a fantastic job in bringing such a diverse and interesting group together. Okay. As Sir Laurie noted at the start of the conference, internal and external factors are inextricably linked in determining Afghanistan's trajectory. Afghanistan has been called a historic roundabout or a compass, as Reza eloquently reminded us. Even the Taliban refer to Afghanistan now as a bridge between East and West. More than a century ago, the poet and the philosopher Iqbal described Afghanistan as the heart of Asia. If the heart is weakened, it will destabilize other parts of the body, the regional neighborhood, and far beyond. The recent killings in Solingen in Germany and their impact on immigration debates and the fortunes of the far right remind us of this symbiosis. Pakistan underwrote the rise of the Taliban, and it is now living with the consequences of its action. Russia and China have been strengthening their ties with the Taliban. Last September, Beijing appointed an ambassador to Kabul, and the Taliban followed suit only 2 months later. China has been deeply involved in exploiting Afghanistan's natural resources, not least through its Belt and Road Initiative. It has called for a lifting of the freeze on overseas assets of the Afghanistan Central Bank. Putin's government is also drawing closer to the Taliban, while the Central Asian republics have taken a very pragmatic stance. Together with Iran, these countries are filling the void left by the chaotic American withdrawal. Nonetheless, all of these nations are concerned about the flow of terrorism, narcotics, criminality, and migrants across Afghanistan's very porous borders. The Taliban have been savvy in their exploitation of the international engagement model, and this has been especially evident in the Doha talks and the failures to include the voices of Afghanistan's women. Our panelists will give us insight into these complex issues of Afghanistan and how they make possible external interference and influence by regional and international powers. They will pay special attention to the role of Islamism in the instability of the country, the condition of the heart of Asia, and the labyrinthine ways it is impacted by external actors will continue to shape the trajectory of Afghanistan's people and our own futures going forward. Sorry. And now I'd like to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Ahmed Rashid Salim. He's an author and a scholar specializing in Islamic studies and Persian language and literature. His work reassesses the classical mystical texts and their epistemologies of Islam, religion in the modern world, along with theories of being and becoming. He earned a bachelor's in political science with a focus on the Muslim world and a master's in Near Eastern studies and a PhD with highest distinction in Islamic studies and Persian literature from the University of California, Berkeley, where he also teaches. Welcome, Dr. Salim.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for the invitation, Mr. Nishat and the Mosaic Foundation team. I know we're a bit behind on time, and being the considerate person that I am, I'll make sure that we go over by another 20 minutes or so. So I appreciate your patience. My presentation attempts to enter into the realm and reality of two terms, deen and dunya, by revisiting, reassessing, and reciting their meaning and manifestations through a series of naqli and aqli sources within the prominent religious and literary traditions as they relate to Afghanistan. The term religion is defined in Arabic as deen in discussions related to Islam and the Quran, particularly in the realm of exegesis or tafsir. This usage enters into the Islamic world. At times, a qualification may be offered, namely that deen is a more comprehensive word than religion, given that Islam is concerned with the dual dynamics of here and there. The here, this ephemeral engagement known as worldly life, is labeled dunya, while there, or the abiding abode's signification, includes yawm ad-din, or the day of deen, understood in this particular context as judgment. In the Persian literary tradition, this distinction has been noted as insu and ansu. In fact, religion is derived from the root word religere, meaning to repeat. Hence, there isn't much consonance to the layeredness of the term deen. When Quranic commentators and writers discuss deen, the etymology infuses the term with the meaning of debt, to be obliged, are mentioned, related to the term dain. Various explanations of religion have been offered by those for it and those who frown upon it. For the sake of this discussion, I'll mention that religion aims to make sense of space and time. It attempts to organize it, and it carries the requisite development and sophistication, if that is present, grants meaning to both. Following the mapping of the exegetes, deen is the process of religiosity that honors the divine as a means of repayment of the indebtedness of life, guidance, blessings, and so forth. In Afghanistan, various leaders and laymen have referenced deen to garner support
and standing, presenting themselves as guardians, guides, or galvanizing portions of the population to disavow the matter altogether. In the current milieu, which has seen the disastrous Doha Agreement reinterpreted and refashioned as a divine victory, cementing the veracity of the Taliban as the true upholders of deen, and the wider topic of militantly motivated groups incentivized by fringe and extremist interpretations of deen and insistent on an interrogation of the wider population's relation to and understanding of deen, or in their terms, misunderstanding of deen, is, of course, of undeniable importance. As I've noted elsewhere, the role of Zalmai Khalilzad as an emissary in the so-called divine victory that the Taliban tout is often left out. Wallahu a'lam. The decision is not contained solely in the layer of outside interference, of which there is a surfeit amount, or internal instability latched onto many layers. It is a far-reaching and reactive issue marred by a curious yet critical omission. Although the term deen is central to the contexts and contestations of the personal and the permeations of the political, the full genealogy of the term has not been understood by the mufassirin and preachers. The origins of the word are in fact not Arabic, but Avestan. Thus, the Arabic etymology is incomplete, given that the Avestan origins of the word are either not known or not mentioned. Why is this significant? Because the terms den and daina refer to an inner conscience, and in the Middle Persian period was similarly used to reference religion. However, the true meaning of the term is to see, to witness, to behold. This missing piece is of tremendous importance in order to situate the spiritual, intellectual potential and praxis that may be emphasized in the sights and sounds of deen in Afghanistan, and in fact in the wider Islamic world. When the meaning of deen is understood as vision, seeing, witnessing, the Farsi verb didan is derived from the source. The entire expanse of religion is reinvigorated and re-envisioned. It further attaches a very generative hermeneutics to Quranic verses and vetting the textual traditions. Why do vision and witnessing matter? How do they unfold within the pursuits of the human self and the spiritual ethical source? It is through witnessing that the very foundational feature of testimony, read the interior life, is established within the Islamic canonical sources. Bearing witness, or shahada, is the process of bearing witness that there is no reality but the one true reality, and by extension, the finality of prophethood. In order to enter into this commitment, the present is always activated. Thus, ashhadu and not shahidtu. In order to attain this, there is a, if not the, vision of the self, and by extension, the other. And even the very term insan, cited as the name of the human being, is potentially derived from the root meaning proximity, intimacy, and thus the human being is that being that needs others. It is through this linked humanity that the self is seen and serenaded. This exchange is beautifully conveyed in the following line by the 18th century mystic poet Beidel, who has his most intense reception and reverberations in Afghanistan. He says, "Tu harfe nazr lab kun ta dil khali konam man ham ke bar khud hamcho koh az be sadai bar megardam." Essentially, you offer something of an exchange through language so that I too may convey to you my inner self. Voicelessness has led me to become a burden upon myself, similar to the mountains. I use the term mystic, though in reality, the term stands in sharp contrast to how the class of those invested in carving a space of an inspired interior life would understand this pursuit. The term mysticism is derived from the Latin root, which refers to closing the eyes, and thus focusing on the unseen and interior. However, within the routes and prominent reads of the tradition that converse, the converse is clearly the case, namely that eyes must be wide open. For example, Sana'i of Ghazna, referring to the process of seeing the reality of the Quran and thus centering the prominence of vision within the vessel of the heart, prominently states, عروس حضرت قرآن نقابان گه براندازد که دارالملک ایمان را مجرد بیند از غوغا عجب نبود گر از قرآن نصیبت نیست جز نقشه که از خورشید جز گرمی نبیند چشم نابینا. While tasawwuf, or the interior life in Islam, which has historically been integral and integrated within the cultural and religious life of the peoples living in the region and reaches of what is now Afghanistan, has been understood to mean seeing with the purified mirror of the heart, and its synonymous term, irfan, direct experiential knowledge that sees unity instead of multiplicity, namely wahdat dar kasrat. Deen becomes a process of seeing, witnessing, and beholding. However, Afghanistan's recent history has shown that religion has been used to hold the population in wider contestations, infused primarily with political machinations. Subsequently, governments corroded the role of Sufi orders and leaders, but also invested in shifts related to areas of scholarship. For example, up until the early 20th century, the prominence of Bukhara as a site of religious learning and understanding, to Deoband, and later on the influence of Wahhabism and Salafism, including in the modern terms through the reach and the extent of the internet. The focus on employing the symbolisms of deen for wildly worldly wants and wreaking havoc and harm by governments such as those of Abdul Rahman, Amanullah, and even Dawood Khan, to the Taliban regimes of 96 and 21, wherein any opponent in any realm of disagreement is subject to violence in the name of deen. But these internal manipulations have not only obfuscated and opposed deen as vision and seeing, they further contradicted a key Quranic matter and meaning, namely zulm and istaz'af. The latter means both darkness and oppression can be better understood in reference to the earlier redefinition of deen as vision and seeing. This seeing is a sensitization to a process of both beatific vision and beautification. However, when oppressive darkness, or zulm, or istaz'af, is present, it obstructs vision at a dual and corresponding level. The one committing the act and the individual or individuals to whom the zulm is directed. For this reason, a key principle can be determined in the Quranic corpus in Surah Yusuf, verse 108. This surah is of tremendous import for many reasons, but for the concerns of this discussion, it is helpful to note that Yusuf is marked both by the ability to interpret dreams, thus he is able to see the liminal space, and his overwhelming beauty, again dealing with vision. Thus, there is a function and witnessing and seeing related to him and the chapter. We find in the verse the following instance: قُلْ هَذِهِ سَبِيلِي أُدْعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ عَلَى بَصِيرَةٍ وَمَنِ اتَّبَعَنِي. Say, O Prophet, this is my specified path. I invite to God with inner insight, I and those who follow me. Thus, basira, or insight, what I define as inner insight based on the larger spiritual linguistic context and concept of the literature, is centered as method, means, and meaning of the prophetic path, in other words, of deen. A vision that is infused with insight and inner realization. Hence, the poetic tradition's insistence that chashme ke nadarad nazare halqaye dam ast. The next verse mentions the example of messengers sent from cities and asks, have they not journeyed upon the earth and observed how was the end of those before them? What kind and quality of journeying can be extended and expected for the people of Afghanistan who've lacked the political standing and stability, as well as the financial resources to be privileged with journeying in the Dini sense? Instead, they've been made into refugees, scattered and scarred with generational traumas that are in themselves a veil over witnessing. Instead of deen as vision, it has been revisionism of deen. When illiteracy and denial of education have been consistent, how can a population even see the script and the signs, let alone what they signify and safeguard? With the proliferation of extremist madrasas that blind students and incite them towards unhinged violence and domination are present, what does the future hold? Added to this is the admixture of ethnofascism and the imposition of not only one interpretive view that breaks from a vast tradition encompassing speculative theology or kalam, exegesis, analysis of traditions, history, as well as what I term the process of adab, which I define as a civilizational value and venture. Philosophy, referred to both as hikmah and as nazar, literally vision and sight. Further added to this is the role of an expansive and rich artistic tradition that includes script as well as painting and figural representations. Lastly, a rich chorus of musical symphony and song have been instrumental in how individuals and seekers engaged with and in deen. For example, influential thinkers and theorists such as Al-Farabi expanded on the ways sound waves and music can strum the spiritual strings of the heart. Hence, the complete ban of music and the destruction of musical instruments is a site of deep deterioration and estrangement. Militant extremist groups like the Taliban prioritize the prevention of vision. The population is stripped of seeing, at a human level, their own aspirations, at a political level, their voice and needs, at an economic level, their prosperity, and at a spiritual level, their deen. Only one interpretive lens matters, that of the group. The population has no viewpoint nor validity except for capitulation and subjugation. Any attempt to call out this paucity of possibilities is met with unhinged violence, and the only refrain is that we are taking you toward an ideal. In this process, those who don't share the same viewpoint are termed disbelievers, deviants, destroyed by Western ideologies, and those lost in the dunya. From a religious perspective, such accusations are termed buhtan and are counted as grave sins stemming from spiritual diseases. Afghanistan has a dual problem of ifrat and tafrit, competing extremes that have been perennially exploited internally and externally. A thorough and nuanced understanding of deen and didan is astonishingly absent. In recent years, whether it is the products of a new wave of writers and voices tamed and trained within a narrow and quixotic understanding of Western values, or those reacting and refusing them, both camps have not spent the time and, more importantly, the reflective thought to understand the place and possibilities of religion in Afghanistan. In fact, both of the groups are facing off in the dunya with vastly different aims and attitudes. This internal flaw makes subsequent foreign manipulations and mergers viable. On the one hand, extremist groups like the Taliban ultimately read the dunya as a diabolical site, a place of seduction. Thus, it must be escaped. It's a hopeless place. Similarly, it must be made hopeless for others. Religious groups, even if slowly, this captures a vast segment of society, men, women, religious groups such as the Shia, Sikh, Ismaili. The exploitation and hopelessness, of course, figures prominently in how such groups exploit the sad state of society's strata. From boys and girls to men and widows, hopelessness in the world and of the world is similarly a key indicator for extreme acts of violence, such as self-destruction via suicide bombings, which again is displaced by such groups as of late by the term istishhad, bearing witness instead of intihar, which is nothing more than sophistry. What are we to see and succeed in during the days and being in the dunya? How does this key understanding impact the internal and external threats and temptations of extremism in Afghanistan and beyond? Dunya, from the Arabic root word meaning close or proximity, refers to this material world of life, but it also captures the spirit and immateriality it is animated with. Numerous verses center the dunya as a site of signs, ayat, a reflection of ayat. Ayat, by their very definition, are those things that aspire and transpire awe of the divine. By this function alone, it cannot be devalued because it carries signs. Moreover, I draw your attention to a unique verse in the Quran that is often overlooked. It is found in Surah Hud, verse 61. هُوَ أَنْشَأَكُم مِّنَ الْأَرْضِ وَاسْتَعْمَرَكُمْ فِيهَا. It is God who produced you from the earth and tasked you with its cultivation. The centering of وَاسْتَعْمَرَكُمْ فِيهَا has direct spiritual, philosophical implications relevant to the situation in Afghanistan, past, present, and future, as well as our general understanding of Deen's relationship to dunya. It underlines the connection of the human being with the earth as a command to and responsibility toward development and cultivation. This enhancement and progress must be achieved in all facets and by extension maintains that the absence or lack of this cultivation is a betrayal and break from the purpose of the human being and of Deen and dunya. The dunya that is criticized is neither this world nor its enjoyment. Rather, it is forgetfulness and betrayal of the divine command. This is a vivid contrast to the paucity of true progress and development in the country, whether in the past and certainly under the extremist vision of the present. Included in the process of progress and development is the role of women and an insistence on a pluralistic society. A full discussion and scope of this dynamism is, of course, beyond the scope of today's talk, but it warrants reference that of key concern is to see the full humanity of fellow human beings, irrespective of gender and religion. However, a robotic, insipid, and violence via revisionism of Deen has been unfolding inside the country and saturated by funds and figures from outside. Concurrently, it is rational and necessary to look to the past and revisit the canon to improve the present and to harmonize. However, contrary to the superficial label of romanticizing the past, that the aim is to improve the present. Romanticizing the past fails to apply the same standard to the modern and the absurd violence and undoing we are desensitized to, including the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. The process of religious revisionism and extremism is in fact a mockery of religion, dressing it with a superficial exterior centered while interior hypocrisy is maintained, violence and blindness are normalized. This again becomes a site of intense critique within the Quran for those who pray in order to be seen and praised. فَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُصَلِّينَ. For example, the Taliban insist on a harsh and extreme view of what modesty means for individuals in major cities such as Kabul and Herat, while broad evidence confirms the presence of physical and sexual violence against men and women. Included in this are widespread testimonies and proof that the Taliban uniquely torture the private parts of males and females because they know that those areas will not be exposed to the general public. However, it is the case that Taliban themselves are seeing the private parts during torture and certainly during sexual assault. To place this issue in a clearer context, within the Islamic Sharia, even during the ritual bathing of a dead body, the individual's private parts cannot be exposed. So their treatment is even harsher and ways more absurd than the treatment of a dead body. On the jurisprudential principle that no prayer or worship is valid if any item has been usurped or used without permission, whether it is water, clothing, or land. Thus, the historical interior colonization and current movements that have forced Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and others off of their legal and ancestral lands and pastures is, of course, of tremendous import. These offer two very clear examples of the suspension of seeing the borders and boundaries around right and wrong. I noted that the presentation's aim was to enter into the realm and reality of two terms, deen and dunya, by revisiting, reassessing, and reciting their deeper meaning and methods in order to counter the internal and external threats to Afghanistan. Clearer concepts related to both are needed in order to offer a visionary rehabilitation of deen and dunya, countering extremism from within the canon and source, and offering an expansive cultivation that is inner as well as outward. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Mirwais Balkhi. He's the former Minister of Education of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, between 2018 and 2020. He has a distinguished academic career and a diplomatic career with significant contributions to education and to international relations. He earned his PhD in international relations with a specialization in West Asian studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, India. His scholarly work includes a deep analysis of Saudi Arabia's foreign policy towards Afghanistan and assessments of regional integration processes affecting the country. During his tenure as Minister of Education, Dr. Balkhi led extensive reforms aimed at improving educational standards in Afghanistan and accessibility across the country, addressing the needs of society recovering from prolonged conflicts, and enhancing literacy and learning opportunities for Afghanistan's youth. Besides his ministerial role, Dr. Balkhi has served as Deputy Ambassador of Afghanistan in New Delhi, and he has held prominent positions at the Center for Strategic Studies in Kabul. His extensive publications in both English and Persian cover a wide range of topics, from nation building in Afghanistan to comparative studies on international frameworks within Afghanistan and contributing to discussions on regional stability and development. Welcome, Dr. Balkhi.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know, I was a little bit confused about my timing, but anyway, good afternoon, good morning, good evening across the time zones. It's a pleasure for me to be here among you. I was told to talk about the external factor of instability in Afghanistan, which has been always a topic of my focus during my academics, because as a student of IR, I have been always thinking about what are the major variables, what are the external factors which affected instability in Afghanistan. So let me begin with stating that Afghanistan for me is the only exception in the world which is always being affected by its foreign affairs. Unlike the literature which is available in the global IR, that the foreign policy or the foreign affairs of a country is followed by the internal politics. But in Afghanistan, since it is emergence, we have a reverse understanding, because if you take the formation of modern Afghanistan in the second half of the 18th century, 19th century, we clearly know that it has been an emergence because of the competition of the global powers in that time. And accidentally, as I always talk about the theory of accidental states, because of the sphere of influences, because of the proxy wars, because of the installations modality in the British India and the Tsar, then Afghanistan was formed. And since that, a legacy of external factors have been always in the history of Afghanistan. So if you take the political common memory of Afghanistan's political history, I do not see any stage in the history of modern Afghanistan that you do not see an external factor which did not affect the stability or instability of Afghanistan. So that is also going on until the current history that we are completely eyewitness of what we have seen on the ground in Afghanistan, especially in the modern days when you see the half-century conflict of Afghanistan, which started from 1963, that has been always also as a result of the external factor, because the export of revolution by the Soviet during these days affected Afghanistan, and the monarchy was replaced by the republic in Afghanistan. Well, in the political concept, that has been a mercy to the people of Afghanistan, because we have passed an old regime or an old political system in our history to be modernized politically on our future. But in reality, the republic itself was the continuation of the same monarchy, because politically nothing was changed on the ground, and so the decision-making process, the hierarchy, and the governance system in Afghanistan have been on the same path. But in concept, it was republic. So the republic also, because of the external factors, could not change itself on the ground realities of the Afghanistan, or on the basis of the needs of the people of Afghanistan. So that could not survive based on countering the external influence of the outsiders or outside factors inside Afghanistan. You have a bulk of literature on reforms, on change, on demands, on different understanding of the political figures until 1973 onwards on Afghanistan, while during the coup of 1978, or during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, then the Mujahideen Islamic State of Afghanistan, until now, you can clearly see that there has been always an attraction from outside on a no governed land, as they see, because of their hegemony, because of their political gains that the outsiders see on the ground. So that has been the face and the feature of the political external intervention in Afghanistan, which has been always in a complicated way. Why I say complicated way? Because in the political history of Afghanistan, when you think about the external factors, again, Afghanistan has been an exception, because the stakeholders or the parties of war in Afghanistan conflict from outside has been always too many. It is not one country, it is not two countries, it's not three countries who have been involved or engaged or intervening in Afghanistan instability. It has been always a group of countries on different circles. They are somehow directly or indirectly engaged in Afghanistan instability. So when one factor that a country is formed because of the external factors, and then during the course of history, the external factors has remained as a fact in changing the internal politics of Afghanistan. And then the third fact, when there are many stakeholders and factors engaging in Afghanistan politics from outside, these three variables itself is the main factors of instability in Afghanistan. Especially when there is no consensus, when there is no common understanding on how to design Afghanistan as a modern nation state, or Afghanistan as a responsible state in the region or globally, or especially when there is mutual or a common interest between Afghanistan and one country or many countries in outside. So if you take these three facts, one thing is also again clear that maybe parties of war may change inside the circles because of different positions, because of different engagement in the course of time. But that's not the matter. The matter is that these stakeholders have remained always engaged in Afghanistan politics and as a main variables of changing the course of the political stability or instability inside Afghanistan. Nowadays, if we update ourselves that who are the stakeholders and what are the positions of the stakeholders in the political stability of Afghanistan or instability, I may refer to the three circles of stakeholders in Afghanistan conflict. And those who are positioning themselves in any of these circles have been there always from the beginning of the conflict in Afghanistan, but only on the position or change. For example, in the first circle, you have international terrorist groups in Afghanistan. They may refer as non-state actors or whatever, but I always believe that in the political history of Afghanistan, we have seen that all these terrorist groups are the state-sponsored groups. As a proxies in Afghanistan, they have been always played as mercenaries in the hands of the regional actors or international actors to fight against other rivals inside Afghanistan. So terrorist organizations, take it the Taliban, take it the ISIS, take it any other one, a PTT or TTT or any other one, they have been in the first circle of Afghanistan's stakeholders. Second is Pakistan, of course, because it has been always engaged in Afghanistan and always concerned to expand its sphere of influence inside Afghanistan for, of course, multi-purposes that we clearly know about it. United States still is in the first circle of Afghanistan conflict because it has been engaged since 20 years of war in Afghanistan, and still, though it withdrew from Afghanistan, but there have been engagements in all spheres, whether humanitarian, whether it is security, whether it is through the UN or different other international organizations. So these three stakeholders, I believe, are in the first circle of Afghanistan conflict. In the second circle, then you have countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, and India. These three, I believe, are in the second circle because they have again a direct engagement in Afghanistan, but of course it's matched in soft aspect, not in hard. So that is why all these three hegemons of the region did somehow try to expand their soft influence inside Afghanistan, no matter Taliban, no matter anyone else, but extending their influence inside Afghanistan gave them a credit internationally that they have a regional influence and they can play a vital role on the region, convince the international community they are the regional hegemon. And in the third circle of Afghanistan conflict, the stakeholders are countries like Turkey, Russia, EU, and China. These have been always, again, engaged in Afghanistan some time in the history directly or maybe indirectly, but nowadays these countries also somehow trying to protect themselves from insecurities inside Afghanistan. So a modality of deterrence they are playing inside Afghanistan somehow to protect themselves because of the vulnerabilities they have from Afghanistan. But of course, when you are using deterrence politics to protect yourselves, you are engaged inside a country, or you are engaged within the war zone somehow to try to balance inside that war zone to protect any kind of challenges posing on yourself from that region. So therefore, it is a mixture of the hard and soft engagement inside Afghanistan, but of course it is in a very low level because they somehow trying to convince again international community that they are not interested in engaging directly with Afghanistan conflict. So these three circles of stakeholders in the political instability of Afghanistan have been with these significance that I have mentioned. I will just, in summary, tell about what is the way to get out of these the consequences or the situation that we have witnessing or we are witnessing from Afghanistan is, of course, an internal homework for the diaspora and also for the political groups from Afghanistan. What I believe always is that you may have or you may see some of the external factors of conflict inside Afghanistan, but eventually what you can somehow to manage all these external factors not to destabilize Afghanistan is based on the consensus among the political elites, among the intellectual and the people of Afghanistan. Because at the end of the day, the gaps are inside Afghanistan because politically, as much as Afghanistan have been always engaged from outside, there are gaps inside Afghanistan which do not see a political contract among the people of Afghanistan on all aspects of nationhood or statehood, so that you give a single message or a consensus message to the regional and international actors or stakeholders in the political history of Afghanistan, so that the people of Afghanistan, based on these values and identity, they want to engage with the region and internationally in a cooperative or in a common understanding, so that at least some of these stakeholders who directly or indirectly are engaged in Afghanistan, we all know that they are also confused of their status and their situation from Afghanistan, and based on that, they somehow try to not to disengage themselves from Afghanistan conflict. That said, I think if there are been discussions, I'm glad to engage with that. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, because we've got the cultural event later, we're going to skip the Q&A, and I'll just give a few wrap-up remarks. But yeah, thank you to the speakers who were incredible. Can I just say that Ambassador Mohek was unwell, and that's why he couldn't be here to speak. There we go. I just want to wrap up by saying that the great problem which we face now with Afghanistan, whether on how to stabilise it and trying to get a democratic government back in and try and reform whether it's a federalist system or however we get rid of the vices that we currently have in Afghanistan and try and reform it. As we've just heard from the speakers there are so many international actors, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, India, who will have a stake in this, in causing instability in a very, very fractured country. And if we're to move forward from this, we need to have whether it be a body or some sort of unity, cohesive program to be able to reform Afghanistan externally, but with internal partners that can work on internal rifts and try and figure a way forward. And that way forward, as we've heard from these speakers, is not something that's going to be easy. But I'll leave it with this. I think that the Islamism, as is the sort of the point of special attention, is a core factor in this. When we look at these international countries we've mentioned here, Saudi, Iran, India, and there is a rise of sort of extremist Islamism across the world, as we've seen from Marissa's starting point with Sweden. And I think that this needs to, if we're going to move forward with Afghanistan, this needs to be tackled from within Afghanistan to reform the structures which oversee the power and the hegemonic structures which dictate what happens there. But externally, we all have a part to play in this, and we all have a part to play in how Afghanistan reforms and how we institute reform in Afghanistan. And it's a tough part that we've all got to have a stake in. So I'm going to leave that there, and hope that you all give a round of applause for the speakers, and we'll finish the panel there.
So let me very quickly introduce the next panel. It's about the Constitution of Afghanistan. It's about the continuity of the Constitution from 1923 throughout 2004. The continuity or change of the constitutions and how the structures of constitution defined institutions and how those basically institutions of the modern state has kind of added to the layers of the problems that we have in Afghanistan. We had somebody who couldn't make it, and I had to immediately take the chair myself to volunteer for that. The discussant is Dr. Said Askar Musavi, who unfortunately couldn't fly from Tehran. There's apparently a problem with Lufthansa. Lufthansa apologized for not being able to operate anymore in Tehran, and they led him to another flight to Dubai through Emirates Airline, and he's stuck at the moment between Dubai and London. So we do probably this evening he will arrive. So we don't have him, unfortunately, with us. So it's me who is chairing this session. We have Dr. Zulfia, who has kindly joined us from South Wales University. And we have Ofran Badakhshani from online. Hopefully he's connected, I'm not sure. Yes, I can see him. And also we have Dr. Bashir Mubashir, who is supposed to join us. I'm not sure if he's around. Probably not yet. So hopefully he will join soon. Can I ask Dr. Zulfia if you can come to the... Mr. Badakhshani, if you're ready, I can say a few words and then give the floor to you, and then I can ask Zulfia to speak. But then I would like to introduce you first, and then ask you to talk. But initially, I would like to say a few words to start with a lived experience of myself. I was at one point part of the government in Afghanistan. So part of what is known National Unity Government. What happened is that in 2014, two presidential candidates claimed that they are the winners. And when the election results were not resolved, Senator John Kerry came to Afghanistan to broker a deal between the two frontrunners, Dr. Abdullah and Ashraf Ghani Ahmadzai. That deal was named the National Unity Government's deal. In that deal, I will quote, basically, there was two main agreements between the two candidates. One, that convening of a lawyer jirga to amend the constitution, considering the proposal to create the post of an executive prime minister. So the idea was that the constitution of Afghanistan should be amended to create a basically vertically to divide the executive to a presidential office and to a prime minister office. But the problem with that constitution was that I've written a few pieces on constitution of Afghanistan, the problem of rigidity of the constitution. That the president had the privilege to start any amendments. Apart from the president, the parliament, no other body had the power to give the decree to start the process of amendment. So there was another problem. The district council election never happened. So because the lower jirga defined in the constitution was the sole body could amend the constitution, because the quorum of the lower jirga was not there due to the absence of the district council representative, there was no political will to complete that. But in the agreement there is that we should hold those elections to make the quorum complete, and then the president should issue a decree to call the lower jirga to discuss the amendment of the constitution, which never happened. The second important part of this agreement was Part B, where until such a time that the office of the prime minister was created, an office will be created called the Chief Executive of Afghanistan, Chief Executive's Office. So that was a non-constitutional body which acted as the prime minister, chaired the Council of Ministers with its 13 subcommittees. And once the constitution supposed to be, if it was amended, this chief executive will become the prime minister, which never happened. And at that time, because of these problems, I wanted to escape and study, maybe do another master in Oxford, and they required to write an essay. And in that essay, when I wrote, I said to them, if there was no possibility of reform in the government, there will be either basically the Taliban takeover or probably an uprising by the people, which unfortunately that's what we saw. Anyway, so given the rigidity of the constitution, I would like to go first to our first speaker, Mr. Badakhshani, and I will introduce him first, and then hopefully when he talks, maybe he can reflect on some of the things that I said about the rigidity of the constitution and the institutions like lower jirga, which is very, very questionable in history of Afghanistan, how it has been used and misused. So if I can find the section on Mr. Badakhshani's introduction. Ghufran is a political philosopher, poet, and business developer dedicated to Afghanistan's future. His academic work focuses on the transition of Afghanistan from unitary system to a federal system with a secular constitution, aiming to achieve social justice and equality. As a published author, he provides insight into Afghanistan's political and social challenges, offering strategies for stability and growth. In addition to his scholarly work, Ghufran is a passionate poet, reflecting the resilience and aspiration of Persian-speaking people. Professionally, he excels in business development, driving initiatives to revitalize Afghanistan's economy. He is the founder and chairman of Gilgamesh Foundation and founding member of Azad, the Society of the Free. And his paper title is Reforming Afghanistan's Constitutional Framework, the Case for a Federal and Secular System to Promote Democracy, Justice, Human Rights, and Minority Rights. The floor is yours, Mr. Badakhshani.
Thank you very much, Nishat Aziz, and good afternoon to all of you there. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to be there in person, and I was looking forward to see some of the faces again and to meet some new faces, but due to some work responsibilities, I couldn't make it, unfortunately. And thank you for clearing the way as well for the introduction on this very crucial and important topic of of constitutional reform in Afghanistan. Although I do not have a background in constitutional law and just not as a, let's say, as a specialist in constitutional law, but as a political philosopher who that have been thinking about the entire process of state building and nation building in Afghanistan, and all the failures and the problematic nature of this unitary system. So from that perspective, I've looked at the 5 to 7 constitutions in the past 100 years of what we now know as the Afghan state. And that short introduction of yours, there was some, of the nature of the problem in Afghanistan. So I'm not going to very detailed, let's say, analysis of the state building in Afghanistan, just a fresh reminder, because a lot has been already discussed there and a lot will be discussed tomorrow. And for many of us, scholars, non-scholars, the political reality of Afghanistan is something of a surprise, and the state building and the nation building, especially in the past 20 years during the Republic from 2001 onwards, where the international community themselves were there present and saw the realities of the political reality, as Afghanistan themselves. But as a reminder, the birth of the country that we now know as Afghanistan, which starts with Amir Abdul Rahman from the 1880s and up to 1893, that all the current boundaries of Afghanistan are signed on agreements between the British India and Russia at that time, and the country that we now know as Afghanistan was born. So at that time, before Abdurrahman, there's a lot of turmoil, there's a lot of tribal wars, there's a lot of chaos, coming from the, let's say, the problems within the Safavid and with British India and the political situation at that time between, the struggle for India and for that part of the world between the British and between the French and between the Russia, and as a result, all the artificial boundaries that were drawn and the reality that is now known as Iran, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, etc., and so forth. Abdurrahman Khan comes in a completely chaotic country that is then by some known as Khurasan and by some known as Eastern Iran, and but he manages to, within those drawn borders, with the help of the British India at that time, from 1983 to identify or to name this region as Afghanistan, and has aimed to unify this country and to make it one unified piece of land, but also and to bring it under one law and one flag. So the absolute monarchy that led to the genocide of the Hazaras, but also of the ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of the Tajiks and the Uzbeks in central Afghanistan, North Afghanistan. So that Afghanistan that was left to a son, Habibullah, and then now I cannot go into all details, but the political, let's say, oppositions that were banned by Abdurrahman, they started returning to Afghanistan, and among them Mahmoud Tarzi, and very influential in the development of the Afghan nationalism and Afghan identity and the political identity in Afghanistan. But then, like Mr. Nishat referred to Loya Jirga, or to the undemocratic or let's say the illegitimate nature of the constitution that was in 2000 was formed in 2004. We have inherited many traditions from that time. So that absolute monarchy, when in 1923 the first constitution of Afghanistan was formed and drawn, that form of the centralization of power was transformed, let's say, it became a constitutional centralization of power. Before it was just the will of the monarch, the will of the king. Now it became a constitution, but for, let's say, the minority rights, or for the women's rights, or for religious freedom, or for individual freedom. So everything that was really needed and crucial for the political development of a stable political development or an inclusive country of nation building, all that was not really included in that constitution. So that we inherited, and that then became many regimes changed, and many constitutions were formed again, and they adapted certain parts of the previous constitutions with slight changes here and there. And Professor Sharoni has a beautiful term for the rule of law and the law of the ruler. I heard like 2 years ago from him. So that is the case of Afghanistan. So we, from 1923 to, let's say, 2004, we go through almost 7 different constitutions. And in all these constitutions, one thing that never changes, that is the centralization of power, be it the king, or be it the First Republic, Dawood Khan, or be it all the presidents that come after him. So, but then the constitution in 1964, this is in theory not in the first 3 decades, because the same, let's say, absolute monarchism continues, because at that time Zohar Shah is very young and as uncle who runs the country. Not only this is a constitutional monarchy at that time, but in the first 3 decades of this constitution in the reign of Zohar Shah, actually the biggest part of the Pashtunization of Afghanistan, Afghanization of Afghanistan, and further continuation of the forced displacements and oppression of the minorities and ethnic minorities or religious minorities and so on and so forth continue. In addition to this, so we, let's say, we go to the 1997 when the First Republic of Afghanistan comes under Dawood Khan. The constitution changes here and there a little bit, but then the power of the president becomes actually, in some areas, a little more than the power that was in the hands of the king. So the president of Afghanistan becomes more powerful actually than the king was. And if you read the constitution carefully, and I've only read and compared, let's say, the powers of a president, the minority rights, women rights, freedom of speech, and all these elements are crucial for the development of a political culture or for a democracy to take shape. And so on the paper you see there's like some very beautiful articles as everyone is equal before the law, as everyone is had the right to speak his mind or her mind. But in theory, the same practices of Pashtunization and marginalization of other minorities, the non-Pashtuns, especially the Tajiks and the Hazaras, continues, but although there are some constitutional rights, in practice, nothing actually changes for the minorities, let alone that the minority rights or women rights, these are either not mentioned or very slightly mentioned, but then the discrimination or the centralized character of the power keeps, let's say, discriminating and keeps eliminating the diversity instead of managing it. And then in 1987, there comes an attempt for the protection of the rights of the minorities, for example. But then again, because of that centralization of the power that we did, then the president gives the presidents the ability to not only appoint minister cabinet, but also like from, let's say, from the ministers of the cabinet to the governors and to the lowest local, let's say, appointees by the government, and mostly also in a way that, let's say, a Pashtun from Kandahar was appointed as a governor in Badakhshan. Not only they didn't speak one another's language, but they was like the governor was completely foreign to the people, and due to which a distrust and a gap then existed between, let's say, the people and the government and so on and so forth. And then we have, like, because I go very quickly through this constitutional things, in the paper you can read it with more elaboration, with more details, how and what are the main differences between these constitutions, in what ways they are different, and under each constitution, what political, let's say, brutalities have been done, and what operations the people, but also the political parties and the intellectuals have faced. But for now, we just give you just key points because we don't have a lot of time. But in 2004, after the withdrawal of the first, the collapse of the first Taliban regime, then we have again a constitution which is actually not very much different from the constitution of the 1964. It is in many ways the same constitution, only the power of the president again is much more than of the king at that time. And there were many debates were there at the beginning, especially by the non-Afghans, for a more decentralized constitution and a form of government. But then this was ignored by the international community, but also by the players, let's say by the figures like Khalizad and like Pashtuns that were involved both from the side of America, of the international community, or the political settlements in Afghanistan that prevented this constitution to become, let's say, a decentralized constitution. Another thing that in all the other constitutions before 2004 happens is that all these constitutions, let's say before the constitution in 1964, this constitution even discriminates between, let's say, the Muslims, because for the president of Afghanistan is required to be a Muslim, and the previous constitutions is required to be a Muslim but a Sunni Hanafi. So a Shia, let's say, Afghanistani could not become the president anyway. And then there is a slight, let's say, progress in the constitution of 2004, because it just says, okay, the region of the state is Islam. The president of Afghanistan needs to be born from Afghanistani parents and just Muslim. So let's say, while the constitution says that, in one of the first articles, that all citizens of Afghanistan are equal before the law, let's say a Sikh minority or a Hindu minority, because they are not Muslims, under no circumstances they will be able to become, let's say, the president or hold a key office like a minister or any other high post in the governmental structure. So although in many ways, for example, in the guarantees that the Constitution in 2004 gives, for example, to women's rights, for example, this is the first time that it happens. There are some guarantees for women's rights, and that's how we get this, let's say, 25% quotation of, let's say, women representatives in the parliament. You can saw in many different areas. It's a little more, let's say, there's a little progress for women in this, but then, of course, because of all the cultural barriers that exist there and lack of the political culture that understands this rights, when it came to the practice and the enforcement of law, then a lot didn't change. And then, in, let's say, regards to the minority rights, for example, this is fully recognized, but again, there is a lot of difference between the constitutional rights that is on the paper, but in practice. So then you see this in the policy of the government towards, let's say, Persian language, and the discrimination, positive discrimination towards, let's say, Pashto, and more negative discrimination towards the Persian-speaking peoples. Concluding, so this, although we have, let's say, the Constitution of 2004 is, if you, let's say, if the concentration of the power was not so much in the hands of a president, probably is one of the best constitutions in the entire region in the area. But then, because of the lack of those checks and balances, and because the president could appoint from a minister to the very, the lowest rank in some village in northern and south Afghanistan, this gave them birth to a political stability, but also to, this gap that is then in this stress between different ethnic groups, but also between the society and the government. And the minority rights that then constitute discrimination against the non-Muslims. I mean, there are a few percentage, probably less than 1%, but then if you are to speak about citizenship rights, and if our understanding of the democracy is the protection of the rights of the minorities, be it 1 or be it 2 or be it 100 or be it 100,000 or 1 million, that would not then make should not make a lot of difference. So even within this constitution, although there are, let's say, some improvements on paper, the discrimination and marginalization and exclusion then still continues because of that centralized character of the power in the hands of one president. There's one example given by Professor Shahroni in the case of Balkh in 2017, that due to some political disagreements, Ashraf Ghani, the former president of Afghanistan, decides to fire Ato Mahmadi Noor as the governor of Balkh. And then Balkh, before that, one of the most stable provinces of Afghanistan, and very prosperous economically, but also very free in terms of let's say, in terms of safety for women, for example, and their presence in offices and cultural developments and, I don't know, theaters. In so many ways, Balkh was one of the examples of a prosperous provinces in North Afghanistan. And then in the story that Professor Sharoni showcases, this clearly demonstrates how, let's say, the strong hand of a president can destabilize an entire region, because Balkh was a very, let's say, prominent and a very important city for North Afghanistan. And because the president of Afghanistan so easily could just, play with whom he appoints and whom he fires, and through that he could just destabilize the entire country. And then the case of Balkh is one of the living examples, and it is in a very detailed article of Professor Sharoni that I recommend all of you reading, just to understand how that, let's say, political power of the president really worked in Afghanistan in the past, but also it showcases how we have inherited this kind of, let's say, political culture, but also this kind of, let's say, what historically was the Pashtun kinship, how that was transformed institutionally to the hands of the president, but also the emphasis on a kind of pride that the president should always be a Pashtun, and then once at the top, then he could appoint, whom and wherever he wants and however he wants.
Excuse me, Mr. Badakhshani, for the interest of time,
yes.
maybe can you please summarize it?
Yes. So I like a few more minutes. So if you, let's say, look at almost all scholars in political science and national building and settlement, they all almost agree on that centralization of power does lead to the nation failure, to political instability, to nepotism, to distrust and underrepresentation in the past of Afghanistan. And I'll get to the important part of, let's say, my paper. Then there's the case for federalism in Afghanistan. So this is not something new in Afghanistan, and the first time the call for decentralization and self-determination was first, it was initiated in 1973 by a political party that was the Revolutionary Organization of Afghanistan, or SOZA. And then their approach, instead of eliminating diversity, which was, let's say, the core idea of the Afghan nationalism, instead of managing the diversity, they choose for elimination of the diversity. And within this dialogue for federalism in Afghanistan, then the management of diversity comes for the very first time visible. So, and then if we, let's say, go towards a more federal system in a decentralized system, or character of the power in the politics of Afghanistan, then through the federalism, the details you can read in the paper, then accountability due to local elections, for example, if people elect their own officials in Balfour, in Bomion, in Kandahar, or wherever, and keep them accountable for things they do, and then and that way we will also bridge the gap that is between the society and the government. The empowerment of the local communities, that is also a little, let's say, has also to do with their human dignity that has been deprived, that has been oppressed in the past 125 years. And instead of the under-representation that was in that presidential system, increased representation because people take part, and an enhanced stability that, let's say, if you organize security locally, and if you organize economy locally, and so on. And then so, although people call for a, let's say, constitutional reform, but I think that even a constitutional reform is not enough, and even a decentralized, let's say, form of government is not enough if we do not make it a secular constitution as well. Because we see that even if this most democratic constitution in 2004, which is in itself, again, very undemocratic, because the same constitution also violates the rights of the non-Muslim minorities, for example. But then it guarantees the freedom of speech, for example, but there is no guarantee of the freedom of conscience, for example. If I tomorrow decide to leave, for example, the faith of Islam, so the religion, the state has a religion, and in order to become the president of hold a key office as a minister or whatever, then you have to be, again, a Muslim. And these limitations of, you have the freedom of speech, but as long as it does not contradict the Islamic values, and as long as it doesn't, etc., and so forth and so on, then freedom of thinking and freedom of, let's say, speech and conscience becomes a little limited, which are very, let's say, important for the development of any political culture. Look at the development of, let's say, historically, at what we know now as the United States of America, one of the greatest democracies, for example. All those who ran away from the religious oppression in Europe and, let's say, the founding fathers of the United States of America, because of the oppression, the religious oppression they are faced and they're experiencing in Europe back then by the Catholic Church and also by the European monarchs. So they go there, and then out of this collective experience that they had, so they come with this idea of religion as something very, like, personal and not the French form of, let's say, secularism, but at least that these are two different things, and then not only that religion should not be involved in political matters, but also the state should not be involved in religious matters. So they have both, they enjoy that freedom, and then, and I think that's why that not only a decentralized form of government, but also a secular constitution, just to make sure that the non-Muslim minority or the growing community of non-believers or and so forth and so on, that they also fully, let's say, find themselves in that society and feel part of that society and feel represented in all the structures of the, let's say, of the government and so on. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the thorough analysis of the initially analyzing the problems of centralization, how the from 1923 to 2007, all forms of 7 constitutions that we have in Afghanistan have been highly centralized. That's the character that you defined, which is mostly, in the literature also we can see that. Although there are some claims in Afghanistan that we had different kinds of political regimes and political systems, but for me, any political system that we had in Afghanistan had one character. If it was an Amir or a Shah or a president, it was basically one office and one person making all the decisions, and that's has remained always constant. And the analysis that you made, it's in relation to diversity, pluralism, all those challenges stands. And also thank you so much for going to the issue of federalism, and also not that, but also decentralization, but in fact also secularism, another what you call freedom of conscience. So basically not only democracy, but also liberalism itself. So a democracy without liberalism, we know what would happen, for example, in the case of Egypt, when you have democracy for Islamist group, they take power and use this numerical supremacy to basically create their hegemony on the rest of the society. So thank you very much for that. Probably is debatable, but that's my way of understanding Mr. Sharani. Anyway, so next, but one thing that I wanted to think about a little bit, Badakhshan, is that you seems to be using the term minority a lot, and my understanding is probably you're using it for the non-Muslims. If you make that clear, if I'm right, because in Afghanistan, that minority and majority unfortunately has been used in terms of ethnic ratio, and there is a claim that one ethnic community in Afghanistan is majority, the rest are minority, which is not right, which is not true. Afghanistan is a country of minorities, so that's something that probably you might need to put it up front in your discussion if that's the case. So maybe in the discussion we can talk about that, but moving forward, we have online Dr. Bashir Mubashir, who is hopefully still on, he was online last I checked. Dr. Bashir Mubashir is a researcher, an activist, and a teacher. He is an expert in constitutional law and identity politics, with a research portfolio that spans critical areas of comparative constitutional performance, electoral systems, and Orientalism. He is interested in understanding the intersection of law, politics, and identity, and contributing to the discourse on governance and political inclusion. In addition to his research, Dr. Mubashir brings his expertise into classroom teaching courses on identity politics at institutions such as American University, New York, American University, New York University, and American University of Afghanistan. Dr. Mubashir currently serves as the president of the Afghanistan Law and Political Science Association in Exile, where he leads efforts to promote research, publications, and scholarly collaboration focused on Afghanistan's unique challenges and opportunities. He holds a BA from School of Law and Political Science at Kabul University 2007 and earned his master's degree in 2010 and PhD 2017 from the University of Washington School of Law. The working paper of the title of his today's speech is Constitutional Stability and Change in Afghanistan, a Comparative Performance Analysis. The floor is yours, Dr. Mubashir.
Hello and good morning or good afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. Thank you very much for your generous introduction, Mr. Nishat, and thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here, and the timing is also really good. It's 11 a.m. I was supposed to present at, I don't know, 5 or 6 a.m., but I still had to cancel one of my classes right now, so you still owe me a big time, Mr. Nishat.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for that.
That's all right, that's all right. So this morning I was thinking about the title of our panel, The Continuity of Afghanistan's Constitutional Evolution. This is a really good title. Whoever chose it, it's a wonderful title, and it invites one pondering if Afghanistan ever had an evolution of constitutionalism, and even if there was an evolution, it was continuously progressive in a linear manner. Because looking at the history of Afghan constitutions, we can argue that Hegelian's theory of social evolution and human history explains it much more than modernization theory. And Hegel's theory, which is basically based on the dialectic process, suggests that human history is a history of thesis, followed by antithesis, followed by synthesis. To put it in simplest terms, and probably in a little bit of a flawed term or analysis, it's basically that we, as a human society, we experience do things one way to the extreme mostly, and then we don't like it, and then we move on to the other extreme of things, and we don't like that either, and then we go and settle somewhere in the middle, learning from both thesis and antithesis, from experiencing both extremes of things. And the history of the Constitution of Afghanistan is the history of thesis constitutions and antithesis constitutions. Every new constitution was an antithesis to the previous constitution. The Constitution of, for example, Nader Shah came in to undo the Constitution of Aman Allah Khan, and the Constitution of Dawood Khan, for example, came to undo the Constitution of Zahir Shah. Obviously, the Taliban came to undo the Constitution of 2004. So we have basically moved and swung between one extreme of things to the other extreme of things. But here again, even Hegel's theory falls short and doesn't comprehensively explain a lot of things. And one of the most important things is that why Afghanistan was never able to settle somewhere in the middle, why we weren't able to do the synthesis, right? Learn from the extremes and then create a perfect constitution that works for everyone. Well, that's a really good question, and thank you for asking this, but that's not my question for this presentation. My question for this presentation is, what is a successful constitution? Now, remember that I'm not asking what's a good constitution. Always and often we conflate between the two, what's a good constitution and what's a successful constitution, but there is a big difference between the two. When we are talking about a good constitution or the right constitution or more appropriate constitution for a country, we are invoking our subjective values or subjective judgments with regard to that constitution. And it's mostly prescriptive and normative. So a lot of people would say an Islamic constitution works well for Afghanistan. Now, if you look at the constitutions of Afghanistan, almost all of the constitutions of Afghanistan had some Islamic values in them, from the state law to state nature. We had different types of Islamic constitutions. We had liberal Islamic constitutions, we had socialist Islamic constitutions, we had conservative Islamic constitutions, we have even extremist Islamic constitutions, and we have experimented with all of them. And the references to Islamic values range from 5 in the Constitution of 1980 to 42 in the Constitution of the Taliban. Supposedly the Taliban had a constitution. I'm not really sure about that. We can discuss it, but okay, so there is an argument that they had a constitution. And yes, we experimented with at least 12 constitutions. 7 of them drafted and approved and ratified and implemented. 5 of them, they were drafted, but they never saw the light of day because of the civil war and aftermath. So we had different types of Islamic constitutions, but none of them really succeeded in terms of being a sustainable, permanent constitution of the country. And then we have these different other scholars who invoke different other subjective values in order to measure the success of a constitution or prescribe a successful constitution for a society. And these metrics are mostly based on Western values, practices of democracy and state building and so on, including, for example, legitimacy, protection of rights, durability, democratic erosion, resilience, rule of law, judicial review. There are many metrics that I haven't even included in this slide, but there's a lot of them. The problem with these metrics, again, is that around the world you have experienced a lot of countries, you have witnessed a lot of countries adopting liberal democratic constitutions, but then these liberal democratic constitutions are failing, including our constitution of 2004, if you consider it one, and Constitution of 1964, which had liberal and democratic values in it. And you have a lot of countries with illiberal or even undemocratic constitutions that have lasted much longer than the liberal and democratic constitutions. So invoking subjective judgment does not really explain the success and sustainability of the Constitution, particularly if it comes in the form of prescriptive, normative suggestions. So we were thinking about, and when I say we, I mean Dr. Kadamshah, who unfortunately was not able to join our panel, and me, who are basically the authors of this particular draft. So he's not here, okay, but I will do the job. So we were thinking about a set of metrics to measure the success of the Constitution that are value neutral or value free. They are not Islamist, they are not liberal, they are not democratic. They are a set of metrics that are strictly tied to sustainability of the Constitution. And they're more descriptive rather than prescriptive and normative, in a sense that we examine the constitutions of the past and compare which one was relatively more successful than the other, and the constitution of the present, rather than looking for a constitution in the future, because even when we are thinking about the constitution for the future, we have to learn from our history and our past, look at the thesis and antithesis, right, to build the synthesis. So that's the way we looked at it. So it's descriptive. So we look at the 12 constitutions, including the 5 constitutions that were drafted but not really implemented or ratified. And we can use these metrics to actually examine the success and the failure of either Islamic values and democratic values and liberal values and socialist values or whatever values in the Constitution, right? Basically as a neutral metrics by which we could examine the success of these different ideologies, perspective about state building and constitution building. So it's the metrics we have created so far is basically a draft. We welcome any suggestions, some comments, some questions, obviously, and they will help us build further our metrics to make sure that something we build is something that's useful and worthwhile in terms of defining and explaining constitutional success in the context of Afghanistan or even abroad, beyond Afghanistan. So the variables that we have used include, for example, lifespan of a constitution. Now, for the lifespan of the constitutions, obviously a dead constitution is never a successful constitution. That's the first thing one has to know. No matter how good the Constitution of 1964 or 1923 or 2004, they are dead constitutions, so they are not successful. But what we are trying to do is to compare them with all other constitutions of Afghanistan and then figure out which one did relatively better, and then we have to explain why, what was in these constitutions that made them more successful than the rest. So we count their lifespan by 10 years. So each 10 years we gave them a score of 4. And the next thing about the Constitution, about their lifespan we need to know is that sometimes the constitutions are resurrected in different countries. In case of Afghanistan, the Constitution of 1964 was resurrected in 2001. For a short period of time as a transitional constitution until the Constitution of 2004 was drafted. So there was an idea that until we draft a new constitution, we need to use one of the old constitutions for the country we have some sort of a constitutional transitional government. So they decided the Constitution of 1964 out of all 12 constitutions, right? So that has to say something about the Constitution of 1964. That there was something appealing about the Constitution of 64. And therefore the Constitution of 1964 lived for a second time, albeit very shortly, between 2001 and 2003 or 2004. So the second variable we used was the entrenchment of a constitution. So sometimes a constitution dies, but there are a certain set of principles and institutions and values that basically move on to the text of the next constitution. In other words, the next constitution basically inherits some of the institutions and values from the previous constitution. Now, the more appealing constitutions tend to do that. The least appealing constitutions cannot have a lot of legacies in the future constitutions. So we looked at the two things about the entrenchment of a constitution: the values that they pass on to the next constitution and the institutions that they pass on to the next constitution. And we tried to make it as much value neutral and objective as possible. And the fourth variable we looked at was the political resentments. So when we develop our constitutions, we ratify and implement it, do we have a public backlash? Or certain factions of the society have some sort of resentment against that constitution? And if there is a resentment, is it just civil and political, or it's an armed resentment? Is it increasing or is it decreasing, right? So these are the measures that we have used in terms of the success of a constitution. And the last one is the adaptability. A constitution is supposed to be adaptable. So the Constitution of 2004, one main reason it failed was its lack of adaptability. It was too rigid. We weren't able to, although Dr. Nishat talked about it, right? We multiple times tried to amend the Constitution, but we were never able to fulfill the quorum and the requirement of the Constitution itself to amend the Constitution. And that's mostly about the amendment practices and the amendment rules and regulations within the Constitution. If it's too rigid, then it's difficult. It's not adaptable. And if it's not adaptable, it's more likely to die than not. So that's another variable that we use for the constitutions. So based on that, this is our score for different Afghan constitutions so far. Obviously, the draft constitutions never went because they were just draft constitutions. They were never implemented. But the Constitution of 1964 for basically the process was resurrected and lived a little bit, like less than 10 years, but 9 years, scored higher. And the Constitution of 2004 basically was the third constitution among all. One thing we did very briefly was the success of the Islamic constitutions, which, looking at the rate of the Islamicity of the constitutions and then compare it with the rate of their success. And it seems the more the constitution is Islamized, the less likely it is to succeed in Afghanistan. But again, on the other hand, again we see even when you reduce, so it's somewhere in the middle. So even when you reduce the Islamicity to a large extent, again, the constitution is less likely to succeed in Afghanistan. And the society in Afghanistan does explain it because the majority of the people want an Islamic state. But then, as I agree totally with Dr. Badashani, again, we are in a cycle, a vicious cycle where a majority of people want an Islamic state, but then an Islamic state is more likely to fail. So we are in a vicious cycle of, constitution failing in Afghanistan, unfortunately. So I'm going to end here. I would like to hear more from you guys, and hopefully we will have a very fruitful and engaging discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mubashir. Wonderful. A real tour de force. I think the comparative analysis that you gave and an historical overview of the Constitution from 1923 to 2004 sets us very nicely with the next presentation by Dr. Zulfia Abawi, who is mostly going to concentrate her comments on the 2004 Constitution. So I would give a quick introduction to Dr. Zulfia Abawi. She's a lecturer in the Global Business and cohort lead in the MBA Global Program at the Faculty of Business and Creative Industries at the University of South Wales. Holding 3 postgraduate degrees, including a PhD in law and democracy, she has extensive experience in political and legal analysis, with a particular focus on Afghanistan's legal pluralism and political institutions. Her PhD dissertation examined Afghanistan's legal pluralism from a gendered perspective. Currently, she is exploring relationality as an analytical framework to study foreign interventions in Afghanistan from 2001 to 2021, emphasizing decoloniality, local practices, and decolonial knowledge production in legal and political development. Her paper's working title today is Legal Pluralism in the 2004 Afghan Constitution, a critical analysis through the lens of women's empowerment. Zulfia, over to you.
Thank you. I think I have.
Oh, lovely.
It's working. Is that fine? Okay, last but not the least, I'm going to keep it very short. I'm actually working on this paper. It was a part of my PhD where I was looking at legal pluralism and constitutional design. So my main argument is that the 2004 Constitution of Afghanistan did not reflect the reality of Afghanistan, which was a plural legal system. There are different frameworks that the scholars look into when it comes to seeing the interaction between the state and the legal systems, which are like the customary and informal legal systems.
So especially in Africans, in a lot of African countries, customary law and formal law is still very much dominant. And it's exactly the same in Afghanistan. So I'm not going to go through the framework. I'm just going to briefly kind of touch upon the findings which I had. One of the framework is bridging, like what does the state do when there's an informal legal system? So what did Afghanistan do? One of the mechanisms that was established in Afghanistan was the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission. So when I was looking into the legal pluralism in Afghanistan, I was looking at it from a domestic violence, particularly intimate partner violence lens. What happens when something happens to a woman? A lot of domestic violence cases, which was referred to the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, they were gone back to the jirgas and shuras. And there's not much information as to why they went back, except for one dominant rationale, which they say it's because the perpetrator of violence was somebody who had really powerful connections. Hence the reason we had to refer it back to the Shura, where they had very strong connection. But this was 106 domestic violence cases which went back to the Shuras. So the question remains, either it's the social reality, the values, the community, the informal system in Afghanistan, which still has the power, and that was something that the Constitution of Afghanistan didn't take into account. Another one is like when it comes to the construction, and I'm using construction as a word deliberately. The reason I'm not using reform in Afghanistan or kind of reconstruction is because these concepts somehow convey the message that you are going to work with the systems which are already in place. It hasn't happened in Afghanistan. What happened after 2008? So the legal construction in Afghanistan was part of the counterinsurgency. US said that we came here in Afghanistan and the projects we had, especially of the counterinsurgency, it's not working. Let's kind of reshuffle, reprioritize, and work with the institutions. And this was just an ideal. It actually didn't happen. So one of the things, again, when it comes to domestic violence, I have looked into the evaluation of violence against women, a law which was passed in 2008 as an edict, but then they had the units. They have established 20 units in the prosecution units across the country. And how I see that is kind of something which is more created in isolation. It wasn't something driven from the community, by the community. Hence the reason when case of domestic violence were brought before these units, women, it kind of changed to a negotiation mechanism. And that is where the rights in the Constitution, I argue that even the idea of rights in the Constitution, when you're, like a lot of us agree with like, oh, well, actually 2004 Constitution was very liberal. We had rights in the Constitution. But when you look into the reality of Afghanistan, the main question that arises is whether rights can be applicable in the context of Afghanistan. To make it more specific, when it comes to domestic violence, particularly when it comes to intimate partner violence, when a woman goes to the went to the EVA unit, they don't want their perpetrator, who happens to be the husband, to be imprisoned because the husband is the breadwinner. So again, I'm not going to dig into this more because of the time, but then my main argument is that the rights-based approach in the Constitution of Afghanistan is not very much compatible with the current reality of the society. Coming back to the counterinsurgency, which was they wanted to construct the legal system of Afghanistan, kind of coming up with the new layers. One of the things that for the first time happened in the history of Afghanistan was the state actually wanted to interact with an informal legal system in a kind of legal way. So they came up with this draft law, which was basically trying to negotiate with the informal legal system and see whether they can allow some leeway and power to the informal legal system based on the Constitution so that they can have some power in decision making. Again, that law in itself was contradictory, and it was putting a lot of the constitutional articles in contradiction with each other. And one example for that is when it comes to the jurisdiction of civil and criminal jurisdiction, the Constitution clearly says that it has to go to the state authorities and the state courts. There's no mention of the informal legal system. So as I said, I'm working on this to unpack and look at it from a relational perspective when I'm arguing that the rights approach in Afghanistan doesn't reflect its reality, and the 2004 constitution, which apparently looked one of the liberal and very much rights and especially gender-friendly and women-friendly constitution, when you unpack, it contradicts itself. It was not a very it wasn't a perfect document, and there is again another dimension of this research is how the confusion in the constitution itself gave more power to the rulers. So that's my take. Thank you very much, everybody.
As we don't have Dr. Mousavi with us to critically engage with those who gave their papers, I think using my privilege, I think I would kindly ask people in the room if they have any questions to put to any of these speakers or to all of them. I think that would be great, because during the whole day we couldn't do that. So I will open it up, and I can see that Professor Shahrani raised his hands and he has a question.
I have a question from Dr. Mubashir.
1 second, please. We will hear if you.
It's very brief.
Okay.
I was struck by the notion of value-free constitution. What would that be like?
Value-free constitution.
Value-free constitution.
Oh, the one.
It sounds like oxymoron to me.
Successful rather than good, yeah? You mean? Yeah.
Well, yes, successful. Also, they give a whole lot of criteria, but it looks like all of Afghanistan's constitutions were very successful, because they were made for the persons who ruled, and they did it for as long as they could. In that sense, it's successful. So what's left there? I would like to hear what Dr. Mubashir has in mind when it says neutral or value-free constitution. I've never heard of that.
Did you get the question, Dr. Mubashir?
I did get the question. Well, first of all, it's great to hear it from you, Dr. Nazif Shahrani. I probably was not able to explain myself clearly or the presentation clearly. I didn't mean value-free constitutions. Obviously, constitutions are all about values. What I meant basically was to establish a set of criteria, a set of metrics by which you can measure the success of the constitution. And therefore, those metrics and those criteria themselves be to the extent possible value-free, because yes, the constitution itself documents of values, but if you measure the success of those constitutions, your criteria cannot be also based on your subjective value evaluation. Because if that's the case, then Islamists, the Islamic constitution is the best for liberals, liberal democratic constitutions, so are the best constitutions. But that's not what we were trying to do, because we are trying to examine all Islamic, liberal, democratic, socialist, all these different types of the constitution that Afghanistan have experienced, with all set of values that were incorporated from these various political and religious and non-religious ideologies. So our measure has to be value-free. Our measure has to be more objective than this. And obviously, most often it's not as 100% objective, but we are trying our best. So I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much. I can see Reza has his hand. Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much. Just a very quick question. Ofran said that the Constitution is basically a set of wheels of the king, coming into a kind of documentation and becomes a constitution. And then we heard also from Bashir that, the Constitution of 2004 was, at least theoretically, one of the best in the region. And then we heard from Zulfia saying that basically, in a way, saying that the society is not ready even for, observing such kind of things like women, for example, wail and so on. So when we have these two dichotomy, basically, on paper everything is good, And, you know, I mean, when you want to enforce it, everything goes wrong. So what could you take on this when you see this dichotomy? So, I mean, what should we do, basically? Very simple.
Take mine. You can hold it if you want. Yes.
So I'm using the argument that I've advanced today is because the other work I'm doing at the moment is decolonization. It doesn't have to be a foreign imported donor-based document or anything. When we look at the constitution, the first question we ask is, what is a constitution? When we look in the UK, for example, there is no constitution like the US have. It's like an umbrella in the US, or like South Africa, they have a constitutional code where it becomes a legal document. So the constitution means different things for different countries, basically, for different nations. When it comes to Afghanistan, you said it so rightly, like Afghanistan perhaps is not ready to have a constitution. So instead of, why shall we have a constitution? Is it because everybody else have? Why shouldn't we reflect on the kind of reality, and why constitutions mostly has been a bottom, kind of a top-down approach in a lot of countries. Recently, participatory making of the constitution has become the norm. So why shouldn't Afghanistan adopt a bottom-up approach? Perhaps they may not come up with a constitution at all. They might come up with something completely different, something completely named different. So that is an alternative way of producing something, and it goes back this idea of kind of decoloniality and stuff.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? James Joseph.
Yeah, I've got a question, which is on the point of a constitution for Afghanistan, in terms of what that will take, if any one would take place. As you say, the US has an unwritten constitution, the UK has basically unwritten constitution, which is just a series of norms and laws and regulations which come together to make up this so-called constitutional law. And with Afghanistan, there is currently nothing that will symbolise that symbolises that, unless you go back in time. And to bring that up to present day, you would need some sort of some major reform to Afghanistan's legal rule of law structure to do that. How in that respect, whether there is going to be a written constitution or unwritten constitution, how would Afghanistan, do you think, is a bit without that question, but go about that process? How could it go about that process? And how, and what's the willingness to participate in that?
Shall I take that? Okay. Thank you. They are excellent points. I think one of the things is willingness. If you go to any, I think I would say I haven't, but if I go to the periphery in Afghanistan and I tell them constitution, they're just going to look at me and be like, what are you talking about? So when it comes to the participatory constitution making, it's a process. It's a lengthy process, and within the current regime, I don't know what's going to happen, especially when it comes to the international community's involvement under the current regime in Afghanistan, and whether the Taliban wants to have a constitution. But my point is that irrespective of the regime, and again, it might sound very ambitious, and it's no different from the case studies of making a participatory constitution, it's going to take ages, but the process needs to start from somewhere, and if it does, it has to be bottom up. It shouldn't be like the history of the constitutions that we have been through. It shouldn't be just a document to justify the rulers' interests and just kind of meet their purposes, basically.
It's sort of a point I wanted to share with really any of the friends who've been working on the constitutions, which is that, I'm well aware of the debates. It strikes me that it is underestimated when we talk about what happened over the past 20 years, just the extent to which there was a healthily contested constitutional settlement in 2004. And I jumped in after hearing that a history of top-down constitution making for the sake of the rulers, that they, like it or not, there was a constitutional lawyer jirga, and I know, I know all the people who were trying to manipulate that. It's not easy to manipulate. Until the last minute, nobody knew whether there would be a constitutional settlement. The version of the document which was passed was different from what was drafted. It was different from what was anticipated by the rulers who thought they could run the whole process. Not to say that the final document was ideal, but I just want, given that those were almost the best circumstances one could imagine for constitution making in Afghanistan in this millennium. Can anyone almost envisage a successful, more open, bottom-up constitution making process in the lifetime of us or our children? Just that little point. Have we perhaps underestimated the extent to which real constituencies in Afghan society inputted in a contested way to getting a constitutional settlement?
Can I say a few things initially, and then I will open it up for all three panelists to comment on your question. I wrote a paper with a group of scholars in 2018 through the Afghanistan Institute of Strategic Studies. And it's about 100 pages on the whether the centralized constitution of the presidential system in Afghanistan is suitable or not. It was based on 50 interviews with local elders around the country, in the parliament, political parties, civil society. The finding was very interesting, but what we basically argued in that piece, we found out that around 270 people in that constitutional assembly opposed what was going on, and they were the absolute majority. And those 270 people, it has been written on by these people who had established that coalition against the constitution, but through manipulation of Khalilzad, through manipulations of Karzai, through manipulations of people like Dr. Abdullah who sided with them, and all of them, they were able to basically force the constitution that they wanted in the country. So I want to question even there has been Hanifi has written an absolutely fantastic essay on the Loya Jirga itself, the construction of Loya Jirga in 1923, and then how the historians went and showed that it is from time immemorial, from Ahmad Shah Durrani. That's a it's an invention of tradition. The way that exactly Terence Ball they have written a wonderful book on the invention of traditions. So with that, I want to open it up with other colleagues who might have comments on your question. Who would you like to go first, or shall we go online?
We can go online and then I'll comment.
Okay. Yeah. Who wants to go first? Please. But please take into consideration we need to finish this in 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'll make sure I do justice for the others. Okay, so I agree with you about the process of the Constitution of 2004. It was not perfect. It was even not good. I would say the first time draft of the Constitution, it was all about parliamentary or semi-parliamentary system, and suddenly in one cabinet session it turned into a presidential system. Not that I'm in favor of parliamentary or presidential system, that's another topic, but that changed in a cabinet session. The process of public consultation, it was not real, basically. And instead of sharing the document, the Constitution, the draft itself with the public, they send them a number of survey questionnaires, a questionnaire with a number of questions. And a lot of people, and that was only for 2 months, so the people didn't get a chance to look at that and offer their comments. And even when the Constitution was ratified, did anyone vote on any article of the Constitution? No. Did anyone vote for the constitution as a general document. No, it was just people just stood up and fought for the constitution. That was all about it. And it was not just Gaza and his team, but also the international community, particularly Zalmai Khalizad and Dr. Ibrahimi, were very much involved in trying to make this process as quick as possible. Well, the main reasoning was that if we allow for more consultation, we will invite more disputes, more conflicts, more challenges. But people of Afghanistan, other than the elites, they do not have a lot of problems with each other. They do not have a lot of problems with they can vote and they can build a consensus. So they hurried up the constitution making, and that wasn't helpful. So I would agree with Professor Tabataba'i that there has to be extensive public consultation with regard to any post-Taliban constitution.
Badakhshani?
What you're missing is that the struggle for political identity and dominance that has been there for the past 128 years. The idea of that struggle is, no matter in what way, the political elite of the Pashtun should be at the top. So the prize is the presidency of a Pashtun. It doesn't matter in what way, and doesn't matter with what constitution. The reason I said that the constitution the drafted constitution of 2003 is one of the best constitutions in the region, if there was some checks and balances, some true checks and balances and if the power was not so concentrated in the hands of the president, and if it was a secular constitution. This is a great constitution, it could have worked, but the reason that it doesn't work is because there is a one-man show at the very top, and which is the result of a political struggle that inherited from, let's say, the past 120 years, that knows only one thing: the elimination of everything that it disagrees with. And that has been the main thing. It doesn't matter if you put it from a bit bottom up. And the fact that emphasis on the whole Louis Jirga is one of the most undemocratic things in itself. And with such an undemocratic mechanism, we are trying to put something. I mean, this constitution, it was even changed after it was drafted and ratified, and then Mr. Kazai quickly managed in one night to change a thing or two in this constitution. So I think really the process, and if it's bottom up, if it's top down, will not really matter for the practice and for the execution of this constitution if there is not a structural solution for the division of power into different layers of the society, so that one man doesn't decide for the entire country and then one more thing about what you rightly remarked, Mr. Shud, in the beginning about the minority and the majority thing, and that's why I mentioned the marginalized groups or ethnic groups. By minority, I mean only just the very small religious minorities, because Afghanistan is a country of minorities, and we are all minorities. There is no majority in this country, and so then in the paper that is clearly defined what I mean by minority and what I mean by marginalized group, marginalized ethnic group. So in the paper is all, but thank you for mentioning that, so I can correct also here that by the word minority, I mean all this very tiny non-Muslim religious minorities that are constitutionally deprived from their citizenship rights. Thank you.
Badakhshani, thank you so much for basically articulating this idea of hegemony and or the will for hegemonization. Tomorrow, for example, in first panel of the day, we have panel 5, the concept of inclusivity, representation, and democracy, and the problem of hegemony, 2001-2021. So hopefully this discussion will come up there as well. So I absolutely agree with you on this certain elites drive to hegemony, or that's a very important point. So coming to Dr. Zulfia Abawi on the same question. I suppose she has something to say. Thank you.
Not much. If I use a relational and decolonial approach, I would question that event to be called as a part of a constitution making.
I think it is the time for us to. Oh, Ustad, we can have 5 more minutes because our keynote speaker is here, and Daisy will introduce her soon, and then that's basically, then that is the day, and probably for 5 minutes we can discuss the issue. Thank you.
I just briefly wanted to raise some issues about assessing a good constitution, a bad constitution.
Sure.
There are 4 things that need to be considered, and each of them has to be assessed on its own. You cannot do a whole constitution as a good or a bad. You know, sometimes we're saying this is the best constitution in the Middle East, but in what sense? First of all, in Afghanistan, constitution is considered to be qanun, a law, which normally it isn't. It's conceived as a political agreement within society, articulated in a way that reflects the will of the people. Are our constitutions in that sense good or bad? Okay. The second one is the processes through which the constitution comes to be produced and agreed upon. Are our constitutional processes fair? No. Can it be fairer? How can it be done? There we can make a judgment. The other very important things is within constitution there are 2 parts to it. One is rights. This constitution of 2004, in terms of rights of the public, citizens, women, and so forth on paper, is very good. We can assess that. The second part is the executive structure of the Constitution. We don't talk about that very much other than saying, well, all the power is given to one man, president. But it's a lot more than that. How is this Constitution spelling out how the constitutional rights should be implemented by whom and how? What mechanism, the governance mechanism? That's where our constitutions fail the most. And we're not really talking very much about that, how to fix the administrative, the executive aspect of the Constitution. So if we see it in terms of these 4 different things, maybe we will reach some kind of assessment, better assessment of what a good Constitution could constitute. And that we're not doing that, unfortunately.
Yes. Yes, of course. Yeah. I will bring it to you.
No, I'll give it to.
Oh, thank you.
Because exactly, I think what is at this point, since we are closing on this constitutional discussion, the point that Ustad has mentioned is that one major problem was that Article 60 and the follow-up 64, that what president can do. But the rest was that the Constitution was sort of, sort of a mix, of course, a required mix of a very liberal, most liberal, institutions of the West, which we were supposed to take with the aid and everything. And that was, I don't know which part of it, I think the second part.
Yes,
the rights. The rights and the values. I think in terms of the rights of values, if you say that the Afghanistan Constitution was one of the best in the whole of the region, you can say that. But then, when it comes to the sort of implementation, or making sure that these rights and values are then implemented.
Not on the paper.
Yeah, and a paper that I wrote, and somehow, a conversation that I had with Ustad, I quoted that, but saying that it looks like, you have one of these very first-class, AC wagons of train, then you're tying that behind a donkey to pull it. So it's a first class, but then the administrative system should do that.
Inappropriate.
Exactly, and it was the system of checks and balances. The administration was like a donkey or camel, if you're a little bit more respectful and stronger. So I think that was the whole thing that, yes, that's why, the whole problem that Taliban has right now is telling us, look, that part was not right. Let us correct it for you. And still donkey is there, but the wagon is lost. Sorry.
With that note, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my fellow panelists for wonderful presentations. And also, I would like to remind everybody that after the keynote speech by Gillian Ted, we have we heard that there is a new restaurant in town that they provide food of Afghanistan. So we have spoken to them, and generously they have prepared for us a variety of foods in buffet format. So we go, hopefully, if you kindly, all of you are invited to come to that restaurant for a buffet. And then 7 o'clock, we are heading to King's College for a cultural evening. The host of which is also Gillian Ted. We are honored to have her here. Now I turn to my colleague Daisy to introduce Gillian before her speech. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had an enjoyable day so far. I know I certainly have learned a lot today and found it incredibly informative. So we've come to the final speech of the day, which is from Gillian Tet, who is the Provost of King's College here at Cambridge. She's an anthropologist by training, as Gillian was previously chairman of the US Editorial Board and America Editor-at-Large at the Financial Times. Alongside her role as Provost, she continues to write a weekly column and is a member of the editorial board for the Financial Times. She's the author of, among other books, Anthrovision, A New Way to See in Business and Life, and the New York Times bestseller Fool's Gold, How Unrestrained Greed Corrupted a Dream, Shattered Global Markets, and Unleashed a Catastrophe. Gillian has received several awards in recognition of her work, including Columnist of the Year in 2014, Journalist of the Year in 2009, and Financial Journalist of the Year in 2008 at the British Press Awards, the British Academy President's Medal in 2011, and the American Anthropological Association President's Medal in 2022. She has an undergraduate degree and a PhD in social anthropology from the University of Cambridge, based on research conducted in the former Soviet Union during the early 1990s. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Gillian Tet.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Is this working? This microphone? You trying to? Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed. And I shall start by saying it is an enormous honour to be asked to speak today. And I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you later to King's College. Many of you will know that the King's College has a Silk Road Centre which has been championing research into the region, led by Reza and others. And we are all incredibly proud of the work we're doing, particularly at this moment in history when, to foreshadow what I'm going to be talking about, there is a real need to cast more light on what's happening in Afghanistan, or Afghanistan, as I used to say. The reason that I care so passionately about this is because, as you've just heard, I have a background in cultural anthropology, and I did my PhD in what was then Soviet Tajikistan, having previously worked in Pakistan for a while. And so I spent many years of my life as a PhD student looking at the history of the Silk Roads and the regions around it. However, let me stress that I am not an expert in Afghanistan at all, and I really feel quite intimidated speaking today, given that I'm just a journalist who's been watching the region for many years and someone who used to be, and is still an anthropologist, but not a bona fide professor in any way. So please bear that in mind when I share a few thoughts about what I think are some of the key themes emerging from a study of Afghanistan, and what are the key themes that need to be studied going forward at the moment. I am very much an amateur compared to you, the experts. And I want to start by saying that I have a number of friends who work in the documentary film world, and some of them have just very recently produced an absolutely astonishing documentary, which is not yet out on public release. I'm hoping to screen it over the next year, but which some of you may have seen, called Hollywood Gate. Does anyone here in the room know about Hollywood Gate? Okay, one of you, okay. Well, two of you, fantastic. Well, what it essentially is a documentary made by an Egyptian filmmaker who lives in Berlin called Ibrahim Nishat, who comes from a fairly conservative Egyptian background. And because of his family's links to conservative Islam, was given access by the Taliban to go in and film on the ground a fly-on-the-wall documentary about what happened when the Taliban took over one of the main US air bases in the days after the chaotic retreat. The air base was called by the US soldiers Hollywood Gate, as a very dark joke. And as you will have heard from Laurie Bristow earlier, when there was the very chaotic retreat by the Western forces, the Americans left behind about $7 billion worth of military equipment on the assumption that there was absolutely no chance that the Taliban would ever be able to actually use it or put it back together again. Very patronizing, condescending assumption on the part of the Americans, but it was chaotic and everyone was panicking. So what Ibrahim did was to go in and attach himself to somebody he knew through friends of friends, which was Air Force Commander Maulani Mansour, and film literally as a fly on the wall. He embedded himself in the Taliban military unit, the Air Force unit, to see what happened in the following year. And I know two of you have seen this. Is this all news to any of you? Seen this? Okay. So let me play a little bit of the footage of this movie, which I've seen. And I said I'm going to be screening in Cambridge, just to give you a sense of this. It's quite remarkable. Let me try, if I can.
يا الحمد لله تغاني ما الله يسعدك وفيروكي اليوم وزير بوشن الكاميرامين ما بدها تبغى تشوف يعني
موسك ها قبل وسك قبل شو
چرا کنه چون دور میشه این پیرو یه چی دور دور یه چی Allah خانس اینو ماجرا هیچ کس نمیره نه تا اینجا ما مگه مویا کردیم برات نقصان نرسید ولی از این به بعد میرسه
With a unique camera, I came to see in whose hands this country was left. May I show what I saw?
Right, well, I hope that... Oops. Sorry. I hope that whet your appetite for the documentary. If you do see it around anywhere, I would recommend watching it, but I say we will be screening it. The film producer will be coming up and screening it in King's at some point in the coming months. And having watched it recently in New York, there are 5 points that struck me, which I think are very relevant to framing what is happening in Afghanistan today and how the wider world sees Afghanistan. The first point is that the reason why this film is so utterly remarkable is that we have almost no knowledge on the ground in the wider world about what actually is happening in Afghanistan. I mean, this movie is the first time that anyone, to my knowledge, has been embedded with the Taliban, filmed every single moment that he saw in those early chaotic days, and essentially shed light on what's happening inside the country. And it is astonishing because Afghanistan is something of a blank space on the map for much of the Western media world today, because they either can't get into it, or there isn't much interest in it, or there isn't much understanding. In some ways, that's been the story for many, many years. When I decided to do my PhD in anthropology on Soviet Tajikistan back in the late 1980s, I remember picking up a map with some people in Cambridge and looking at it and seeing this vast blank space on the map, because there really wasn't much knowledge or study or research being done into the region back then. I remember going to the university library and looking for books on Tajikistan and the Silk Road in Afghanistan and seeing that there was stuff from the 19th century, but after that there really wasn't very much at all about what was actually happening on the ground. It's a region that has been a blank space on many people's map for a very long time, and of course with what's happening now with the Taliban, it is even more of a blank space. And that's one reason why the work that you're doing here is so vitally important, because it should not be a blank space for many, many reasons. And the kind of intimate portrayal, the kind of fly-on-the-wall insight that a documentary like this provides reminds us of what we're not seeing day in, day out in the wider world about what's actually happening on the ground in Afghanistan. The second point to make is that when you watch the documentary, there are almost no women in the documentary at all. That's because Ibrahim was told that he could film the Taliban, and he was under tight control about what he could or could not film. And I'll come on to that in a moment. But the reality is that the story of Afghan women has always been an even blanker space on a blank map than it should be. And right now, there is a huge paucity of information about what's actually happening, about the unfolding tragedies around Afghan women today. Some of you may have seen the story that appeared in the New York Times yesterday about the new rules in Afghanistan, what it means for gender rights there. It is harrowing, haunting, devastating stuff. And so I'd reiterate that there needs to be not just an effort to make the blank space on the map less blank, to attract more attention and knowledge about the region. There also needs to be a really concerted effort to capture what is happening to Afghan women, the tragedies that are unfolding there today, some of the extraordinarily bright histories and achievements in the past, and simply to get more awareness about the unfolding story there. The third point I want to make is when you watch this documentary, or when I watched it recently, it also reminded me of the astonishing potential that sits in Afghanistan. I won't give too much away about the ins and outs of the plot line of this documentary, although it is absolutely remarkable, and I will just say the last 20 minutes are the best bit of the entire film, so if you do watch it, keep watching. But as the trailer says, when the Americans left, they left $7 billion worth of military equipment there, assuming there was no chance the Taliban would ever be able to reconstitute the equipment, let alone use it. What the documentary shows is that over the course of a year, the Air Force commander and the others not only took an utterly chaotic ragtag army and actually began to instill some discipline and organization into it, they found ways of tapping into both the diaspora and the Afghans left actually in Afghanistan to reconstitute that equipment. They salvaged it, they repaired it, they got the fuel, They work their way through all the American bases, the gyms. There's a very funny sequence where they go to the gyms and try and work out what all the equipment's going to be used for. They go through the medical supplies. They get it going again. Anyone from a military background will find it very sobering. But as a wider story about the dangers of underestimating the region, particularly the dangers of arrogant Westerners underestimating the potential of the region, it's very, very striking. And when I watched the documentary, I kept thinking, wow, if only there was a way to take all the skills and resilience and resourcefulness and, educational base that was existing in the past and channel it to positive uses. If only there was a way to untap the extraordinary potential of people who are so resilient because they're still there, they survived through many, many centuries of pressures, invasions, etc., etc. Afghanistan could fly. It really is a story about a country with remarkable potential, not just minerals, but human capital that could and should fly, and not be flying literally by getting a bunch of American helicopters back up in the air, but flying in every sense. And people don't understand the potential is there because, once again, it's been a blank space on the map. The fourth point to make is that another theme that comes out of the documentary is that the ragtag army that was initially the Taliban, who came into Kabul and then get fashioned into something vaguely approaching almost a kind of air force by the end, were multi-ethnic. One of the extraordinary things about the documentary was that Ibrahim himself doesn't speak Dari, Pashto, Tajik, or the other languages. And so during much of the movie, he had no idea what the people who was filming were actually saying, which, as he says, when I saw him in New York the other day, was actually just as well, because they spend quite a lot of time discussing on camera whether to kill him or not. I'm not joking. And it wasn't until afterwards, when they brought all the footage back, and again, he had to smuggle the footage out because in the end, he ends up running for his life. They smuggled the footage out. They sat down with translators and tried to understand what everyone who had been filming had actually been saying. They had to use a number of translators because the people who were talking on camera were talking in many different languages, not just Dari and Pashto, but other languages as well. And they'd never dealt with so many languages at the same time overlapping in this way. By them, I mean the production team. And in many ways, that is both sobering, but it's also incredibly inspiring. Because to go back to the point about potential, one of the remarkable things about Afghanistan, of course, as you all know, and again, once again, apologies for being an amateur here, is the fact that it has always been a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural entity. And that is both its blessing and its curse, and a very interesting challenge to the wider world. And the reason I say that is because when I started studying the history of Central Asia as a PhD student, one thing that became very clear to me early on is that the story of the region everywhere from Turkey through to Western China, from the steppes of Russia down to the Indian Sea, is not really a story that fits in easily into Western European visions of the nation state. Europe, really starting in the 18th and 19th century, became absolutely convinced that the only way to organize countries was to use the nation-state model, preferably with one dominant homogeneous culture or entity or sense of identity. And that vision of the nation-state has dominated the way that we imagine geopolitics ever since, to the point where the only international body that's really trying to organize international relations is called the United Nations, on the basis that a nation state is the only really viable, credible entity for the world today. It's not called the United Peoples, it's not called the United City-States, it's called the United Nations. And the issue with the region that is along the Silk Road, Central Asia, is that historically it wasn't really organized around nation states. It was city-states, extraordinarily vibrant, multi-ethnic city-states, where different cultures and languages and ethnicities collided in a very rich, inspiring way. There were tribal groups. There were all kinds of overlapping polities. And yes, there were empires too. But the idea of a single dominant ethnic group defining the nation does not really predominate in the region's history. And the fact that the 19th century vision, European vision of the nation state, has been superimposed on the region has been deeply, deeply problematic. When I was in Tajikistan, I can see Munir Khan from Tajikistan nodding. This was a family who I lived with in Dushanbe when I was doing my research. The idea, Stalin tried to impose on the region the idea of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, as single dominant nations. And they fitted so badly that the only way he could even begin to try and create those nation states, supposed nation states, was by moving vast quantities of the population around in a thoroughly messy, tragic, and appalling way. Now, Afghanistan, of course, today would call itself a nation, a country. And many Afghans would say that, yes, we are a nation, we're a proud nation, we're proud to be Afghan. And yet the reality is that what comes through in this documentary is a degree to which you have so many different overlapping ethnic traditions colliding with each other, rubbing up against each other, to the point where even one single supposed single army unit or air force unit is speaking multiple languages all the time. And on the one hand, that is a challenge. On the other hand, though, it offers a vision that we desperately badly need in the world today, where we actually look at different countries, different languages, see how they can blend and combine, and get out of this idea of just having homogeneous nation states. Maybe in the 21st century, we should be looking at federal structures much more, at city-states, at any type of vision or polity which is different from what we've taken in a cookie-cutter way from the 19th century. So that's my fourth reason why I think that Afghanistan, this documentary, is so interesting in terms of how we frame and think about Afghanistan. And it's a point that, once again, is not widely known in the wider world. And the last but one point I'm going to make is to do with the role of Afghanistan on the world stage. At the very end of the movie, of this documentary, after tracking the internal workings of this Taliban unit, after following them blow by blow as they try and reconstitute the Air Force, they cut to the final scene where they finally get the helicopters and the fighter planes flying. It's very dramatic. And as they fly overhead, you see the pictures of the Taliban leaders applauding, and then you see something completely startling, which is sitting in the stand, watching this remarkable performance is a group of Russians and Chinese diplomats applauding. To go back to my earlier point, it is not well understood in the wider world precisely because Afghanistan has been such a blank, such a mystery. There's been so little on-the-ground coverage, the degree to which it does not exist as an isolated entity at all. It has always been a central focus for the so-called Great Game. It's always had empires fighting over it, trying to use it to extend their influence. We all know the history, the terrible history of what happened when the British Empire tried, not once, but twice, 3 times, to take control. We know what happened when the Russians went in and tried to take control and failed. We know what happened when the Americans went in and then withdrew, and the Western forces. Time and again, Afghanistan has been fought over because it is such an important crossroads country. And today, that battle continues. The Americans aren't in there. The Russian and Chinese definitely are, in all kinds of ways that are not well understood. That makes it even more vital for the wider world to look at what's happening in Afghanistan for geostrategic reasons. I'm sure that Laurie Bristow would have touched on that earlier. It also means that there is a desperate need for Afghan voices to stand up and talk about what they want, how they see the country, beyond simply being a pawn in this great game. For far too long, Afghanistan has been a pawn in other people's games, pushed around, driven by a policy of divide and rule, misunderstood, ignored. But the reality is that it sits in such a strategic position on the world stage, on the map, that it deserves not just attention, but celebration and support. Which leads me to my very last point. As I watched this documentary, part of me was blown away by the sheer astonishing bravery of someone going in, sitting with the Taliban for a year and filming. As I say, the scenes where the Taliban go through the gym equipment, go through the medical supplies, go through the fridges and try and work out what all these weird sports drinks are and whether they're alcoholic or not, is absolutely fascinating. But I was also left with a sense of profound sadness that we haven't seen similar on-the-ground footage about, say, what's happening with Afghan women and the appalling tragedy that's playing out there. And sadness that we've not seen other stories about the extraordinary potential taken to a wider audience. Another friend of mine's recently been working on Sesame Street and the role that played in trying to educate Afghan kids in the past. There may well be a documentary coming out about that too in the future. But the documentary that I would really love to see one day is a documentary that goes out and celebrates all the astonishing potential that is there, inside Afghanistan and outside amongst the diaspora. Some of you may have seen in the Olympics just recently, or the wonderful story about the refugee Afghan girl who won the medal for Taekwondo. To me, that is a fantastic story about not just the extraordinary potential and resilience of Afghans, but also the ability to embrace cultural fusion. I mean, who would have thought that Afghanistan would end up becoming an expert in Taekwondo, the Korean martial art? Or maybe that's not so surprising, because the last point I want to leave on is this. One of the reasons why I think Afghanistan is so interesting today, and the whole region, is because it does sit on the Silk Road. And as I've often said at Silk Road's events in King's, the thing about the Silk Road is that in some ways it was humanity's first experiment with globalization. It was the first time you actually had a frame to talk about the fact that people were moving back and forth along this vast geographic distance, trading goods, trading ideas, trading languages, and colliding with each other in a glorious ethnic kaleidoscope. One of the little things I love about the Silk Road is the fact that if you go everywhere from eastern Kenya, Africa, through to Western China, there's about 24 words which are basically the same. Tea, salt, table, book. That's a sign of people going back and forth over the centuries, taking their ideas, their culture, their goods, their words, like bees taking pollen across a field to cross-pollinate flowers. And at its best, the Silk Road is a story about globalization and cross-pollinization, and the way that that can create extraordinary cultural fusions that we all need to celebrate and champion in every possible degree. Ironically, this documentary is also about cross-pollination and cross-fusion. That Taliban unit ends up essentially borrowing all kinds of American words to talk about the planes they get flying again in a way that no one ever quite imagined. But my plea and my dream is this. Afghanistan has been a center of cross-pollinization and fusion. It's been a place that offers a vision of the Silk Road in a way that should challenge us all, not just to reimagine what it means to create a polity in today's world, and to realize that the Western European vision of nation state is not the only way that we can organize ourselves. It's also a story about the extraordinary riches that can arise when different cultures collide with each other and different ethnic groups intermingle. So often, that has produced terrible tragedies and abuses and an appalling waste of human potential in Afghanistan in the centuries past. But it needn't be that way. And so insofar as you are all engaged in the battle to create a new vision of cross-pollinization, a new way to tap into the extraordinary potential of Afghanistan's history, of its human capital, of its resources, and its resilience, I really salute you. Afghanistan needs it, but the wider region needs it too. So, best of luck, and here's hoping that some of you one day will be able to make a documentary that is rather more positive and encouraging than this one. Thank you.